Chapter 301, You Call Me Master, I Call You Senior, Brother, we each stick to our titles. Chapter 301, You Call Me Master, I Call You Senior, Brother, we each stick to our titles. The sudden appearance of the blazing giant spear instantly sent shockwaves through the hearts of the Ninth Prince and the Dragonblood Guard. They could feel the terrifying power contained within the spear, as if it sought to incinerate and melt everything in its path. Even Zhao Yelu felt a surge of astonishment. From the flaming spear, she sensed the presence of two entirely distinct types of strange flames. When did Shen Mo manage to tame a second type of strange flame? What was even more shocking was the sheer improbability of the feat. Strange flames were innately proud and incredibly difficult to tame. Even subduing one was an arduous task. Housing two within the same body? That was almost unimaginable. How did Shen Mo manage to reconcile the conflict between the two flames?
Protect me, quickly protect me.
The Ninth Prince was utterly terrified. He could feel it with certainty he would not survive this attack. Death was inevitable. For humans who had reached the nascent soul stage, even if their bodies were destroyed, their nascent souls could escape and, given the chance, rebuild their bodies. But for the demon race, the death of their physical body meant true death. The Dragonblood Guard gritted his teeth. He knew what he had to do.
Stay behind me. I will risk my life to buy you a sliver of survival.
Taking a deep breath, the Dragonblood Guard's blood surged madly. Not just from his mouth, and noseblood began pouring out of every pore on his body. The entire demon looked utterly horrifying, like a ghastly specter that had clawed its way out of the underworld. The Ninth Prince shrank his body as much as possible behind the Dragonblood Guard. At this moment, he deeply resented his large frame. Why couldn't I have been smaller?
Hellblood Shield!
The Dragonblood Guard roared. The surging blood instantly coalesced into a massive shield, enveloping both him and the Ninth Prince. The once powerful and muscular figure of the Dragonblood Guard withered in an instant, leaving him gaunt and shriveled, like a dried-out cucumber that had been without water for weeks. Zhao Yelu shook her head slightly. Her recent battles in Wu province against the demon race had given her plenty of experience. During a surprise assault on the Fourth Prince's stronghold, she had nearly slain the Fourth Prince of the 10,000 demon nation. Unfortunately, a Dragonblood Guard had appeared at the last moment. Sacrificing his life to protect his charge, he had used this very same technique. The Hellblood Shield stood like an unyielding mountain, impossible to overcome. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as a group of demon kings rescued the Fourth Prince. Of course, this technique came with a heavy price. It drained not only the blood coursing through the body, but also the reserves buried deep within the bones and organs, squeezing out every last ounce of potential. Even if the user survived, their strength would plummet to irrecoverable depths, rendering them no different from a corpse. This was precisely why the Demon Emperor trained Dragonblood Guards to use them as disposable pawns for such scenarios.
If I can't kill the Ninth Prince, killing a Dragonblood Guard is still a win.
Zhao Yelu nodded slightly. This outcome was acceptable. Dragonblood Guards weren't easy to cultivate. Losing one carelessly like this was sure to trouble the Demon Emperor for a while.
Want to survive? Did you ask for my permission?
Shen Mo watched the scene unfold and smiled faintly. In his dantian, a golden-crowned nascent soul that had been meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them. Threads of golden nascent soul energy began to surge. Shen Mo pointed abruptly at the blazing giant spear. The nascent soul energy shot into the spear from a distance. In the next moment, the flaming spear swelled as if being inflated. Within mere breaths, it expanded to a massive 60 feet in length. It was far larger than before. The flames burning upon it grew even more ferocious and intense, radiating scorching heat that made the very air shimmer. Though the spear had yet to strike, the searing heat waves were enough to make onlookers dizzy and lightheaded. The Dragonblood Guard's face turned ashen. He could feel the overwhelming threat looming before him. For the first time, he was unsure. Can the Hellblood Shield withstand this flaming spear? In the next moment, the spear collided with the shield. In an instant, the point of impact erupted with dazzling light. The blinding light from the collision spread across hundreds of miles, visible even to those thousands of miles away. The ferocious shockwaves radiated outward from the point of impact, flattening countless towering trees. Dust filled the air, rocks shattered, and flames licked everything in sight. It was a scene straight out of an apocalypse. At the center of the destruction, a deep crater had formed. At the bottom of the pit were two charred and mangled corpses, barely recognizable. Yet, one could discern they were the Dragonblood Guard and the Ninth Prince. Zhao Yelu's eyes widened in shock. This single strike had actually killed both the Dragonblood Guard and the Ninth Prince. The so-called Hellblood Shield had crumbled upon contact. How has Shen Mo grown so strong in just a few years? Shen Mo exhaled a deep breath and slowly descended from the sky. He smiled and said,
Senior sister, long time no see.
Zhao Yelu snorted coldly, and the black aura surrounding her began to recede. It condensed into the single black horn on her forehead, which then vanished entirely. She transformed back into a petite, adorable girl, though her appearance had matured slightly. Instead of looking 8 or 9 years old, she now appeared around 10.
So, you've known I'm from the Heavenly Ghost Clan all along, haven't you?
Zhao Yelu's gaze was sharp. Shen Mo simply smiled without answering. Zhao Yelu bared her teeth but eventually relaxed.
Fine, you're my junior brother. If you know, you know.
The two exchanged a few words, catching up on the past few years. Shen Mo casually waved his hand, summoning the storage artifacts from the two corpses at the bottom of the pit.
Do you want these?
Zhao Yelu's eyes flickered with interest, but she quickly adopted the demeanor of a senior.
These two demons were killed by you. The spoils rightfully belong to you. How could I take them? Besides, I'm your senior sister. I should let you have them.
She patted her flat chest with an air of authority, as though making a grand gesture. Shen Mo chuckled and nodded. At that moment, the sound of someone flying using spiritual energy approached from a distance. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures landed not far away.
Shenner.
Murong Yue's face lit up with joy upon seeing Shen Mo safe and sound. Zhao Yelu raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting between Murong Yue and Shen Mo with a peculiar expression. A woman's intuition told her that something was amiss. Shen Mo walked over to Murong Yue and gently brushed her slightly disheveled hair aside, smiling.
Master, I'm fine. The Dragonblood Guard and the Ninth Prince are both dead. You can rest easy now.
Murong Yue and Aoyang Wei both looked shocked.
There.
Aoyang Wei rushed to the edge of the crater and stared at the corpses, his eyes widening even further. The Ninth Prince and the Dragonblood Guard, both beings capable of crushing even peak nascent soul cultivators, had died so miserably. Their bodies were barely intact, worse than stray dogs.
You too catch up. I'm heading back to the base.
Zhao Yelu said, waving her hand.
Oh, and tell that old man to cut back on his drinking. Now that I'm gone, no one's going to cover his bills anymore.
Shen Mo laughed.
Got it, I'll tell him.
With a few nimble leaps, Zhao Yelu disappeared into the dense forest.
Who was that?
Murong Yue asked, blinking in surprise. Ouyang Wei respectfully replied.
She is the young lord's senior sister, Zhao Yelu.
Murong Yue nodded in astonishment.
So she's a senior.
Shen Mo chuckled and teased.
More importantly, Master, if you join the Qingxuan Sect in the future, won't that make you my junior sister? Shouldn't you call me senior brother then?
How are we supposed to address each other?
Murong Yue's fair cheeks turned bright red in an instant.
You call me master, and I'll call you senior brother.
She stammered.
We'll stick to our own titles.
Chapter 302, Addressing the Status of the Young Sect Master. Chapter 302, Addressing the Status of the Young Sect Master. Shen Mo chuckled softly at the comment. Before long, he embraced Murong Yue tightly, despite her initial startled gasp. At first, Murong Yue struggled, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she tried to free herself. But Shen Mo's arms felt as unyielding as steel, making it impossible for her to escape. In the end, she had no choice but to resign herself to his embrace, leaning against his chest.
Ahem.
Yang Wei, standing nearby, coughed awkwardly. He couldn't help but feel out of place, witnessing this intimate moment.
There are others here, you know.
Murong Yue whispered, her voice barely audible. Shen Mo finally loosened his hold and turned to the others.
Master, Elder Aoyang, you should return to Qingxuan Sect to clean up the battlefield.
Ahem.
Got it.
Shen Mo nodded with satisfaction and quickly left, heading toward Green Mountain City. Green Mountain City's remote location had spared it from the demon clan's attacks. Still, the residents were living in fear, dreading the possibility of the demons arriving to devour them. Some townsfolk had already packed their belongings, preparing to flee the city with their families. Shen Mo's arrival drew immediate attention.
That man.
And so young.
Wait a moment, doesn't he look just like Dr. Shen? Could he be Dr. Shen's son, Shen Mo?
When the townsfolk got a good look at his handsome face, they were visibly stunned. Shen Mo smiled warmly.
Yes, I am Shen Mo. Could you tell me where my father is?
The townsfolk, filled with awe and respect, quickly pointed him in the right direction. Shen Mo clasped his hands in thanks and vanished from sight in an instant.
He's so fast.
I heard he left Qingxuan Sect long ago to join the more powerful Jade Cauldron Sect.
What, really? That's amazing.
The townsfolk chattered excitedly, though much of their information was outdated. Many still believed Shen Mo was only a core disciple of Qingxuan Sect. At Shen Medical Hall, Shen Mo found a slender, middle-aged man bustling about, attending to a seemingly endless stream of patients. The hall was just as crowded as ever.
Father, I've come to see you.
Shen Mo called out, his deep breath steady as he strode in with purpose. The middle-aged man froze and turned to the source of the voice. Shen Mo looked just as youthful as he had in his memories, but the man himself now bore streaks of white in his hair.
More.
Shen Jiyuding's expression lit up with surprise and joy. He had never expected Shen Mo to return at such a time.
Father, I'm here to take you to Jade Cauldron Sect. I've now established myself there and gained a certain standing.
Shen Mo said with a smile. Shen Jiyuding hurriedly wiped his hands on his faded robe.
This.
Shen Mo shook his head firmly.
Father, if you fall into danger, that would truly disrupt my cultivation. Trust me, come with me. Even Master has moved to Jade Cauldron Sect. She'll be there to look after you as well.
Shen Jiyuding hesitated for a moment before finally nodding.
All right, I'll go with you. But first, I need to prepare medicine for all the patients here. A healer must never disregard human life.
Shen Mo nodded.
I'll wait for you.
2 hours later, Shen Jiyuding had completed prescriptions for all his patients. He packed a few essential items, tidied up the medical hall, and closed its doors. As he gazed at the wooden plaque above the entrance, a wave of emotion washed over him.
More, you've grown up now, and perhaps you've forgotten. From the day you were born until you left to study at Qingxuan Sect, you spent your first decade in this very hall. Now, leaving it behind feels a bit hard.
Shen Mo smiled.
You must look to the future, Father. When you're at Jade Cauldron Sect, you can open another medical hall. The world is vast, everywhere can be home.
Shen Jiyuding laughed heartily, his sadness dissolving.
You're right, I'm almost 50 years old, and yet I'm more sentimental than you. Let's go, hold on tight, Father.
With Shen Jiyuding securely in tow, Shen Mo flew them to Qingxuan Sect. After a brief conversation with his old acquaintances there, Shen Mo picked up Murong Yue, and the three began their journey northward toward Jade Cauldron Sect. At Jade Cauldron Sect's elder pavilion, the trio descended. Shen Jiyuding glanced around at the bustling scene, a hint of nervousness in his expression.
We'll go to the Elder Pavilion first to help you settle in.
Shen Mo said with a smile. Murong Yue nodded gently. Before they could enter, the steward at the entrance spotted them, his eyes lighting up in recognition.
Young Sect Master, you've returned so quickly. Is Qingxuan Sect all right? Did you encounter Hall Master He on your way?
Shen Mo smiled and nodded.
Everything is fine. As for Hall Master He, I must have missed him on the way.
He chuckled softly. The steward quickly responded.
There's no need for you to handle these matters personally, young Sect Master. Leave it to me. And this gentleman is.
He looked toward Shen Jiyuding.
This is my father.
Shen Mo replied.
I'd like to arrange accommodations for him.
The steward was taken aback, his attitude becoming even more respectful.
So this is the young sect master's father. Rest assured I'll take care of everything. Thank you.
Shen Mo said with a nod. Shen Jiyuding, astonished, turned to his son.
More, you said you had some status in Qingxuan Sect. This is what you call some? You're the young sect master.
Shen Mo laughed lightly.
Father, just relax and enjoy yourself.
Shen Jiyuding, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed.
Wonderful, wonderful. How did I, Shen Jiyuding, deserve the blessing of a son like you?
The diligent steward led Murong Yue and Shen Jiyuding into the elder pavilion. Shen Mo didn't linger. Instead, he made his way directly to Dragon Snake Mountain. He could hardly wait to begin practicing the divine elephant suppressing prison technique. It was the pinnacle of demon clan techniques. With just a few fragments of this technique, the demon emperor had risen from a lowly wolf demon to the invincible ruler he was today. If such power could be achieved from scraps, what heights could Shen Mo reach by mastering it himself? Seated cross-legged in the wilderness of Dragon Snake Mountain, Shen Mo carefully studied the first level of the divine elephant suppressing prison technique. After a long while, he exclaimed in awe.
So this is how it works.
Chapter 303, Do You Know Shen Mo? Shen Mo read through the divine elephant suppressing prison technique carefully. It described the body as composed of 840 million particles, each capable of awakening the power of a giant elephant. The method of cultivation involved awakening this power in every particle. Once all particles had awakened the giant elephant's strength, the process would begin again, advancing to the dragon elephant particles, followed by the primal elephant particles, and ultimately the divine elephant particles. At the pinnacle of mastery, one could roar down stars, pluck the moon from the sky, and achieve the impossible with a single thought. The incomplete manual Shen Mo had obtained contained the first 3 levels of the technique and 3 corresponding moves. The first level, awakening the strength of 10 giant elephants, allowed one to learn the
Soul-piercing blood spear.
a devastating offensive technique. The second level, awakening the strength of 100 giant elephants, granted the
Unshakable Saint King's body.
a powerful defensive technique. The third level, awakening the strength of 1,000 giant elephants, unlocked the
Heaven and earth great furnace.
a technique to refine spiritual energy, life essence, and even celestial and stellar energy into blood vitality to nourish the body. At that stage, one's blood would become as dense as mercury and their bone marrow as pure as frost. A single drop of blood would weigh thousands of kilograms. Shen Mo's heart surged with anticipation. This was the pinnacle of a pure, powerful physique.
However, cultivating the divine elephant suppressing prison technique requires an enormous daily supply of life essence.
It seems I'll need to treat spiritual herbs and elixirs like ordinary beans.
I earned a substantial contribution reward from killing the 9th prince. If my stock of elixirs runs out, I'll head to the treasure hall and exchange for more. With a sect as my backing, I don't need to worry about resources.
Shen Mo chuckled wryly at the thought. The technique had its dangers. If insufficient life essence was available, forcing cultivation could lead to a terrifying backlash, leaving the body emaciated and eventually turning it into a dried corpse.
Let's get started.
Shen Mo calmed his mind and began consuming various blood-replenishing and healing elixirs like snacks while practicing the technique, determined to master the first level as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the Demon Emperor's fortress, the atmosphere was tense. The first and fourth princes, accompanied by a group of dragonblood guards, knelt uneasily on the ground. Yi Yan stood silently to the side, saying nothing. The Demon Emperor paced back and forth, his expression dark and brooding, as though a violent storm was brewing.
He's dead. You're telling me.
The Demon Emperor's voice was hoarse as he spoke slowly. The first prince bowed respectfully.
Father, according to our informants, Shen Mo accepted a mission at the Jade Cauldron Sect's treasure hall to kill the 9th prince. He then produced the ninth prince's severed hand as proof.
After verification, Shen Mo was awarded an A-rank contribution.
It's certain the ninth prince is dead, and Shen Mo is the one who killed him.
The demon emperor suddenly lashed out, shattering the throne beside him with a single kick. Splinters flew through the air like projectiles, grazing the demons present. Small wounds appeared on every demon, causing blood to drip and pain to spread. None of them dared to utter a word, let alone stand up. The demon emperor's fury was palpable, and no one wanted to provoke it further.
Investigate. Find out exactly how the ninth prince died. Keep close tabs on Shen Mo's movements. Send more human spies into Yu province for me. I want him dead.
His eyes were as cold as ice.
Understood.
The first and fourth princes, along with the other demons, bowed deeply and left. Yi Yan watched their retreating figures with a heavy heart. He had been wrong. Shen Mo was neither dead nor captured and delivered to the demon emperor. Instead, the ninth prince was dead.
There's only one explanation.
At that thought, Yi Yan shuddered. An uncontrollable fear surged within Yi Yan. However, his resilience eventually prevailed. After taking several deep breaths, he regained his composure.
He's strong, but I, Yi Yan, am no weakling either. His greatest mistake is standing in the way of history's march forward. Once the 10,000 demons nation gathers its strength for a few more years, and once the 3 sects and 1 king fall into chaos, the demon emperor will sweep across Yu province and the entire Jing nation like a thunderstorm. No matter how talented Shen Mo is, he cannot withstand the might of the demon emperor's forces. Dead is still dead. As for me, Yi Yan, by siding with the victors, I will survive.
A faint smile appeared on Yi Yan's face. What use is genius if it cannot outlast its enemies? If I can endure longer than Shen Mo, then the title of genius will fall to me. At the Pill River Sect's mountain gate, the air was thick with the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. For mortals, taking a deep breath of this scent could instantly cure minor ailments. Living long-term in such an environment could even extend one's lifespan, and in some cases, grant spiritual roots to their descendants, paving the way to cultivation. On the martial practice grounds, 2 elders strolled side by side, speaking in hushed tones.
Did you hear? Yesterday, a newly arrived elder crossed the myriad elixir river alone and startled the sect master. I heard about it. That elder is remarkably young, supposedly not even 30 years old. Tusk, truly a genius. I wonder how he compares to Shen Mo of the Jade Cauldron Sect or Chu Tianquo of the Supreme Purity Sect.
Their conversation echoed the discussions of others on the practice grounds. The myriad elixir river was one of Pill River Sect's forbidden grounds. It was an underground river, but instead of water, it flowed with medicinal liquid. The river didn't contain ordinary fish or shrimp, but instead elixirs. Over time, the elixirs soaking in the river had developed a semblance of spirituality, attacking any living being that entered the river. The only way to pass was to walk its entire length. Unlike the Jade Cauldron Sect's Blood Vine Valley or Fire Elixir Palace, the Myriad Elixir River was more of a trial ground than a dangerous forbidden area. Every elder at the nascent soul stage was permitted to challenge the Myriad Elixir River. Successfully completing the challenge would result in an immediate promotion from a 1 cauldron elder to a 4 cauldron elder. However, since the founding of Pill River Sect, no one had ever fully traversed the Myriad Elixir River. Not even the most gifted talents had succeeded. That's why the newly arrived young elder's effortless and unscathed completion of the trial had caused such an uproar, sparking endless conversations among the sect's disciples and elders. Atop the highest peak of Pill River Sect stood a grand pavilion. Lavishly adorned and radiating opulence, it was the residence of the sect master, Hai Qingxuan. Today, however, Hai Qingxuan was not alone. Standing beside him was a young man.
Young friend Zio, you and my Pill River Sect seem fated to meet.
Hai Qingxuan said with a tone of admiration.
If you're willing to join our sect, I can immediately elevate your elder status to 4 cauldron rank.
Hai Qingxuan's eyes gleamed with approval as he looked at the young man before him. Zio Fan bowed respectfully.
Xiao Fan is willing to join Pill River Sect, serve the sect, and contribute to humanity.
Overjoyed, Hai Kun stepped forward to lift Xiao Fan to his feet.
Excellent, excellent. Our Pill River Sect is in dire need of talents like you. The fact that you traversed the myriad elixir river unscathed proves your extraordinary talent, one that rivals even Shen Mo of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Our Pill River Sect is truly blessed.
Hai Kun laughed heartily. At the mention of Shen Mo's name, Xiao Fan's expression became slightly unnatural. Hai Kun noticed immediately.
What's wrong? Do you know Shen Mo?
Chapter 304, Why Isn't Such a Genius Part of Pill River Sect? Chapter 304, Why Isn't Such a Genius Part of Pill River Sect? Xiao Fan knew that once he became an elder of Pill River Sect, his background would inevitably be uncovered. So he didn't conceal it and directly revealed his identity. Hai Kun was quite surprised.
I see, you and Shen Mo both hail from the Qingxuan Sect of Xuanjiang Prefecture. I didn't expect such a small Qingxuan Sect to produce two geniuses of your caliber.
He sighed lightly.
Back then, it was short-sighted of those elders to abandon Qingxuan Sect after their decision.
After saying that, he added,
It seems you have some conflict with Shen Mo.
Xiao Fan nodded.
Not enemies, but worse than enemies.
He subconsciously looked eastward. That was where the Taishan Prefecture and Jade Cauldron Sect's mountain gates were located.
He is my inner demon. As long as he lives, my inner demon remains.
Hai Kun nodded.
Don't worry, your talent is not inferior to his. With the resources of Pill River Sect tilted in your favor, your growth rate will surpass his.
As for what realm Shen Mo is currently in, I don't know.
But I estimate he is probably only at the great accomplishment of the nascent soul realm and hasn't reached its perfection. You and he are in the same realm, so there's no need to worry. One day, you will easily surpass him. At that time, Shen Mo will be like a bug that you can easily crush.
Xiao Fan nodded heavily.
Yes.
In his mind, the voice of Elder Dan resounded. The best sect for you is Pill River Sect. After all, they have inherited most of the 9 revolutions Pill Dao Sect's teachings.
Once you gradually gain power, you can take control. Pill River Sect owes a blood debt, no less than the Supreme Purity Sect or the Jade Cauldron Sect.
Xiao Fan thought to himself.
I understand. I am the only hope for the revival of the 9 revolutions Pill Dao Sect. Good, I believe in you too.
Elder Dan said with relief. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a respectful voice.
Sect leader, news just in. The 9th prince of the demon nation has been killed.
Hai Kun was stunned.
Who killed him? Was it an elder from our Pill River Sect? Was it the 5th elder or the 9th elder?
Or was it an elder from the Supreme Purity Sect or the Jade Cauldron Sect? Despite his seemingly naive appearance, he was well aware of the situation in the demon nation. The 1st prince, 4th prince, and 9th prince of the demon nation were most favored by the demon emperor. Each of these princes was guarded by at least one dragon blood guard, making them extremely difficult to kill. The cultivators who ventured to Wu province had tried and failed to kill them, losing many of their own in the process. In his view, the only way to kill these 3 princes was if they stumbled into the hands of a divine transformation realm cultivator by accident. For a divine transformation realm cultivator, killing a prince and their dragon blood guard would be effortless.
Report immediately, who did it?
Hai Kun asked urgently. Xiao Fan also looked curious. Who could kill the demon nation's 9th prince? The steward entered, looking embarrassed. Sect leader, it wasn't any of them.
It was Shen Mo, the young lord of Jade Cauldron Sect. He not only killed the 9th prince, but also the dragon blood guard and 4 lion demon kings who came to rescue the prince. By the way, those lion demon kings were reportedly silver crown demon kings.
Hai Kun was stunned. Xiao Fan's body couldn't help but tremble slightly.
Get out, get out.
Hai Kun said angrily. The steward quickly withdrew. Hai Kun tightly gripped the armrest of the nearby table. He murmured.
Shen Mo.
Hai Qian gritted his teeth in hatred. He couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Fan. In comparison, Xiao Fan's aura dimmed. Completing the entire Pill River indeed showed considerable potential. But compared to Shen Mo's astonishing combat power, it paled in comparison. Xiao Fan also looked silent at this moment. He didn't expect that even after coming to Pill River Sect, he would still live under Shen Mo's shadow. Why is Shen Mo everywhere?
Sect leader, I'm a bit tired after walking the whole Pill River. I'll take my leave first.
Xiao Fan forced a smile.
All right, go ahead.
Hai Qian nodded. He also saw the desolation in Xiao Fan's heart. Not long after, the news of Shen Mo killing the ninth prince, a dragon blood guard, and 4 silver-crowned demon kings spread throughout Yuzhou. Supreme Purity Sect, Pill River Sect, and the governor's mansion were all shocked. For a nascent soul realm cultivator to achieve this, it was terrifying. Although many cultivators did not show it, they were already vaguely considering Shen Mo as the number 1 under the divine transformation realm. Their hearts were filled with awe for Shen Mo. Some even had a fervent admiration for Shen Mo. They believed he was the only human genius who could rival the Demon Emperor. As long as Shen Mo grew, he could curb the northward advance of the demon nation. The discussions from the outside world were overwhelming. Even the neighboring prefectures praised Shen Mo. They praised him for removing a great scourge of the demon clan for the human race. However, these voices did not reach Shen Mo's ears. At this moment, he was still meticulously tempering his body in the dragon snake mountain wilderness. At this moment, Shen Mo's upper body was bare, revealing firm and raised muscles. If someone got close, they would notice that Shen Mo's entire body exuded an ancient and wild aura. It was as if 9 majestic elephants were residing in his body. The elephant's trunk swirled, causing the galaxy to lose its color. The elephant's iron hooves stomped, making the earth quake. In the blink of an eye, the peculiar vision disappeared without a trace. Not far from Shen Mo, the small flood dragon looked at him with both fear and affection. It wanted to approach but didn't dare because of the elephant aura emanating from Shen Mo. Even the flame flood dragon feared the giant elephant. Its bloodline must be incredibly powerful and noble.
Almost, just a little more.
Chapter 305, The Soul-Destroying Blood Spear with the Power of 10 Giant Elephant. Shen Mo slowly opened his eyes. He could feel the power of 10 giant elephants surging tirelessly through his veins. Every time it passed a certain point, it would strengthen and nourish the surrounding flesh and bones. As a result, his body became incredibly tough, and his blood chi grew extremely rich.
If judged by the standards of the demon clan, my blood chi is now comparable to that of a golden-crowned demon king. Coupled with my spiritual power realm, even if 9 golden-crowned demon kings came, they wouldn't be my match.
Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction. He was very confident in his current strength.
Now I should be able to use the soul-destroying blood spear. Let's see how it performs.
Shen Mo took a deep breath, and scarlet blood chi spurted out from every pore of his body. It was like countless bees swarming together, buzzing furiously. He crossed his hands abruptly. The blood chi suddenly gathered intensely in the palms of his hands. It did not dissipate but seemed to solidify. Finally, quantity led to quality change, and it highly condensed, forming a solid mass like steel. The next moment, a primitive, ancient red war spear appeared in Shen Mo's palm. It was about a zhang long. It emitted a terrifying aura like that of a hellish abyss. The intense and oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming. The sharp spear tip constantly dripped blood. Before the blood hit the ground, it evaporated into blood chi and returned to the spear. Just looking at it, one would feel as if they were falling into endless hell. Holding this spear, Shen Mo seemed like the Lord of Hell. Life and death rested on the tip of the soul-destroying blood spear.
Pierce!
Shen Mo roared. In his body, the immense power of the giant elephant surged wildly. The blood chi burst forth like a mountain flood, filling his right arm. In the next moment, the soul-destroying blood spear shot out from his hand. It instantly cut through the sky, flying dozens of zhang and plunging into a nearby mountain. The hard mountain seemed like tofu, unable to stop the piercing of the soul-destroying blood spear. Whoosh! With a wave of Shen Mo's hand, the soul-destroying blood spear flew back and landed in his palm. From a distance, he saw a dark hole had appeared in the center of the mountain, with the rocks evaporated. Looking through the hole, one could see the scenery on the other side. Clearly, this strike had pierced through the mountain.
What a domineering power! The strength and speed of my spear are already enough to pierce through the ninth prince and the dragon blood guard, killing them instantly on the spot.
Shen Mo deeply understood the power of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. Moreover, this was just the power of 10 giant elephants, the first layer of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. It's unimaginable what terrifying power he would gain if he cultivated to a higher level in the future.
I haven't checked the storage artifacts of the ninth prince and the dragon blood guard yet. There might be something good inside.
Feeling happy, Shen Mo sat down and began to examine his previous gains. The day he killed the ninth prince and the dragon blood guard, he took their storage artifacts. After returning to the Qingxuan Sect, he had been focusing on cultivating the divine elephant suppressing prison strength and hadn't had time to pay attention to other things. Now, it was indeed time to see what he had gained.
Interesting, the demon clan's storage artifacts are actually shells.
Shen Mo examined the two small shells in his hand, deep in thought. Using seashells as storage artifacts was a technique of the Flood Dragon Palace. Could this mean that the Demon Nation and the Flood Dragon Palace had some unspeakable dealings? This wasn't good news. It's known that the first human emperor of Jing country waged war against the demon clans when founding Jing country, and the Flood Dragon Palace had already existed back then. At that time, the Flood Dragon Palace even supported the human emperor. This showed how deep the foundation of the Flood Dragon Palace was. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, stopped thinking about it, and opened the shell. There wasn't much in the Dragon Blood Guard's storage shell, only some Earth-tier treasures suitable for body tempering and some inferior Earth-tier martial skills. Shen Mo, already possessing the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, had no interest in these martial skills. But when he opened the ninth prince's storage shell, he was indeed amazed. Inside were various natural treasures, as numerous as a small mountain. There were 4 Earth-tier blood chi techniques alone. There were also 12 Earth-tier blood chi martial skills. These were probably used by the ninth prince to train his demon clan subordinates and win their loyalty.
This charred piece of wood.
Shen Mo suddenly noticed something in a transparent water bottle in the corner of the storage shell. That charred piece of wood constantly emitted golden thunder. The thunder was majestic and awe-inspiring, like heavenly punishment, annihilating all demonic and evil presences. A few more looks at the tiny thunderbolts, and all dark thoughts in the mind would vanish. They would be replaced by an increasingly vast and majestic golden thunder that almost seemed to take over the entire world. At first glance, Shen Mo knew what it was.
Divine thunder. It is indeed the divine thunder that suppresses the demon clan. Absolutely no mistake.
At that moment, Shen Mo's breathing quickened for a moment. He had searched for so long. He never thought that this item would one day appear in the ninth prince of the demon clan's storage shell.
I just don't know if the remaining divine thunder on this charred tree trunk is enough to link the physical body and the nascent soul.
Shen Mo pondered.
Why not? Let's give it a try first.
After a moment of contemplation, Shen Mo decided to try it on his own body first. He prepared various healing pills and activated various defensive martial skills. Then, he solemnly extended his hand into the transparent water bottle. The next moment, golden thunder suddenly burst forth, wrapping around Shen Mo's arm like a mad serpent. Sizzle! Shen Mo's entire right arm felt as if it had been struck by heavenly thunder. His skin split open and his flesh tore apart. It was charred black. The intense pain struck madly. This pain not only affected his right arm, but also acted on his nerves and deep within his soul. Shen Mo let out a low roar and quickly retracted his right arm. He looked down and saw that his entire right arm had turned black, showing the patterns left by the thunder strike. He looked again at the transparent water bottle. The golden thunder inside hadn't diminished at all. Instead, because of his touch, more divine thunder surged out from the charred tree trunk. Despite the intense pain, Shen Mo's face showed great joy. It was enough. This divine thunder was definitely enough. This charred tree trunk looked pitifully small. In reality, it stored a vast amount of divine thunder. It was enough to successfully link his physical body and nascent soul.
To break through the nascent soul, the soul Ming-all.
To nourish the nascent soul, the sky-bending whisker remains.
To link the physical body and nascent soul, the sea-suppressing divine thunder. The three treasures are all complete, now all that's left is my realm.
Shen Mo took a deep breath, showing a look of relief. He didn't hesitate for a moment, taking healing pills, then starting to consume large amounts of pure nascent transformation pills. All to push through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Although he was just a step away. That final 1% might be more challenging than the previous 99% combined. Shen Mo had encountered such situations more than once before. His response was to consume pure nascent transformation pills like eating beans. Moreover, the pills he refined had minimal toxicity. He didn't need to worry about the accumulation of pill toxins at all. After reaching the divine transformation realm, he could expel the pill toxins all at once.
Peak of the nascent soul realm, here I come.
Chapter 306, Opening a Heaven-Grade Primordial Spirit and Advancing to the Divine Transformation Stage. Chapter 306, Opening a Heaven-Grade Primordial Spirit and Advancing to the Divine Transformation Stage. A year later, Shen Mo naturally reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Energy waves surged for hundreds of miles, lingering for a long time. Even he hadn't expected to progress so quickly.
This is good. Now I can begin the process of creating a heaven-grade primordial spirit.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Under the cover of night, he left the Qingxuan Sect. His reason for leaving was simple: to search for an opportunity to break through by hunting demonic beasts. Before leaving, Shen Mo, as always, checked his life panel. Fate, stagnation at the peak of the nascent soul stage. 7 years later, the conflict between the three sects and one king will erupt fully, with elders at the divine transformation stage engaging in battle. Taking advantage of the chaos, the 10,000 Demons Kingdom will launch a massive campaign, flattening the mountain gates of the three sects and one king and slaughtering countless people. Protected by Li Zhendao and Wan Muchun, Shen Mo will barely escape to the East Sea. However, this battle will damage his foundation, preventing him from ever reaching the divine transformation stage. In the end, his life will fade away as he exhausts his lifespan. Shen Mo showed no surprise at the prediction. He knew that unless he advanced beyond the divine transformation stage, he would never change his fate.
A predetermined destiny cannot bind me.
With determination in his eyes, Shen Mo left resolutely. He traveled to a secluded valley in the northern region of Maianshan Prefecture. There, he began the process of creating a heaven-grade primordial spirit. The first step, of course, was breaking open the nascent soul. Shen Mo sat cross-legged at the center of the valley. With a slight mental effort, his nascent soul emerged from his mouth. Currently, his nascent soul was incredibly solid, vivid, and lifelike, a miniature version of Shen Mo himself. The nascent soul wore a golden pill crown, appearing youthful yet dignified. It radiated immense nascent soul power, the hallmark of the stage's peak. If clothed, it might even be mistaken for a real child. Shen Mo observed the nascent soul before him closely. The nascent soul, in turn, opened its eyes and looked back at him. Shen Mo felt a strange sensation, as though gazing into his own soul. But he knew the nascent soul wasn't a soul. It was merely a condensed manifestation of nascent soul power. The true soul lay within the divine transformation, combining spirit and power into what was known as the primordial spirit. This was why cultivators at the nascent soul stage could attack other souls directly.
Let's begin breaking open the nascent soul.
Shen Mo retrieved the soul abyssal. Channeling spiritual energy into the tool, he aimed it at the nascent soul and struck from a distance. A sharp pain immediately flooded his senses. It penetrated his soul and tested his willpower. Shen Mo nearly fainted from the agony. But each time, his immense willpower regained control, forcing him to remain conscious. He understood that losing consciousness would mean failure at this critical first step. If the process failed, the soul abyss all would become ineffective. He would then need to search for another soul abyss all and try again. But acquiring the soul abyss all was no easy task. After Zhao Yaelu and Lu Dongxuan killed a prince and obtained 3 soul abyss alls, the 10,000 demons kingdom had tightly restricted the artifact. Even princes were no longer allowed to carry a soul abyss all in their storage pouches when traveling. Who knew how long it would take to find another one? Success was his only option.
This pain is nothing. Endure.
Clenching his teeth, Shen Mo continued to wield the soul abyss all, slicing downward from the divine transformation's crown. The awl, sharp as a blade, cut through the nascent soul's outer layer with each movement. What lay beneath was the true essence, his slumbering primordial spirit. Time passed day by day. 3 months later, Shen Mo finally used the soul abyss all to completely split open the nascent soul's outer shell. With a soft sound, the nascent soul's outer shell broke apart, splitting into 2 halves before sinking into the sea of spiritual energy. The true nature of Shen Mo's primordial spirit was finally laid bare before him. Compared to the vivid and lifelike nascent soul, the primordial spirit was even more intricate and detailed, capturing every nuance. Looking at the primordial spirit, Shen Mo felt as if he were gazing directly at his own soul, unlike with the nascent soul, where it felt like looking at another version of himself.
The first step is complete. Now for the second step, nourishing the primordial spirit.
Shen Mo retrieved the fragment of the celestial mustache that he had long prepared and immediately began refining it. A surge of vibrant, green energy erupted like a vast river, flowing unceasingly. Guided by Shen Mo, the energy wrapped itself around the primordial spirit. In an instant, Shen Mo felt a comforting warmth. For a brief moment, it was as though he had returned to his mother's womb, transformed into an unborn child.
As expected of the first demon emperor, even the energy in its remnants is unimaginably vast.
Shen Mo couldn't help but voice his admiration. The process of nourishing the primordial spirit was devoid of pain. On the contrary, it was a warm, soothing experience. It felt as though his soul were submerged in a gentle, warm pool, constantly bathed by the vibrant green energy. It was so comforting that it became nearly addictive, making one reluctant to leave such bliss. 6 months later, the energy within the fragment of the celestial mustache was completely absorbed by the primordial spirit. Compared to when it had just been separated from the nascent soul, the primordial spirit now exuded a livelier and more agile presence. At Shen Mo's command, the primordial spirit reacted with perfect precision, mirroring his intent. He nodded in satisfaction. Now it was time for the final step, the most critical one. This step was to connect the primordial spirit to the physical body. Once this step was completed, the primordial spirit could advance or retreat freely. It could leave the body to attack an opponent's primordial spirit, or it could return to the body to avoid danger. Failure to complete this step would result in stagnation. Such a state would not truly qualify as the divine transformation stage, but neither would it remain at the peak of the previous stage. At most, it would be considered a half-step divine transformation. Worse still, failing at this stage would make any future attempts at breaking through impossible. He would forever be stuck, unable to fully reach the divine transformation stage.
Now for the third step in creating a heaven-grade primordial spirit, tempering it with divine lightning.
Chapter 307. The legendary heaven-grade divine soul hasn't appeared in millennia. Chapter 307. The legendary heaven-grade divine soul hasn't appeared in millennia. Countless demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to make a sound. In a small village nearby, mortals, regardless of what they were doing, instinctively knelt on one knee in the direction of Shen Mo. Their faces were filled with awe. They didn't understand what was happening but sensed an overwhelming presence in the distance, growing exponentially. This aura swept far and wide. Through towns, cities, sects, and even powerful religious orders, countless humans instinctively showed reverence. In that moment, everyone intuitively understood. A nascent soul cultivator had ascended to the divine transformation stage. At the Qingxuan Sect, in a secluded meditation chamber, incense burned, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. The atmosphere was rich with spiritual energy. Sect Master Li Zhendao was seated cross-legged on a prayer mat, meditating. When the overwhelming aura swept through, it immediately disturbed his inner peace, causing him to open his eyes.
A newly ascended, divine transformation cultivator. But why does this aura make me feel so uneasy? When I forged my Earth-grade divine soul, others didn't feel anything like this. Could it be?
Li Zhendao frowned deeply. He couldn't discern who had achieved this breakthrough. Whether it would bring fortune or calamity was uncertain. At the Supreme Purity Sect, Mo Lingxiao was playing chess with Su Beifeng, discussing how to seize several industries belonging to the Qingxuan Sect. At that moment, the oppressive aura swept through, causing both men to freeze mid-move.
This aura.
Su Beifeng frowned. Mo Lingxiao frowned even more deeply.
Yes, it's from a newly ascended, divine transformation cultivator. But I'm certain there isn't a nascent soul peak cultivator in our Supreme Purity Sect who could break through to divine transformation right now.
Su Beifeng spoke in a low voice.
As far as I know, neither the Dan Sect, the Qingxuan Sect, nor the Prefecture Governor's Mansion has anyone close to ascending either. They'd need at least another decade of arduous cultivation.
Mo Lingxiao sighed lightly.
Then this is troubling. Who on earth has ascended to the divine transformation stage? Moreover, this aura feels far too unsettling. When I forged my Earth-grade divine soul, I don't recall causing such a phenomenon.
Su Beifeng nodded solemnly.
Indeed, no matter who this person is, we must quickly uncover their identity. At times like this, it's crucial to minimize any unforeseen factors.
Mo Lingxiao nodded.
By the way, has there been any movement from the 10,000 Demons Kingdom?
Su Beifeng shook his head.
None. It's been 5 years, and the 10,000 Demons Kingdom hasn't made any moves. The Demon Emperor seems intent on biding his time, consolidating his control over Mist Province. My sources indicate that the Demon Emperor has issued strict orders forbidding the wanton slaughter of humans. He has even expressed interest in recruiting the remaining human population in Mist Province.
Mo Lingxiao sneered.
Consolidating his strength is real. He definitely wants to secure full control over Mist Province and exploit its resources.
But recruiting humans is a lie. In the eyes of the demons, we humans are livestock, slaves, mere animals to be butchered at will. Just as humans don't equate themselves with cattle or sheep, demons will never truly coexist with us in harmony.
The Demon Emperor's decree is merely a ruse to win hearts and draw more traitorous humans to his side.
Su Beifeng nodded.
The Sect Master's insight is sharp.
Mo Lingxiao waved his hand.
For now, our focus should remain on seizing the industries of the Qingxuan Sect. Our grudge with the Qingxuan Sect is deep and irreconcilable. Sooner or later, we'll clash on a grand scale. Rather than waiting for that day, it's better for us to strike first and gain the upper hand. Understood.
Su Beifeng replied respectfully. At the Pill River Sect, inside a grand hall, flames surged high, radiating intense heat. At the center of the hall stood a massive pill cauldron, as tall as a small mountain. Zhao Fan wiped the sweat from his brow as he retrieved a batch of pills from the cauldron. Standing nearby, Hai Qingxuan was utterly astonished.
Elder Zio, you've refined 10 batches of pills today, and 8 were successful. Even the most experienced elders in our sect only have a 60% success rate, yet you've achieved 80%.
Zio Fan appeared modest despite the pride glinting in his eyes.
You flatter me. It's all thanks to the sect master's teachings.
The more Hai Qiankun looked at Xiao Fan, the more he admired him.
Elder Xiao, you don't have a Dao companion yet, do you? I have a daughter who takes after her mother. She's stunningly beautiful, a face like the moon and flowers.
She's already a nascent soul cultivator and hasn't taken a liking to anyone. She's never formed a Dao bond with any man. If Elder Xiao is willing, why not consider becoming her Dao companion? What do you think?
Xiao Fan was overjoyed. To marry the sect master's daughter would be a rare opportunity. With his talent and the status of the sect master's son-in-law, wouldn't taking control of the Pill River sect eventually be a natural progression?
This.
Xiao Fan replied, feigning reluctance. Back when Xiao Fan lived in Qingxuan Prefecture, Aoyang Qian had told him about a distant uncle of hers who often traveled between Qingjiang and Taishan prefectures for business, residing long-term in Jade Sea city of Taishan Prefecture. Thus, when Xiao Fan left Qingjiang, he brought Aoyang Qian along. Through her family connections, he had gained many benefits. In fact, his entry into the Pill River sect was facilitated by that very uncle. Hai Qiankun laughed heartily.
Elder Xiao's devotion to his childhood sweetheart is well known to me. When you traveled from Qingjiang to Taishan Prefecture, you brought her along despite all hardships. Her talent is average, yet under your guidance, she managed to reach the core formation stage. I've seen all of this with my own eyes. However, you needn't worry. A childhood sweetheart is a childhood sweetheart, and a Dao companion is a Dao companion. The two don't conflict.
Xiao Fan was ecstatic, though he maintained a troubled expression. Bowing slightly, he said,
Since the sect master insists, I cannot refuse.
Hai Qiankun beamed.
Excellent, I'll summon her right now so you two can get acquainted.
Xiao Fan nodded.
Very well.
At that moment, an astonishing aura swept through the Pill River sect, catching the attention of everyone within. Xiao Fan and Hai Qiankun both froze in place. Xiao Fan exclaimed,
What a powerful presence! It must be a divine transformation cultivator.
Hai Qiankun nodded.
It seems a new divine transformation cultivator has emerged. Strange.
Xiao Fan speculated.
Could it be a rogue cultivator?
Hai Qiankun shook his head.
That's even less likely. Such an overwhelming aura-forget rogue cultivators, even sect cultivators would struggle to achieve this.
I suspect this isn't an Earth-grade divine soul.
Xiao Fan's eyes widened.
Could it be?
Hai Qiankun nodded gravely.
The legendary heaven-grade divine soul, it hasn't appeared in over 1,000 years. Even the most gifted individuals have only managed to forge Earth-grade divine souls at best. I wonder which fortunate soul has discovered the method to create a heaven-grade divine soul.
Xiao Fan's eyes lit up with longing.
How envious I am of that senior who uncovered such a method.
If only I could obtain such a method and forge a heaven-grade divine soul myself.
As this thought crossed his mind, the voice of Elder Dan sounded in his mind.
Don't envy others. With your immense fortune, you'll surely find a way to create a heaven-grade divine soul one day. I believe in you.
Xiao Fan nodded firmly.
Elder Dan is right. I must have faith in myself.
Chapter 308, Divine Soul Domain Amplifies Power Fivefold. Chapter 308, Divine Soul Domain Amplifies Power Fivefold. Maianshan Prefecture, Deep Valley. Shen Mo exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, but this time he didn't open his eyes. Instead, he kept them closed, focusing on sensing everything around him. He could hear the breeze brushing past the treetops. He could hear an army of ants surrounding and attacking a large black-furred rat. He could hear earthworms wriggling through the soil. All these faint, rustling sounds now felt as though they were happening right next to his ears, each one crystal clear. This was the ability of a divine transformation, cultivator the divine soul domain. Within a radius of several hundred miles, any sound, any movement would instantly be perceived by them. Unless another cultivator of the same level appeared within this range, the divine transformation cultivator was the omniscient and sovereign presence within it.
Every divine transformation cultivator's divine soul domain is entirely unique. What is the special trait of mine?
Shen Mo delved deep into his perceptions. After a brief moment, it seemed as though he had grasped something. He suddenly raised a finger and flicked it lightly. A wisp of spiritual energy emerged from his fingertip. Shen Mo's gaze locked onto the wisp, burning with intensity. In the next instant, the wisp of energy expanded rapidly, visibly swelling as though being inflated. By the time it traveled 100 feet away from Shen Mo, the once hair-thin wisp had grown into a massive spiritual energy sphere over 30 feet in diameter. Boom! The giant sphere smashed into the distant dense forest. In an instant, the entire forest was flattened. Trees were uprooted, the earth cracked open, and soil and rocks flew in all directions. Countless demonic beasts that didn't manage to flee were instantly obliterated into fragments. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. The power of this single strike was equivalent to a full-force attack from a peak nascent soul cultivator. And yet, this was merely a casual flick of spiritual energy.
So this is it. The effect of my divine soul domain is to amplify the power of all techniques that leave the domain.
Shen Mo reflected thoughtfully. From the moment he released that wisp of energy to the point it left his domain, it had traveled merely 100 feet. Yet within that short distance, the wisp had swelled to such a terrifying size. It was easy to imagine how much stronger his techniques would become if he used more powerful combat skills.
Roughly estimated, my techniques can be amplified by at least 5-fold. And this applies to every technique, regardless of its attribute.
Shen Mo showed a satisfied expression. After shedding his nascent soul exterior, the nascent soul techniques he relied on had vanished completely. Initially, he had worried that the divine soul domain wouldn't be as dominant as nascent soul techniques, which might lead to a decline in his overall strength. Now it was clear that not only had his strength not decreased, it had grown significantly stronger. At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He instinctively retracted his divine soul domain. The faint feeling of vertigo finally began to subside.
So this is it. Activating the divine soul domain consumes a staggering amount of soul power. I only activated it for about 10 breaths, and I already felt lightheaded.
Shen Mo pondered deeply. No wonder it was said that at the divine transformation stage, one must do everything possible to enhance their divine soul. The divine soul was the manifestation of the soul itself. In essence, they were one and the same. A stronger divine soul meant more abundant soul power. With a more robust soul, the divine soul domain could be maintained for longer durations.
If I could keep my divine soul domain active indefinitely.
Shen Mo's satisfaction deepened. After waiting and accumulating for so long, he had finally stepped into the divine transformation stage.
Although I've just entered the divine transformation stage, when combined with my blood energy cultivation, I can crush ordinary mid-stage divine transformation cultivators. And with the added boost of my divine soul domain, even facing late-stage divine transformation cultivators, I might be able to kill them. It's time to return to the sect. The anomalies here were too intense, and they will surely attract many cultivators soon.
Shen Mo meticulously erased all traces of his presence. He didn't return in a straight line. Instead, he took a long detour before finally arriving back at the Qingxuan Sect. This habit of caution had long since been ingrained in his daily life. Thus, carrying it out was second nature to him. At the Qingxuan Sect, the sect was bustling with activity, with cultivators coming and going in a hurry. As Shen Mo returned, a disciple spotted him, bowed respectfully, and shouted,
Young sect master.
In the martial arts arena, He Tianchu was explaining the application of combat techniques to a disciple. His tone was stern, filled with frustration, as if the disciple before him was the most disappointing he had ever taught. Hearing the voice, He Tianchu's previously severe expression instantly transformed into one of delight. He immediately dismissed the disciple before him, telling him to leave, and hurried toward Shen Mo.
My young sect master, you finally returned after all this time training outside.
He Tianchu exclaimed joyfully. Shen Mo nodded with a smile. The excuse he had used to leave the Qingxuan Sect was that he had encountered a bottleneck and needed to hunt demonic beasts and refine his techniques in search of a breakthrough opportunity. When he left, many meaningful gazes followed him as he departed. However, Shen Mo was no ordinary person. Unless a divine transformation cultivator personally pursued him, no one could even come close to catching him. With just a few bursts of speed and a bit of trickery, he had easily evaded all prying eyes.
How was the harvest, young sect master? Have you made progress?
He Tianchu asked eagerly. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
Indeed, I've reached the peak of the nascent soul stage.
He Tianchu's eyes widened.
The peak already, so quickly.
Shen Mo simply smiled without responding. Realizing his slip, He Tianchu quickly covered his mouth.
Apologies, that was inappropriate of me. I promise I won't reveal a word about your breakthrough.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. In truth, his current cultivation was at the entry level of the divine transformation stage. If news of his nascent soul peak cultivation were to leak, it wouldn't be a bad thing. In fact, it might even cause his enemies to underestimate him.
By the way, where are my master and father?
Shen Mo asked.
Elder Murong, she's been stationed at Dragon Snake Mountain.
He Tianchu replied with a grin.
Your father is there as well, serving as a steward. Got it.
Shen Mo nodded and quickly headed toward Dragon Snake Mountain. The third elder's arrangements were thoughtful and well-planned. At Dragon Snake Mountain, the area stretched for miles with verdant greenery, lush mountains, and clear waters. It was just as Shen Mo remembered it when he left. From a distance, he immediately spotted the residents halfway up the mountain and landed lightly.
Elder!
A delighted voice called out. A petite figure dashed toward him and threw herself into his arms. Shen Mo chuckled softly. He looked at Huang Keiying, taking a moment to examine her. The once young girl had grown into a graceful and beautiful young woman. He patted her head and smiled.
Keiying, it's been a few years, and you've grown into a fine young lady.
Huang Keiying blushed and smiled shyly.
More your back.
Not far away, a gentle, soothing voice like flowing water rang out. Shen Mo looked up and saw Murong Yue, dressed in a flowing palace gown. Today, Murong Yue wore a loose blue robe. Yet despite its looseness, her movements still accentuated her curves, adding an air of elegance and allure.
Master, I'm back.
Shen Mo said, his smile warm. The two embraced tightly.
Shouldn't you greet your father first when you come back?
Shen Jiyuding stood with Mei He, coughing pointedly. Shen Mo chuckled.
All right, I'm here now, aren't I?
Chapter 309, Life, Fate, Ancient Sacred Soul, The Rising Tensions Among Three Sects and One King. Chapter 309, Life, Fate, Ancient Sacred Soul, The Rising Tensions Among Three Sects and One King.
Honored Elder, Keiying has recently learned many new recipes. Today, let me show you Keiying's cooking skills.
Huang Keiying said proudly, holding her little head high.
All right, then tonight's banquet will be prepared by you. I look forward to enjoying your cooking.
Shen Mo said, patting her head.
Got it.
She replied cheerfully. Mei He muttered quietly.
Keiying, how many times have I told you to address him as young sect master?
Huang Keiying snorted.
Everyone else can call him young sect master, but only Keiying calls him honored elder. That's what I want to call him.
Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh.
All right, you can call me that. It's just a title, not a big deal.
Mei He sighed helplessly. Since the passing of Huang Bei, he had practically become Huang Keiying's adoptive grandfather, some things he couldn't avoid overseeing. Still, seeing Shen Mo, despite his esteemed status, remain so approachable, Mei He felt deeply moved. Even though he had long realized that aligning with Shen Mo was the right decision, every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but marvel at his own foresight. As the sun dipped below the western hills and dusk began to settle, a large table was set up in the open space at the center of the residence. A full 30 dishes filled the table, all made from ingredients sourced from the dragon, snake, mountain spiritual beasts, demon beasts, and spiritual plants. Even when prepared casually, each bite was bursting with flavor. Moreover, Huang Keiying's culinary skills had indeed improved significantly. After just a few bites, Shen Mo found it difficult to stop, thoroughly indulging his appetite. Around the large table, only a handful of individuals were seated. As for the stewards and disciples, they weren't qualified to sit at the table and could only watch enviously from a distance. They too wished to gain the young sect master's favor and earn a place at the table. After the feast, Shen Mo instinctively glanced at the life panels of those around him. When he saw Murong Yue's life panel, his eyebrows raised slightly. He noticed something unusual. Name Murong Yue. Cultivation level, nascent soul stage, initial entry. Life fates, lucky star ascendant, peerless beauty, blessed by fortune, ancient sacred soul, fiery ice constitution.
Ancient sacred soul. That life fate didn't seem to exist before.
Shen Mo continued reading. Ancient sacred soul, red tier life fate. An ancient sacred soul resides within your body, which only manifests upon reaching the nascent soul stage. You defied destiny and overcame an early death, which led to the activation of this life fate. Though the ancient sacred soul has yet to fully awaken, it has already provided significant benefits. Once fully awakened, it will reveal even greater secrets. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Interesting. So this was a hidden life fate. Had it not been for Shen Mo's influence inadvertently altering Murong Yue's destiny, this new life fate would have never been awakened.
Sacred soul. To bear the title of sacred, the essence of this soul likely far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. Could it even be beyond the divine palace stage?
Shen Mo shook his head. With so little information, overthinking was pointless. He chose to set the matter aside for now and continued reading. Destiny, limited to nascent soul stage, advanced. 5 years from now, the tensions among the 3 sects and 1 king will erupt completely, and Murong Yue will be assigned to defend Jade Sea City. The 4th prince of the demon race and the 2nd prince of the Flood Dragon Palace will lead a massive demon force to launch a surprise attack on Jade Sea City. Outnumbered and outmatched, Murong Yue and the cultivators of the Qingxuan Sect will ultimately perish in battle. Shen Mo frowned deeply. A surprise attack. No wonder. With such a large demon force, unless a cultivator at the divine transformation stage was stationed at Jade Sea City, it would be easily overrun. Murong Yue's death in this battle was entirely predictable. Clearly, the demon race exploited a temporal or strategic advantage, possibly employing diversionary tactics or a ploy to lure away reinforcements. Shen Mo immediately checked his own life panel.
So that's how it is, just as I expected. For the demon emperor to rise to his current status step by step, it's no surprise that he possesses such extraordinary cunning.
Shen Mo withdrew his gaze, deep in thought.
What are you thinking about?
Murong Yue noticed his expression and asked with concern. Shen Mo shook his head.
Master, after stepping into the nascent soul stage, did you feel something new appear in your mind?
Murong Yue was startled.
You noticed?
Shen Mo nodded. Murong Yue sighed softly.
You and I are master and disciple. I won't hide this from you.
Ever since I stepped into the nascent soul stage, I've felt a voice in my mind.
The voice is strange. I can't tell if it's male or female.
It passed on a very domineering cultivation technique to me, saying that once I reach the divine transformation stage, it will teach me the subsequent parts.
Then it went silent and hasn't appeared again since. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
What cultivation technique?
Murong Yue didn't hesitate to reply.
The true codex of the resonant heavenly phoenix. I can't tell its grade, but I estimate it's at least of the heaven rank.
She extended her slender finger and touched Shen Mo's forehead. Golden strands of scripture flowed into his mind. Shen Mo carefully examined it and quickly understood. This was indeed an incredibly powerful technique. It also contained a method to develop a heaven-grade primordial soul. Unlike the divine thunder subjugation canon, which was still in the realm of conjecture, this codex offered a concrete path. However, the method to develop a heaven-grade primordial soul was exceedingly demanding. It required extremely rare heavenly materials and treasures, some of which Shen Mo hadn't even heard of. Moreover, the technique had specific requirements for one's constitution. Only women with the fiery ice constitution could cultivate it.
This technique suits you well. The voice in your mind is likely a remnant soul of a senior cultivator.
Since this senior passed the technique to you, they probably mean no harm for the time being. You can continue cultivating it for now.
Shen Mo said with a smile. Murong Yue felt reassured upon hearing this. She didn't trust anyone else's judgment as much as Shen Mo's. Previously, she had hesitated to share this with him, fearing it would worry him, but now, with her doubts dispelled, she felt a sense of relief and clarity.
During my time training outside, the tensions among the 3 sects and 1 king seem to have intensified.
Shen Mo remarked casually. Murong Yue nodded.
Yes, I've often traveled between the Treasury Pavilion and Dragon Snake Mountain, so I've heard quite a bit. The demon race has made its stance clear. They intend to consolidate their control over Mist Province and fully integrate it into the 10,000 demons' kingdom.
Some demons who charged into Yu Province to kill and pillage were later executed publicly by the demon emperor upon their return to the demon strongholds. Since then, few demons dare enter Yu Province anymore. Under such circumstances, the conflict among the 3 sects and 1 king was bound to escalate. It's unavoidable.
Shen Mo nodded, signaling her to continue.
In the past 2 years, the 3 sects and 1 king have been competing for industries near the Yu Province and Mist Province border.
Many of those industries originally belonged to our Jade Cauldron sect.
They were taken over by the demon race back then, and now they should be reclaimed. But the Supreme Purity sect and the provincial governor's office acted first, driving out the demons in those areas and occupying the industries without any intention of returning them. We didn't back down and seized several industries belonging to the Supreme Purity sect. However, compared to our losses, it's still not enough. Just a few days ago, even the 6th Elder's son was accidentally killed in a skirmish with Supreme Purity sect cultivators. The tensions have escalated further.
If not for the 6th Elder restraining himself for the sake of the greater good, the divine transformation stage cultivators from both sides might already be fighting.
Chapter 310, A Major Incident for the Young Sect Master. Chapter 310, A Major Incident for the Young Sect Master. Shen Mo nodded slightly. This was something any observant person could see. Even if the 3 sect leaders and King Jing were aware of it, they could only maintain their composure for so long. A moment of heated passion could easily become the spark that ignites the conflict among the 3 sects and 1 king. Some would undoubtedly exploit this, pushing the tension to its breaking point. If divine transformation stage cultivators were drawn into the conflict, their goals would be achieved. That day was drawing closer. Shen Mo's actions, in fact, might even accelerate its arrival. Shen Mo reflected quietly. His spiritual power and vitality cultivation had both reached temporary bottlenecks. However, his martial skills had yet to reach their pinnacle and could still be honed further.
Right now, the only thing to do is to push my strength to its absolute limit, preparing for the inevitable storm ahead.
5 years passed in the blink of an eye. On the desolate plains of Dragon Snake Mountain, Shen Mo awakened another particle within his body. It felt as though a primordial giant elephant had crashed through the void and fused into his physical form. Unable to suppress his joy, he suddenly opened his eyes and let out a thunderous roar. The aura of ancient wilderness erupted, like a bursting mountain torrent or a meteor shower striking the earth. It was awe-inspiring and soul-stirring. Over these 5 years, Shen Mo had consumed flesh and bone pills as if they were snacks. Under such circumstances, he had awakened 80 particles within his body. This equated to the strength of 80 giant elephants. Clenching his fists, Shen Mo observed the taut, well-defined muscles on his arms, radiating a beauty of pure power. At this point, his vitality cultivation had almost reached the level of a demon emperor. This demon emperor was not to be confused with the title
Demon Emperor.
used for the ruler of the 10,000 demons kingdom, Gu Ming. Here, demon emperor referred to a realm, the ruler of the demon race's royal class. Gu Ming, the demon emperor of the 10,000 demons kingdom, originally bore the surname
Wolf.
as per his lineage. However, considering his unparalleled achievements, second only to the legendary Vine Demon Emperor, he adopted the surname,
Goo.
signifying his supreme status. Shen Mo stomped the ground, his leg muscles bursting with energy and spiritual power swirling around him. In an instant, he traversed from one mountain peak to another. The wind roared in his wake, sounding like rolling thunder.
This movement technique is exceptional, as expected of the pride of the Nine Turns Pill Dao sect.
Shen Mo remarked with a smile. The technique, sky-stepping spirit void steps, was a heaven-grade low-tier martial skill derived from the Nine Turns Pill Dao Codex. Since the cultivators of the Nine Turns Pill Dao sect were not adept at combat, they specifically created this technique to maximize speed, ideal for retreating quickly. As for direct confrontations, why bother? Overwhelm the opponent with sheer numbers instead. At this moment, the frantic voice of Mei He echoed from a distance.
Young sect master, something terrible has happened.
Su Beifeng's nephew, Su Chengqing, was killed in our Ironstone Valley.
Several divine transformation stage cultivators from the Supreme Purity sect have already arrived. The situation is incredibly tense, and a fight could break out any moment.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow at the news.
Have the divine transformation stage elders from our Jade Cauldron sect reacted?
He asked. Mei He quickly replied.
The third elder, fifth elder, and sixth elder have all gone to the scene.
Many nascent soul elders and core formation stewards have rushed there as well.
Over the past few years, many of their friends and family members were killed by the Supreme Purity sect, so the hatred runs deep. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
I understand.
Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the distance. Blinding light and terrifying energy surged forth in an instant. It was as if two ancient giants were battling in midair, their clash obliterating mountain peaks and severing rivers with the shockwaves alone. The source of the chaos was none other than the Ironstone Valley, where the Jade Cauldron Sect's artifact crafting operations were located. Mei He was momentarily dumbfounded. Shen Mo's expression remained calm.
The divine transformation stage cultivators have started fighting.
The day had finally come. Unsurprisingly, the Pill River sect and the provincial governor's office would likely find excuses to get involved soon as well.
What about the demon race? Any movements?
Shen Mo asked. Mei He thought for a moment.
A year ago, the demon emperor, the crown prince, and the fourth prince all disappeared. The demon race hasn't shown any signs of moving northward. On the contrary, they've even retreated southward. Oh, and here's a letter Elder Zhao left for you.
Mei He handed over the letter. Shen Mo began opening it while asking.
When was this sent? A year ago.
Shen Mo broke the wax seal and read the letter carefully.
So that's it.
He was deep in thought. In the letter, Zhao Yeilu explained that the demon race had not only refrained from advancing northward in recent years, but had instead retreated 5,000 miles southward. Cultivators on expeditions to Mist Province noticed this anomaly and started investigating. They captured several high-ranking demon kings, and through the divine transformation stage cultivators' soul-searching techniques, they discovered that the 10,000 demons kingdom's restricted area, known as the Blood God Repository, had unexpectedly opened ahead of schedule. This forbidden land, which only opened once every 100 years, offered immense benefits even to the demon emperor and was not to be missed. It had opened 5 times previously, and the demon emperor had never failed to attend. Thus, it was highly likely that the demon emperor, the crown prince, the fourth prince, and many other top-tier talents and experts had gone to the Blood God Repository. Each time the Blood God Repository opened, It lasted at least 5 years. This meant that for the next 5 years, the demon race had no intention of advancing northward. With many of their commanders absent, the demon race had abandoned parts of their territory and retreated southward under the demon emperor's orders. Shen Mo chuckled. This move was clever. It was plausible that the demon emperor had gone to the blood god repository, but it was less certain for the other talents and experts of the demon race. They might be feigning disappearance, tricking the human race into believing the demon race would remain inactive for 3 to 5 years. Naturally, the 3 sects and 1 king would seize this opportunity to resolve their internal conflicts. Zhao Yeilu wasn't wrong. She had merely reported what she had observed to the sect. Presumably, the other sects had received similar intelligence.
Young sect master, what should we do now? Prepare for battle.
Mei He asked earnestly. Shen Mo nodded.
What about the beast-taming cultivators I asked you to train? How are they progressing?
Mei He puffed out his chest with pride.
As per your instructions, I've gathered many trustworthy sect disciples and rogue cultivators.
They've formed a team of 100, all at least at the core formation stage. Each of them has a spirit beast, all at least 4th rank entry level. The 5 strongest members are nascent soul stage, great success cultivators. Their backgrounds are spotless, and they hold you in the utmost esteem. They're ready to mobilize at your command.
Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction.
Have them spread out and enter Jade Sea City. We are indeed about to face a great battle, but it won't be against the Supreme Purity Sect, the Pill River Sect, or the Provincial Governor's Office.
Mei He was taken aback.
Then who are we fighting?
Shen Mo pointed to the east.
The demon race.
Mei He was utterly stunned. He couldn't understand why, if the demon race had fully retreated southward, they still needed to prepare for them. Moreover, why was Shen Mo pointing eastward? East of Taishan province lay the East Sea. The water demons of the East Sea had always been under the jurisdiction of the Flood Dragon Palace, maintaining a non-aggression pact with the human race. Why would they suddenly launch an attack? Though bewildered, Mei He maintained his composure and nodded solemnly.
Understood. I'll see to it immediately.
Chapter 311, Sword Sovereign Jai Ping of Jing Kingdom, East Sea Palace and the Flood Dragon King. Chapter 311, Sword Sovereign Jai Ping of Jing Kingdom, East Sea Palace and the Flood Dragon King. The East Sea. Waves stretched endlessly, blending sea and sky into a seamless expanse. Fishing boats dotted the sea's surface, manned by fishermen from Jade Sea City and nearby villages who relied on the bounty of the sea to make a living. Their sun-weathered faces were filled with the joy of an abundant harvest. In recent years, the East Sea's fisheries had become exceptionally rich. While no one knew why, the fishermen were ecstatic, frequently visiting the Dragon King Temple in Jade Sea City to offer their gratitude for the benevolence of the Flood Dragon King. Yet beneath the calm surface of the sea, in the deep and shadowy waters, a different scene unfolded. Rows of aquatic demons stood at attention on platforms forged from deep-sea metals. Known as wave-cleaving platforms, these constructions, created by the Dragon Palace, boasted remarkable speed and allowed the aquatic demons to easily engage in combat outside of water. Every one of these aquatic demons was armed to the teeth, exuding an intense bloodlust. It was clear that they were elite warriors. At the forefront stood 2 figures. One was a white flood dragon wearing a small crown atop its head. The other was a white-furred ape. The white ape remarked with admiration,
Second Prince, your talent is extraordinary. To have reached the Flood Dragon Emperor realm while training such a formidable force of aquatic demons is truly impressive. I, Yuan Kong, can't help but admire you.
The white flood dragon laughed heartily.
Do you think I haven't seen the army of demons you've hidden on that remote East Sea island? Your training surpasses mine. Complimenting me is the same as praising yourself.
Yuan Kong chuckled lightly. The white flood dragon continued.
Yuan Kong, we're friends. No need for formalities, just call me Ao Sheng. If you insist on addressing me as Second Prince, I'll have to call you Fourth Prince in return. Besides, didn't you step into the ape demon emperor realm a year ago? We're equals now. There's no need for hierarchy between us.
The two demons exchanged knowing smiles. They were none other than Ao Sheng, the second prince of the Dragon Palace, and Yuan Kong, the fourth prince of the Myriad Demons Kingdom. Yuan Kong remarked,
If you gain control of all the aquatic demons in the East Sea, it won't take 10 years before the East Sea surpasses the South Sea and becomes the strongest among the four seas.
Ao Sheng laughed loudly.
That day will come. My father has already given his tacit approval. If I achieve merits in this battle, half of the East Sea's aquatic demons will be under my command.
Yuan Kong clasped his hands in respect, his admiration evident.
It seems I'll witness that day very soon.
Ao Sheng laughed even more heartily.
Yuan Kong, why are you clasping your hands like humans? You're even acting politely.
Yuan Kong smiled faintly.
Humans may be inferior, but they do have qualities worth learning from. As the saying goes, take the essence and discard the dross.
Ao Sheng nodded, half understanding. At that moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared on the sea's surface. In the blink of an eye, the figure arrived at the entrance to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Both Yuan Kong and Ao Sheng immediately noticed the newcomer, their expressions turning to shock.
Who are you?
Ao Sheng warily sized up the elderly man dressed in white. Yuan Kong scrutinized him closely. The man was tall and well-built, his hair and beard entirely white. His appearance was unremarkable, and his clothing wasn't actually white but faded from repeated washing. At first glance, Yuan Kong couldn't discern the man's cultivation level, which made him inwardly alarmed. He quickly averted his gaze. The elder glanced at them briefly, pausing a moment longer on Yuan Kong before shifting his attention to the Dragon Palace.
East Sea King, why don't you show yourself?
The elder said indifferently. The moment his voice fell, waves roared as if thunder had erupted. Yuan Kong and Ao Sheng struggled to remain standing, while the aquatic demons wavered like drunken men, collapsing into a disorganized mess. In an instant, their once disciplined formation became utterly chaotic. Ao Sheng gritted his teeth in fury.
Damn old man!
The elder didn't look back, but a terrifying surge of water burst forth from his body. It coalesced into a massive sword which shot toward Ao Sheng. Wherever the water sword passed, the sea froze into ice and countless ice spikes spread in all directions. Ao Sheng's dragon eyes narrowed sharply. From the sword, he felt an overwhelming killing intent and a premonition of death.
Father, save me.
Without thinking, Ao Sheng let out a desperate cry. A deep voice resonated, filled with an ancient and majestic tone.
Jai Ping, it's been a long time. Have you come to the East Sea just to kill my offspring?
A cold voice echoed from within the East Sea Dragon Palace. In the next instant, the massive sword heading toward Ao Sheng abruptly halted. Then, inch by inch, it dissolved and vanished into nothingness. Yuan Kong, witnessing this, narrowed his pupils slightly. Such immense power. The elder in white frowned.
East Sea King, are you truly planning to wage war against Yuzhou?
From within the Dragon Palace, that indifferent voice replied again.
That's merely a game for the younger generation. I have no interest in intervening.
The elder in white nodded faintly.
Very well.
He took a deep look at the magnificent Dragon Palace but did not linger. In a flash, his figure vanished. The exchange between the elder and the Flood Dragon King was exceptionally brief, concise, and direct. Yuan Kong appeared thoughtful after hearing it, while Ao Sheng quickly prostrated himself toward the Dragon Palace.
Thank you, Father, for saving my life. If not for your intervention, I would have perished at the hands of that old man.
The East Sea King responded calmly.
He wouldn't have dared to kill you.
Ao Sheng couldn't help but ask.
Father, who is that old man?
The East Sea King replied evenly.
Sword Sovereign Jai Ping of Jing Kingdom.
Hearing this, Yuan Kong's expression finally shifted. So, the elder in white was none other than the strongest figure in Jing Kingdom, the one who silently safeguarded its royal family, a peak divine transformation cultivator and sword sovereign, Jai Ping. Jai Ping's visit to the East Sea had an obvious purpose, to ensure the East Sea King would not personally intervene. This way, the intensity of the coming war would be contained within certain bounds, preventing an all-out conflict between the myriad demons' kingdom, Jing Kingdom, and the Dragon Palace.
Yuan Kong, Ao Sheng, handle your tasks well. Do not disappoint me.
The East Sea King instructed before falling silent once more.
Yes.
Yuan Kong and Ao Sheng both bowed respectfully. A peerless ape emperor, a flood dragon emperor, and an aquatic demon army meticulously trained for 5 years. This was the eastern army of the demon race. Above the sea, Jai Ping flew past Jade Sea City, gazing down at its still thriving streets, where music and festivities carried on uninterrupted. He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The city thrived today, but by tomorrow, it might be ravaged, reduced to a hellish wasteland. He had done all he could. The rest was up to the cultivators of Yuzhu.
Who that young man?
Jai Ping's gaze suddenly fell on a figure in green, standing atop the city's eastern wall. The youth stood there against the sea breeze, his robes billowing as he gazed out at the vast ocean, showing not the slightest hint of fear.
What exceptional talent and remarkable resolve. He must be Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Such a pity. He's only at the peak of the divine transformation stage and cannot change the outcome of this war.
Jai Ping sighed again. Such an extraordinary figure, yet not part of the royal family. He couldn't serve the imperial court. What a shame, what a shame. Without pausing further, Jai Ping continued flying westward. After Jai Ping left, Shen Mo finally turned and looked toward the sky where Jai Ping had lingered.
What formidable strength! That must be the one secretly protecting the Jing Kingdom's royal family. Judging by his return from the sea, he must have negotiated with the East Sea King. A negotiation to control the intensity of the war. It seems even the Jing Kingdom's royal family has foreseen this conflict. Yet, the Jing Emperor still has no intention of sending reinforcements to Yuzhu and might even coordinate with the Demon Emperor from afar. It's evident that, in the Jing Emperor's eyes, a ravaged Yuzhu without its sex is easier to assimilate.
Chapter 312. The Shen Mo you resented turned to dust 5 years ago. Chapter 312. The Shen Mo you resented turned to dust 5 years ago. In the heart of the 10,000 demons nation, a vast expanse of desolate desert stretched endlessly. Amidst the barren wasteland stood a colossal blood-red tower, resembling the skeletal remains of a fallen behemoth. Massive and indestructible, lifeless yet enduring. At the tower's entrance was an immense gate, 30 zhang tall and imposing. 2 figures stood silently before the gate. One was clad in heavy golden armor, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes, while the other wore a scarlet robe, his expression cold and handsome. They were none other than the Demon Emperor Gu Ming and Yi Yan. The Demon Emperor spoke calmly.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others?
Yi Yan shook his head. The Demon Emperor's tone remained indifferent.
The Crown Prince is leading the Elephant and Tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The Demon Emperor's tone remained indifferent. The Crown Prince is leading the Elephant and Tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The Fourth Prince is commanding the Ape and Bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Jade Cauldron Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the Demon Emperor not awakened him and brought him to the Blood God's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly.
I know what you want to ask.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The Demon Emperor's tone remained indifferent. The Crown Prince is leading the elephant and tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The fourth prince is commanding the ape and bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Jade Cauldron Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the demon emperor not awakened him and brought him to the blood god's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly. I know what you want to ask. Why didn't I let you lead a demon army to invade Yuzhou? Yi Yan nodded. Gu Ming replied calmly.
Your strength is still lacking.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The demon emperor's tone remained indifferent. The crown prince is leading the elephant and tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The fourth prince is commanding the ape and bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Jade Cauldron Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the demon emperor not awakened him and brought him to the blood god's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly. I know what you want to ask. Why didn't I let you lead a demon army to invade Yuzhou? Yi Yan nodded. Gu Ming replied calmly, your strength is still lacking. The crown prince and fourth prince have both reached the demon emperor realm in terms of blood energy. Only then did I entrust them with leading their respective forces into Yuzhou. While your spiritual energy and blood energy are progressing well, you are still behind them. But that's not the primary reason. Even if your strength is inferior to theirs, you could still lead a force as a subordinate commander. The reason I brought you here lies in the blood god's treasury. Gu Ming reached out, his armored hand brushing against the towering gate, producing a harsh scraping sound.
The blood god's treasury has stood here for thousands of years, and you will be the first human to set foot inside.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The demon emperor's tone remained indifferent. The crown prince is leading the elephant and tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The fourth prince is commanding the ape and bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Jade Cauldron Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the demon emperor not awakened him and brought him to the blood god's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly. I know what you want to ask. Why didn't I let you lead a demon army to invade Yuzhou? Yi Yan nodded. Gu Ming replied calmly, your strength is still lacking. The crown prince and fourth prince have both reached the demon emperor realm in terms of blood energy. Only then did I entrust them with leading their respective forces into Yuzhou. While your spiritual energy and blood energy are progressing well, you are still behind them. But that's not the primary reason. Even if your strength is inferior to theirs, you could still lead a force as a subordinate commander. The reason I brought you here lies in the blood god's treasury. Gu Ming reached out, his armored hand brushing against the towering gate, producing a harsh scraping sound. The blood god's treasury has stood here for thousands of years, and you will be the first human to set foot inside. You might acquire treasures of unimaginable power. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yi Yan's heart surged with excitement. Could the blood god's treasury be such a legendary treasure trove?
Your Majesty, why have you not participated in this war?
Yi Yan suddenly asked. Gu Ming's expression remained calm.
After the lesson in Wuzhou, Jing Nation won't allow me to personally join this battle.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The demon emperor's tone remained indifferent. The crown prince is leading the elephant and tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The fourth prince is commanding the ape and bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Jade Cauldron Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the demon emperor not awakened him and brought him to the blood god's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly. I know what you want to ask. Why didn't I let you lead a demon army to invade Yuzhou? Yi Yan nodded. Gu Ming replied calmly, your strength is still lacking. The Crown Prince and Fourth Prince have both reached the Demon Emperor realm in terms of blood energy. Only then did I entrust them with leading their respective forces into Yuzhou. While your spiritual energy and blood energy are progressing well, you are still behind them. But that's not the primary reason. Even if your strength is inferior to theirs, you could still lead a force as a subordinate commander. The reason I brought you here lies in the blood god's treasury. Gu Ming reached out, his armored hand brushing against the towering gate, producing a harsh scraping sound. The blood god's treasury has stood here for thousands of years, and you will be the first human to set foot inside. You might acquire treasures of unimaginable power. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yi Yan's heart surged with excitement. Could the blood god's treasury be such a legendary treasure trove? Your Majesty, why have you not participated in this war? Yi Yan suddenly asked. Gu Ming's expression remained calm. After the lesson in Wuzhou, Jing Nation won't allow me to personally join this battle. A few days ago, their sword sovereign personally visited. Most likely, he will head to the Eastern Sea King next. Yi Yan was stunned. The sword sovereign of Jing Nation. No wonder the demon emperor didn't personally intervene.
Besides, even without my involvement, the outcome of this war is already decided.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The demon emperor's tone remained indifferent. The crown prince is leading the elephant and tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The fourth prince is commanding the ape and bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Jade Cauldron Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the demon emperor not awakened him and brought him to the blood god's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly. I know what you want to ask. Why didn't I let you lead a demon army to invade Yuzhou? Yi Yan nodded. Gu Ming replied calmly, your strength is still lacking. The Crown Prince and Fourth Prince have both reached the Demon Emperor realm in terms of blood energy. Only then did I entrust them with leading their respective forces into Yuzhou. While your spiritual energy and blood energy are progressing well, you are still behind them. But that's not the primary reason. Even if your strength is inferior to theirs, you could still lead a force as a subordinate commander. The reason I brought you here lies in the blood god's treasury. Gu Ming reached out, his armored hand brushing against the towering gate, producing a harsh scraping sound. The blood god's treasury has stood here for thousands of years, and you will be the first human to set foot inside. you might acquire treasures of unimaginable power. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yi Yan's heart surged with excitement. Could the blood god's treasury be such a legendary treasure trove? Your Majesty, why have you not participated in this war? Yi Yan suddenly asked. Gu Ming's expression remained calm. After the lesson in Wuzhou, Jing Nation won't allow me to personally join this battle. A few days ago, their sword sovereign personally visited. Most likely, he will head to the Eastern Sea King next. Yi Yan was stunned. The sword sovereign of Jing Nation. No wonder the demon emperor didn't personally intervene. Besides, even without my involvement, the outcome of this war is already decided. Though the three sects boast many divine transformation cultivators, they are not united, they are a loose coalition. With the slightest provocation, they'll turn on each other and self-destruct. Moreover, each demon emperor of our demon race can easily take on two divine transformation cultivators at once. The destruction of the three sects is only a matter of time. Whether I participate or not makes no difference. By comparison, the blood god's treasury, which opens only once every century, is far more critical. Gu Ming smiled faintly, his tone composed. Yi Yan nodded repeatedly. At that moment, another thought occurred to him, and he asked,
But the Jade Cauldron Sect has an old flood dragon at the peak of the 6th rank.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The demon emperor's tone remained indifferent. The crown prince is leading the elephant and tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The fourth prince is commanding the ape and bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Jade Cauldron Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the demon emperor not awakened him and brought him to the blood god's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly. I know what you want to ask. Why didn't I let you lead a demon army to invade Yuzhou? Yi Yan nodded. Gu Ming replied calmly, your strength is still lacking. The Crown Prince and Fourth Prince have both reached the Demon Emperor realm in terms of blood energy. Only then did I entrust them with leading their respective forces into Yuzhou. While your spiritual energy and blood energy are progressing well, you are still behind them. But that's not the primary reason. Even if your strength is inferior to theirs, you could still lead a force as a subordinate commander. The reason I brought you here lies in the blood god's treasury. Gu Ming reached out, his armored hand brushing against the towering gate, producing a harsh scraping sound. The blood god's treasury has stood here for thousands of years, and you will be the first human to set foot inside. You might acquire treasures of unimaginable power. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yi Yan's heart surged with excitement. Could the blood god's treasury be such a legendary treasure trove? Your Majesty, why have you not participated in this war? Yi Yan suddenly asked. Gu Ming's expression remained calm. After the lesson in Wuzhou, Jing Nation won't allow me to personally join this battle. A few days ago, their sword sovereign personally visited. Most likely, he will head to the Eastern Sea King next. Yi Yan was stunned. The sword sovereign of Jing Nation. No wonder the demon emperor didn't personally intervene. Besides, even without my involvement, the outcome of this war is already decided. Though the three sects boast many divine transformation cultivators, they are not united, they are a loose coalition. With the slightest provocation, they'll turn on each other and self-destruct. Moreover, each demon emperor of our demon race can easily take on two divine transformation cultivators at once. The destruction of the three sects is only a matter of time. Whether I participate or not makes no difference. By comparison, the blood god's treasury, which opens only once every century, is far more critical. Gu Ming smiled faintly, his tone composed. Yi Yan nodded repeatedly. At that moment, another thought occurred to him, and he asked, but the Jade Cauldron Sect has an old flood dragon at the peak of the 6th rank. If the Jade Cauldron Sect faces annihilation, that flood dragon will surely intervene. Can the 4th prince handle it? Gu Ming chuckled softly.
All the key pieces on the board are within my calculations.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The demon emperor's tone remained indifferent. The crown prince is leading the elephant and tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The 4th prince is commanding the ape and bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Jade Cauldron Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the demon emperor not awakened him and brought him to the blood god's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly. I know what you want to ask. Why didn't I let you lead a demon army to invade Yuzhou? Yi Yan nodded. Gu Ming replied calmly, your strength is still lacking. The Crown Prince and 4th Prince have both reached the Demon Emperor realm in terms of blood energy. Only then did I entrust them with leading their respective forces into Yuzhou. While your spiritual energy and blood energy are progressing well, you are still behind them. But that's not the primary reason. Even if your strength is inferior to theirs, you could still lead a force as a subordinate commander. The reason I brought you here lies in the blood god's treasury. Gu Ming reached out, his armored hand brushing against the towering gate, producing a harsh scraping sound. The blood god's treasury has stood here for thousands of years, and you will be the first human to set foot inside. You might acquire treasures of unimaginable power. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yi Yan's heart surged with excitement. Could the blood god's treasury be such a legendary treasure trove? Your Majesty, why have you not participated in this war? Yi Yan suddenly asked. Gu Ming's expression remained calm. After the lesson in Wuzhou, Jing Nation won't allow me to personally join this battle. A few days ago, their sword sovereign personally visited. Most likely, he will head to the Eastern Sea King next. Yi Yan was stunned. The sword sovereign of Jing Nation. No wonder the demon emperor didn't personally intervene. Besides, even without my involvement, the outcome of this war is already decided. Though the 3 sects boast many divine transformation cultivators, they are not united, they are a loose coalition. With the slightest provocation, they'll turn on each other and self-destruct. Moreover, each demon emperor of our demon race can easily take on 2 divine transformation cultivators at once. The destruction of the 3 sects is only a matter of time. Whether I participate or not makes no difference. By comparison, the blood god's treasury, which opens only once every century, is far more critical. Gu Ming smiled faintly, his tone composed. Yi Yan nodded repeatedly. At that moment, another thought occurred to him, and he asked, but the Jade Cauldron Sect has an old flood dragon at the peak of the 6th rank. If the Jade Cauldron Sect faces annihilation, that flood dragon will surely intervene. Can the 4th prince handle it? Gu Ming chuckled softly. All the key pieces on the board are within my calculations. 4 years ago, the Jade Cauldron Sect killed a tiger king and obtained a piece of 500-year-old coral gold, the perfect treasure for the flood dragon to ascend. The old flood dragon was overjoyed and immediately began refining it, entering a deep slumber to attempt a breakthrough to the 7th rank. I specifically instructed the 4th prince to avoid disturbing the dragon's valley. That piece of coral gold alone isn't enough for it to truly advance to the 7th rank. By the time it wakes, the Jade Cauldron Sect will already be destroyed, and it will have no choice but to join the demon race. Yi Yan froze in surprise. Coral gold.
Let's go. The blood god's treasury remains open for 5 years.
Yi Yan, do you know why I brought only you here and not the others? Yi Yan shook his head. The demon emperor's tone remained indifferent. The Crown Prince is leading the Elephant and Tiger clans, along with other powerful demon tribes, in an assault on the Supreme Purity Sect and the Pill River Sect. The fourth prince is commanding the Ape and Bird clans, allied with the water demons of the Eastern Sea, advancing through the waterways to attack Jade Sea City and threaten the core of the Qingxuan Sect. They have their own responsibilities. Yi Yan's eyes widened slightly. For the past 5 years, he had been focused solely on his cultivation and was unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Had the demon emperor not awakened him and brought him to the blood god's treasury, personally explaining these matters, Yi Yan wouldn't have known such monumental events were taking place. Yi Yan wanted to speak but restrained himself. Gu Ming chuckled lightly. I know what you want to ask. Why didn't I let you lead a demon army to invade Yuzhou? Yi Yan nodded. Gu Ming replied calmly, your strength is still lacking. The Crown Prince and Fourth Prince have both reached the Demon Emperor realm in terms of blood energy. Only then did I entrust them with leading their respective forces into Yuzhou. While your spiritual energy and blood energy are progressing well, you are still behind them. But that's not the primary reason. Even if your strength is inferior to theirs, you could still lead a force as a subordinate commander. The reason I brought you here lies in the blood god's treasury. Gu Ming reached out, his armored hand brushing against the towering gate, producing a harsh scraping sound. The blood god's treasury has stood here for thousands of years, and you will be the first human to set foot inside. You might acquire treasures of unimaginable power. Gu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, Yi Yan's heart surged with excitement. Could the blood god's treasury be such a legendary treasure trove? Your Majesty, why have you not participated in this war? Yi Yan suddenly asked. Gu Ming's expression remained calm. After the lesson in Wuzhou, Jing Nation won't allow me to personally join this battle. A few days ago, their sword sovereign personally visited. Most likely, he will head to the Eastern Sea King next. Yi Yan was stunned. The sword sovereign of Jing Nation. No wonder the demon emperor didn't personally intervene. Besides, even without my involvement, the outcome of this war is already decided. Though the three sects boast many divine transformation cultivators, they are not united. They are a loose coalition. With the slightest provocation, they'll turn on each other and self-destruct. Moreover, each demon emperor of our demon race can easily take on 2 divine transformation cultivators at once. The destruction of the three sects is only a matter of time. Whether I participate or not makes no difference. By comparison, the blood god's treasury, which opens only once every century, is far more critical. Gu Ming smiled faintly, his tone composed. Yi Yan nodded repeatedly. At that moment, another thought occurred to him, and he asked, but the Qingxuan Sect has an old flood dragon at the peak of the 6th rank. If the Qingxuan Sect faces annihilation, that flood dragon will surely intervene. Can the fourth prince handle it? Gu Ming chuckled softly. All the key pieces on the board are within my calculations. 4 years ago, the Qingxuan Sect killed a tiger king and obtained a piece of 500-year-old coral gold, the perfect treasure for the flood dragon to ascend. The old flood dragon was overjoyed and immediately began refining it, entering a deep slumber to attempt a breakthrough to the 7th rank. I specifically instructed the 4th prince to avoid disturbing the dragon's valley. That piece of coral gold alone isn't enough for it to truly advance to the 7th rank. By the time it wakes, the Qingxuan Sect will already be destroyed, and it will have no choice but to join the demon race. Yi Yan froze in surprise. Coral gold.
Yes.
Yuzhou Ironstone Valley. The battle had reached an intense crescendo. At first, only 2 divine transformation elders, one from the Supreme Purity Sect and the other from the Qingxuan Sect, were engaged in combat here. However, as time passed, more cultivators from both sects gathered. From divine transformation cultivators to those at the core formation stage, all glared at one another with seething hatred, ready to tear their opponents apart. For the Qingxuan Sect disciples, in particular, many had lost friends and family to the Supreme Purity Sect, and their rage was uncontainable. Now, as the duel between the two divine transformation elders escalated, the fury of the sects reached its peak.
Kill these bastards.
No one knew who shouted first, but the disciples from both sects immediately charged at each other. The massacre began, and soon the valley echoed with cries of rage and the clash of weapons. The battle turned so chaotic that even allies started attacking one another in the frenzy. Spiritual power and martial techniques clashed wildly. Severed limbs and shattered bodies flew everywhere. From the blood-soaked ground, faint red mist began to rise, seeping into the noses and mouths of every cultivator. Even the divine transformation cultivators were not spared. While most of the fighters descended into madness, some cultivators displayed unusual calmness. They circulated special techniques to hold their breath as they moved through the chaos, eventually slipping away to hide in concealed locations around the valley. Without speaking, they exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly in acknowledgement.
The hatred between the Supreme Purity Sect and the Jade Cauldron Sect runs too deep. Stirring them up into a fight was far too easy. Now, 5 of the 8 divine transformation cultivators from the Supreme Purity Sect are here, and the same goes for the Jade Cauldron Sect.
The 9th elder of the Jade Cauldron Sect smiled faintly.
His Majesty the Demon Emperor truly leaves nothing to chance. He had us set up the Blood Fiend Chaos Formation in Ironstone Valley long ago.
The 7th elder of the Supreme Purity Sect laughed along with him.
All that's left now is to wait for the Crown Prince's army to arrive.
The 9th elder of the Jade Cauldron Sect spoke in a low voice.
Make sure no one escapes the valley, especially no divine transformation cultivator. Don't let anyone else enter either.
Understood.
Chapter 313, The Demon Race Army Strikes. Chapter 313, The Demon Race Army Strikes. The western border between Yuzhou and Huazhou. Here stood a forward outpost established by the Supreme Purity Sect. Its purpose was to monitor the movements of the demon race. However, in the past 5 years, the demon race had been retreating southward. As a result, this outpost had gradually fallen into disuse. Most of those assigned here were cultivators of poor aptitude or those marginalized within the Supreme Purity Sect. Naturally, no one expected them to be particularly diligent in their duties. At this moment, only 3 Foundation establishment cultivators lay sprawled on the city wall of the outpost, in various states of drunken stupor. Each held a wine gourd in hand, still pouring fragrant liquor down their throats. Not far away, inside the outpost, a large table had been set up. Several nascent soul and core formation cultivators from the Supreme Purity Sect were gathered, drinking and feasting, indulging in their revelry. None of them had the slightest awareness of the impending danger. In the distant Huazhou Gobi Desert, dust suddenly surged into the sky, filling the air with sand and stone. The howling wind carried the chilling roars of tigers and wolves. It was as if a vast army was charging toward the outpost. On the city wall, a tall and thin cultivator heard the noise and muttered,
Hey!
The 2 cultivators beside him, their faces flushed with drunkenness, burst into laughter upon hearing his words.
What roaring? I don't hear anything. Stop joking. The demon race has retreated 50,000 miles south.
Despite his intoxication, the tall and thin cultivator felt that something was off. Unable to shake the unease, he staggered to his feet and peered over the city wall. And then he saw the most horrifying sight of his life. Amidst the swirling dust, an endless tide of demon beasts was surging toward the outpost. Mighty tiger demons.
Ha ha ha, what did you see to make you so scared?
The 2 cultivators beside him mocked. The tall and thin cultivator screamed at the top of his lungs, using every ounce of his strength.
Enemy attack, the demon race is here. What? A demon race invasion? Impossible. Shit, where's my spiritual weapon? Damn, why are you wearing my robe? Take it off now. How many of them? Speak. Hurry, send a message to the sect. We can't delay.
The tall and thin cultivator attempted to climb back up the city wall to get a clearer look at the demon army's numbers. Just then, a blood-red arrow, as thick as an infant's arm, shot through the air. It pierced straight through his body. The blood arrow did not lose momentum, embedding itself deep into the city wall before finally stopping. Whoosh! A towering figure leaped onto the city wall. The sunlight filtering through the dust illuminated his form. It cast the shadow of an unrivaled ferocious beast. His four hooves were as solid as pillars. With a sweep of his long trunk, he sent a torrent of sand billowing forth. This was none other than the crown prince of the 10,000 demons nation Xiangju.
Slaughter every last one of them. Leave no survivors.
Behind Xiangju, the demon horde surged forward, their eyes reflecting the stunned faces of the cultivators. Screams of agony rang out in succession. Within less than 10 breaths, the outpost was razed to the ground. Not even a single distress signal managed to reach the Supreme Purity Sect.
Continue northward. The Supreme Purity Sect's mountain gate is our target.
Xiangju's eyes gleamed with ruthless bloodlust as he let out a chilling laugh.
Yes.
The demon horde roared in unison, their bloodlust surging with excitement. The same scene played out along the border of the two provinces. Countless mortals perished in despair, their cries of terror echoing in the air. Even cultivators could not escape the overwhelming power and numbers of the demon army. Those who struggle will surely die. Those who surrender wisely may yet be spared, perhaps even chosen by the powerful demon race to become human slaves. In just one day, the southern region of Yuzhou was reduced to a land of ruin, filled with wails of despair. Jade Sea City. The sea remained calm as ever. Fishermen set out to sea as usual, casting their nets in hopes of a bountiful catch. However, today's harvest was abnormally poor. Even after casting their nets over a dozen times, they caught nothing but small fish and shrimp. The fishermen gathered, exchanging puzzled looks, unsure of what was happening.
Look, over there on the horizon.
One sharp-eyed fisherman suddenly pointed at the distant sea, shouting in alarm. All heads turned. On the horizon, thin blue lines had suddenly appeared. The lines grew thicker and thicker, until finally, they revealed themselves in full view. They were massive battle platforms rising from the depths of the sea, constructed entirely of coral. These countless battle platforms were densely packed with all manner of shrimp and crab warriors. Each of their eyes gleamed with a ruthless, bloodthirsty light. But the sea creatures were not alone. Among them, some platforms carried land-based demons, monstrous ape demons, packs of wolf demons, and more.
The sky.
Instinctively, the fishermen looked up. There, vast numbers of eagle and falcon demons circled above.
Gods, the demon race. There are so many of them. Run, hurry.
Realizing the impending catastrophe, the fishermen frantically rowed toward shore. But how could their boats possibly outrun the wave-slicing war platforms of the Flood Dragon Palace? In mere moments, the war platforms caught up. Before their immense size and speed, the tiny fishing boats were as fragile as eggs smashing against stone. In an instant, the boats were shattered. The fishermen perished at the hands of the water demons. Bright red blood quickly spread across the surface of the sea. Jade Sea City's eastern wall. From the city walls, the cultivators of Jade Sea Hall, tasked with defending the region, witnessed the horrifying scene in the distance. Their eyes widened in shock, and without hesitation, they blew the war horn. Will. The eerie, mournful sound of the horn echoed through the entire city. The demon race was attacking. No matter what they were doing at the time, all cultivators grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the walls. The mortals, gripped by fear, hurriedly locked themselves inside their homes. Inside a secluded chamber, Shen Mo had been meditating in silent cultivation. At the sound of the war horn, he immediately rose and headed for the city wall. At the same time, Murong Yue, He Tianchu, Mei He, and others also rushed to the scene. By the time they arrived, the eastern wall was already lined with a massive number of cultivators. Some of the stronger ones even had spirit beasts standing beside them. These were the beast-taming cultivators trained under Mei He, following Shen Mo's orders.
The demon race.
Mei He's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the sea. There, over 1,000 wave-slicing war platforms loomed on the water. A deep fear crept into his heart. if not for Shen Mo's foresight in predicting this very event. Chapter 314. Hand over Shen Mo of Jade Cauldron Sect, and the humans of Jade Sea City will live. Chapter 314. Hand over Shen Mo of Jade Cauldron Sect, and the humans of Jade Sea City will live. A demon emperor could only be countered by a divine transformation cultivator. Without a divine transformation cultivator, no number of nascent soul cultivators would make a difference. They would simply be throwing their lives away. As for this Earth-tier formation, it was even more laughable before a demon emperor. Panic spread throughout Jade Sea City. Fear gripped the people, and some were so overwhelmed by the oppressive, blood-drenched aura that they collapsed to the ground, their legs giving out. A few even lost control of their bladders in terror. Beside Shen Mo, Murong Yue, and Deacon, he sensed the overwhelming bloodlust and their faces paled.
A demon emperor.
Murong Yue's delicate face turned white.
I've seen their portraits before. The one on the left is Yuan Kong, the fourth prince of the 10,000 Demons nation. The one on the right is Ao Sheng, the second prince of the Flood Dragon Palace.
Deacon, he clenched his teeth. Shen Mo remained calm.
There is no why just profit.
Deacon, he immediately responded.
With just us, we are no match for these two demon emperors. Young sect master, we must escort you out immediately.
Your identity is too important. You must retreat to the sect.
Murong Yue bit her lip, her expression firm as she stared at Shen Mo. It was clear that she intended to stay behind and cover his escape. Shen Mo shook his head.
Since I foresaw this battle today, I naturally have a plan. Deacon He, master, you need not worry.
Both Deacon He and Murong Yue were stunned. A plan. But the gap between nascent soul and divine transformation was like heaven and earth. No plan could possibly bridge such an impossible divide. Deacon He wanted to protest, but Murong Yue spoke first, her voice steady.
I trust you. Ever since Qingxuan Sect, I have trusted you.
If you are so confident, you must have something prepared.
Deacon He felt exasperated. This so-called trust was nothing but sentimentality. What was needed now was absolute rationality. Shen Mo clasped Murong Yue's hand.
Master, just have faith.
Deacon He, you needn't worry either.
Deacon He gritted his teeth.
Fine, but I'll say it again, there's still time to retreat. In a little while, the sect master will likely send someone to retrieve you. I'd like to see how you explain yourself then.
His frustration was evident. He even stopped addressing Shen Mo as
Young sect master.
and simply used
You.
instead. Shen Mo merely smiled. He didn't blame Deacon He. After all, who would have thought he had already stepped into the divine transformation stage? Throughout Yuzhou and the entire Jing kingdom, divine transformation cultivators this young were practically unheard of. Above the ocean, Yuan Kong and Ao Sheng stood atop the tallest wave-splitting battle platform, gazing toward Jade Sea City. Noting the azure glow of the protective formation, Yuan Kong raised an eyebrow.
Interesting, so Jade Sea City was somewhat prepared.
Ao Sheng laughed heartily.
And so what if they were? The dead will still die.
A demon emperor.
Of course not. As long as there are no divine transformation cultivators, this city is already ours. The divine transformation cultivators of the Jade Cauldron Sect are mostly caught up in their battle with the Supreme Purity Sect in Ironstone Valley. They're too busy struggling against the Blood Fiend Chaos Array to worry about anything else. As for the few remaining divine transformation cultivators, they're surely cowering within their mountain stronghold.
The defenses of Jade Sea City aren't worth mentioning. This is just the beginning of our conquest. Yuan Kong smiled faintly. He did not take the cultivators of Jade Sea City seriously. Ao Sheng nodded in agreement. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly burst into laughter.
By the way, you should know that the Flood Dragon clan manages our trade with the human race, right?
Yuan Kong nodded.
Of course, I also know that the Flood Dragons not only handle trade, but also gather intelligence on humans.
Ao Sheng laughed heartily.
Nothing escapes you, does it? Recently, I obtained an interesting piece of news.
Yuan Kong chuckled.
Let's hear it.
Ao Sheng pointed toward Jade Sea City, his smile deep and knowing.
Shen Mo is right there, inside Jade Sea City.
Yuan Kong's expression shifted in surprise. He had never met Shen Mo before, but after learning about the death of the ninth prince and the dragon blood guards, he had realized how terrifyingly talented this person was. He had even suggested to Gu Ming multiple times that they should focus their efforts on assassinating Shen Mo. Unfortunately, Shen Mo rarely showed himself. Even finding an opportunity to assassinate him was nearly impossible. However, after reaching the realm of the Ape Demon Emperor, his jealousy and admiration for Shen Mo had completely vanished. A so-called heaven-sent genius would still end up beneath him in the end. 5 years had passed in a blink, and now, the Great War was about to begin. By all logic, someone of Shen Mo's status should have been well protected within the Jade Cauldron Sect's mountain stronghold. Yet surprisingly, he was here in Jade Sea City.
Shen Mo is indeed a rare talent. I thought he would remain hidden in the Jade Cauldron Sect's mountain.
A demon emperor.
King of the South Sea has praised Shen Mo many times, calling him an unparalleled genius. He even wanted to arrange sparring matches between the Flood Dragons and Shen Mo to foster relations.
A demon emperor.
Now, he will be buried in Jade Sea City. When I bring Shen Mo's severed head to visit the King of the South Sea, I'd like to see if he can still say those same words.
Yuan Kong chuckled in amusement.
You really hold grudges, don't you, Brother Sheng?
Ao Sheng pointed at the city walls.
Look, we haven't even made a move, and the humans are already trembling in fear. I bet before we even act, many of them will surrender on their own.
A sinister glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly let out a chilling laugh.
Hehe.
A demon emperor.
Humans have an innate flaw. They are quick to sacrifice others for their own survival. In desperate times, they are capable of anything.
A demon emperor.
But weren't you just saying earlier that after taking Jade Sea City, you'd slaughter all the humans here?
Ao Sheng grinned wickedly.
I'm no human. I don't play by their foolish, sentimental rules. Once they hand Shen Mo over with hope in their eyes, I will personally give the order to massacre the city. I want to see their hope turn to utter despair.
I also want Shen Mo to witness what kind of people humans really are.
Yuan Kong nodded repeatedly.
In terms of ruthlessness, I cannot compare to the second prince.
Ao Sheng laughed loudly, his excitement growing. Blood surged within him as he soared into the sky. His body swelled. From a mere 10 feet, he expanded to a towering 600 feet. He loomed over the entire sky. From his high vantage point, he gazed down at Jade Sea City. The people of Jade Sea City looked up at the massive flood dragon in the sky, and fear crept into their hearts. Their legs trembled, their hands shook. This was a flood dragon. Jade Sea City thrived by the sea, and temples dedicated to the dragon kings were scattered throughout the city, venerating the flood dragons. Seeing a flood dragon before them, the people instinctively felt reverence, unable to summon the courage to resist. Ao Sheng spoke, his voice calm yet thunderous, carrying the weight of divine might.
People of Jade Sea City, listen well.
A demon emperor.
I bestow upon you a mercy hand over Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect, and all of you shall live.
Chapter 315. A mere nascent soul cultivator wants to kill me? Ridiculous. Chapter 315. A mere nascent soul cultivator wants to kill me? Ridiculous. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire city fell silent. But in an instant, countless gazes turned toward Shen Mo. The expressions in those eyes were complicated. Some desperately hoped that Shen Mo would step forward willingly to exchange his life for peace in Jade Sea City. Some hesitated, torn between reason and fear. They suspected this might be a trick to sow discord, yet they couldn't stop their thoughts from wandering. If Shen Mo were handed over, would they have a chance to survive? Murong Yue, Deacon He, and others close to Shen Mo instantly turned pale. Damn that Ao Sheng. Not only did he want to kill, but he also wanted to break their spirits. Using such a sinister tactic, he aimed to shatter the unity of Jade Sea City. And it was working. Under such immense pressure, no one was immune. Their minds couldn't help but wander in that direction. Shen Mo calmly ascended into the sky, his figure suspended in midair.
Shen Mo, you finally show yourself. I thought you were going to hide in Jade Sea City for the rest of your life.
Ao Sheng burst into laughter upon seeing him.
Ao Sheng, if I were to kill you here, what do you think the Eastern Sea King would do?
Shen Mo smiled faintly. Ao Sheng reacted as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He flipped through the air, laughing wildly.
A mere nascent soul cultivator wants to kill me? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Do you even realize who stands before you? A flood dragon emperor. And yet, you think you can slay me. Shen Mo, if I hadn't heard of your reputation as a genius, I would have thought you were just an arrogant fool.
Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. Ao Sheng laughed for a while before his tone turned icy.
You cannot kill me. Stop your delusions. I will say it again. If you surrender yourself, I will spare the lives of everyone in Jade Sea City. But if you resist, then you will die.
Shen Mo, you finally show yourself. I thought you were going to hide in Jade Sea City for the rest of your life. Ao Sheng burst into laughter upon seeing him. Ao Sheng, if I were to kill you here, what do you think the Eastern Sea King would do? Shen Mo smiled faintly. Ao Sheng reacted as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He flipped through the air, laughing wildly. A mere nascent soul cultivator wants to kill me? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Do you even realize who stands before you? A flood dragon emperor. And yet, you think you can slay me. Shen Mo, if I hadn't heard of your reputation as a genius, I would have thought you were just an arrogant fool. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. Ao Sheng laughed for a while before his tone turned icy. You cannot kill me, stop your delusions. I will say it again, if you surrender yourself, I will spare the lives of everyone in Jade Sea City. But if you resist, then you will die. And the entire city will die with you. As he finished speaking, a surge of blood energy erupted from his body, condensing into a towering blood-fiend flood dragon. The sky churned, clouds roiled, and winds howled. His words sent another wave of fear through Jade Sea City.
Young sect master, I have heard that you are kind and compassionate.
Shen Mo, you finally show yourself. I thought you were going to hide in Jade Sea City for the rest of your life. Ao Sheng burst into laughter upon seeing him. Ao Sheng, if I were to kill you here, what do you think the Eastern Sea King would do? Shen Mo smiled faintly. Ao Sheng reacted as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He flipped through the air, laughing wildly. A mere nascent soul cultivator wants to kill me? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Do you even realize who stands before you? A flood dragon emperor. And yet, you think you can slay me. Shen Mo, if I hadn't heard of your reputation as a genius, I would have thought you were just an arrogant fool. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. Ao Sheng laughed for a while before his tone turned icy. You cannot kill me, stop your delusions. I will say it again, if you surrender yourself, I will spare the lives of everyone in Jade Sea City. But if you resist, then you will die. And the entire city will die with you. As he finished speaking, a surge of blood energy erupted from his body, condensing into a towering blood-fiend flood dragon. The sky churned, clouds roiled, and winds howled. His words sent another wave of fear through Jade Sea City. Young sect master, I have heard that you are kind and compassionate. For the sake of the entire city's people, please surrender yourself. A rotund merchant trembled as he fell to his knees. Behind him, a dozen cultivators and over 100 commoners followed suit, dropping to their knees with bowed heads. They were begging Shen Mo to surrender. The sight filled the surrounding crowd with rage.
Wang Dafu, I never thought you'd be such a traitor.
Shen Mo, you finally show yourself. I thought you were going to hide in Jade Sea City for the rest of your life. Ao Sheng burst into laughter upon seeing him. Ao Sheng, if I were to kill you here, what do you think the Eastern Sea King would do? Shen Mo smiled faintly. Ao Sheng reacted as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He flipped through the air, laughing wildly. A mere nascent soul cultivator wants to kill me? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Do you even realize who stands before you? A flood dragon emperor. And yet, you think you can slay me. Shen Mo, if I hadn't heard of your reputation as a genius, I would have thought you were just an arrogant fool. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. Ao Sheng laughed for a while before his tone turned icy. You cannot kill me, stop your delusions. I will say it again, if you surrender yourself, I will spare the lives of everyone in Jade Sea City. But if you resist, then you will die. And the entire city will die with you. As he finished speaking, a surge of blood energy erupted from his body, condensing into a towering blood-fiend flood dragon. The sky churned, clouds roiled, and winds howled. His words sent another wave of fear through Jade Sea City. Young sect master, I have heard that you are kind and compassionate. For the sake of the entire city's people, please surrender yourself. A rotund merchant trembled as he fell to his knees. Behind him, a dozen cultivators and over 100 commoners followed suit, dropping to their knees with bowed heads. They were begging Shen Mo to surrender. The sight filled the surrounding crowd with rage. Wang Dafu, I never thought you'd be such a traitor. Just to save your own skin, you'd have the young sect master surrender? Dream on.
Selfish, heartless.
Shen Mo, you finally show yourself. I thought you were going to hide in Jade Sea City for the rest of your life. Ao Sheng burst into laughter upon seeing him. Ao Sheng, if I were to kill you here, what do you think the Eastern Sea King would do? Shen Mo smiled faintly. Ao Sheng reacted as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He flipped through the air, laughing wildly. A mere nascent soul cultivator wants to kill me? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Do you even realize who stands before you? A flood dragon emperor. And yet, you think you can slay me. Shen Mo, if I hadn't heard of your reputation as a genius, I would have thought you were just an arrogant fool. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. Ao Sheng laughed for a while before his tone turned icy. You cannot kill me, stop your delusions. I will say it again, if you surrender yourself, I will spare the lives of everyone in Jade Sea City. But if you resist, then you will die. And the entire city will die with you. As he finished speaking, a surge of blood energy erupted from his body, condensing into a towering blood-fiend flood dragon. The sky churned, clouds roiled, and winds howled. His words sent another wave of fear through Jade Sea City. Young sect master, I have heard that you are kind and compassionate. For the sake of the entire city's people, please surrender yourself. A rotund merchant trembled as he fell to his knees. Behind him, a dozen cultivators and over 100 commoners followed suit, dropping to their knees with bowed heads. They were begging Shen Mo to surrender. The sight filled the surrounding crowd with rage. Wang Dafu, I never thought you'd be such a traitor. Just to save your own skin, you'd have the young sect master surrender? Dream on. Selfish, heartless. The young sect master could reach divine transformation one day and bring us vengeance, and yet you want him to give up. Shen Mo revitalized Dragon Snake Mountain, uplifting the surrounding villages and towns. Jade Sea City thrives because of him. Even you, Wang Dafu, have profited handsomely from it, yet you dare to say such shameless words. Whether cultivators or commoners, the surrounding crowd pointed at Wang Dafu in fury, their eyes burning with rage. Even Wang Dafu looked uneasy. He hadn't expected Shen Mo to have such overwhelming support. Both cultivators and commoners genuinely appreciated his contributions. People who thought like Wang Dafu were in the minority. Murong Yue, Deacon He, and Mei He felt deeply moved as they watched. Not long ago, Dragon Snake Mountain had been thriving. Back then, Jade Sea City had only been a small fishing village, relying on the sea's bounty for survival. It was only because of Dragon Snake Mountain that it had prospered. But after the mountain fell into decline, Jade Sea City had become entirely dependent on fishing. For the past 10 years, Shen Mo had revived Dragon Snake Mountain. Even the resources that trickled down were enough to bring prosperity to countless cultivators and commoners. People are emotional beings. Naturally, they would be grateful to Shen Mo. Ao Sheng, hearing the voices from within the city, let out a cold snort.
Jade Sea City prospers because of the Eastern Sea, yet instead of revering the Flood Dragon Palace, you worship Shen Mo. As I thought, everyone in this city deserves to die.
As Ao Sheng spoke, his dragon whiskers flared outward, a clear sign of his inner fury. The once clear sky darkened, thick clouds rolling in as thunder rumbled ominously. It was as if the heavens themselves were enraged, preparing to unleash divine wrath upon Jade Sea City. Out on the sea, Yuan Kong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke.
Since the people of Jade Sea City are so stubborn, refusing even the mercy granted by the Flood Dragon Palace, then Brother Sheng, please give the order.
Ao Sheng nodded, his blood energy surging. His powerful, resonant voice spread across the vast ocean.
All aquatic demons attack. Yes.
The Shrimp King, Turtle King, and Crab King responded in unison. Hundreds of wave-splitting battle platforms surged forward toward Jade Sea City. Like an unstoppable tidal wave, they crashed toward the city's defenses. On the city walls, the cultivators swallowed nervously. Never before had they witnessed such a sight. No matter how composed they tried to be, no matter how strong their beliefs, they could not stop the panic rising in their hearts. Even their hands trembled, barely able to hold their weapons.
Can we really hold out with just this formation and our meager numbers? The young sect master is here. What are you afraid of? But
The cultivators couldn't help but murmur among themselves, their gazes drifting toward Shen Mo, who stood unwavering. Some looked at him with fear, some with uncertainty, but others gazed with hope, with determination, with trust.
you shouldn't have come. But since you're here, I don't mind using you as an offering for war. The first battle of Yuju's counteroffensive against the 10,000 Demons Nation begins today.
As Shen Mo's calm voice fell, the air within 100 feet of him suddenly distorted. It was as if an invisible force shielded everything within that space. He gazed at the vast sea, where hundreds of thousands of demons charged toward the city. Slowly, he unsheathed his sword. The yin-yang sword radiated twin streams of black and white sword energy. Above and below the blade, two sword shadows flickered, exhaling and inhaling ethereal power. In an instant, a terrifying gray sword aura emerged, embodying the power to erase all things. It extended over 30 feet. Two more streaks of gray sword aura, each spanning over 20 feet, followed alongside it. In the next moment, Shen Mo swung his sword. 3 streaks of gray sword energy shot forward, slashing toward the army of demons on the sea. The shrimp and crab soldiers, seeing these sword energies, burst into mocking laughter. The Shrimp King, Crab King, and Turtle King laughed even harder.
This is the so-called supreme genius of the human race. Such tiny sword energy, who could it possibly kill? No need for the second prince to act. I alone can block these 3 sword slashes. What a joke! Spouting such bold words, I expected much more from him.
Chapter 316. Your trump cards are exhausted. Time to depart. Chapter 316. Your trump cards are exhausted. Time to depart. Ao Sheng's expression changed in an instant. From the gray sword energy unleashed by Qi Tian, he felt an overwhelming threat. A threat of death.
How could this be?
Ao Sheng muttered to himself, unable to believe his own eyes. If even Ao Sheng was shaken, the reaction of the other demons was even more extreme. In that instant, they were so terrified that they didn't dare to move. The demon clans controlling the wave-cleaving battle platforms lost strength in their legs, collapsing on the spot. Some were so frightened that they fell straight into the sea with a splash. Yet, they didn't even dare to struggle in the water and simply allowed themselves to sink deeper into the depths. In contrast, the cultivators and mortals of Jade Sea City did not experience the same level of fear. After all, the sword strike was not directed at them. However, experts like Murong Yue, He Tianchu, and Mei He immediately sensed how extraordinary this attack was. Too immense. Too powerful. Even though it wasn't aimed at them, the mere sight of it stung their eyes. Before their vision, the world lost all color, leaving only the towering 100 Jianglong gray sword energy.
What exactly is Shen Mo's cultivation level?
Murong Yue's beautiful eyes gleamed as she gazed at Shen Mo's back. A single answer surfaced in her mind, but she didn't dare to believe it. That answer was nearly impossible. Compared to Ao Sheng, Yuan Kong was slightly more perceptive. He saw the towering 100 Jianglong gray sword energy and faintly sensed the strange power surrounding Shen Mo. His instincts reacted at once. He roared at Ao Sheng.
Dodge, he has already reached the divine transformation stage. You can't block this attack.
But his warning came too late. The moment the words left his mouth, the 100 Jiang sword energy was already upon them. It slashed straight at the white flood dragon hovering in the sky. Ao Sheng's heart sank. He knew he had no chance to evade. Left with no other choice, he resolved to make a final stand. To block it at all costs.
Bloodline Arc Great Dragon Transformation.
Ao Sheng's scales bristled, and a surge of blood essence spurted from his mouth and nose, coating his entire body. His size began to expand as if inflated. In mere moments, he had swelled to 100 Jiang, barely matching the gray sword energy. At this moment, he was like a colossal dragon condensed from blood energy.
A divine transformation cultivator, so this is your true strength. Come then, let's see who is stronger, me, the prince of the Flood Dragon clan, or you, the newly ascended divine transformation cultivator.
Ao Sheng roared skyward, his furious bellow echoing across the eastern sea, Jade Sea City, and even the distant Dragon Snake Mountain. The next moment, the gray sword energy clashed with the blood energy dragon. The crimson energy never had a chance to dominate. In an instant, it was crushed beneath the gray power. It only took a moment. The colors of heaven and earth vanished entirely. Only an endless expanse of gray remained.
No!
Ao Sheng's panicked voice rang out from the sky. The gray sword energy did not hesitate, it streaked forward in a flash. The blood energy dragon was severed at the waist. It was cut in two, its life force extinguished on the spot. After slaying the blood energy dragon, only one of the 3 gray sword energies had been expended. The remaining 2 slashed straight down toward the sea. Boom! One sword energy descended. The sea split apart in an instant. The pitch-black ocean floor was revealed. The wave-cleaving battle platform, forged from deep-sea metal and once thought to be indestructible, shattered instantly under this strike. The remaining platforms, though spared immediate destruction, tottered and cracked apart bit by bit beneath the churning waves. The demons upon them plunged into the water one after another. The aquatic demons fared better, they could at least swim. But the land-based demons suffered terribly. The moment they fell into the sea, they flailed helplessly like drowning fowl. And with their spirits already broken by fear, they didn't even attempt to swim. One by one they drowned. The last gray sword energy hurtled toward the largest of the wave-cleaving battle platforms. Aimed straight at the 4th prince of the 10,000 demons kingdom Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong's eyes widened in horror. He did not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately activated his bloodline art. Before him, a 50 Jiang tall blood energy giant ape materialized, wielding a towering tree as its weapon. Here's the translation with the requested name changes. Then he turned and ran. With a swift dive, he plunged straight into the sea. His goal was clear. The Flood Dragon Palace. As long as he could escape to the Flood Dragon Palace, the king of the Eastern Sea would protect him. But before Yuan Kong could flee more than a few steps, the blood energy giant ape was slashed apart by the gray sword energy. The giant ape exploded into a mist of blood, dissipating into the sky and earth. Yet the gray sword energy was barely weakened. It still pursued like a death god, slashing straight toward Yuan Kong's back. A chill ran down Yuan Kong's spine. He could not comprehend how Shen Mo, having just stepped into the divine transformation stage, could already be this powerful. This was not normal for a human cultivator. This man...
Father, save me!
Yuan Kong, utterly terrified, instinctively threw out a treasure. It was a fragment of golden armor. The moment he tossed it, The fragment instantly transformed into a towering phantom clad in heavy golden armor, wielding a massive weapon. The entire figure was covered in thick golden plating, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes exposed. The moment Shen Mo saw this phantom, he immediately recognized it. The demon Emperor Gu Ming. However, this was merely a life-saving trump card left for the prince through some secret technique. As expected, the phantom of Gu Ming raised its right hand to block the incoming gray sword energy. Boom! Gray clashed with gold. The forces intertwined, collided, and quickly annihilated each other. The phantom of Gu Ming was shattered in midair. The golden armor fragment cracked apart into countless pieces. At the same time, the gray sword energy finally dissipated, having exhausted its power. The ever-present death omen that had gripped Yuan Kong's heart vanished completely at that moment. He let out a breath of relief. But he did not stop moving. Instead, he increased his speed and lunged toward the sea.
I didn't say you could run.
A cold voice rang out from behind him, like a final judgment from the king of hell. In the next instant, Shen Mo moved like a storm of wind and thunder. He crossed thousands of zhang in a single breath, appearing less than 100 zhang behind Yuan Kong. The strongest movement technique of the nine-turn Pill Dao sect. Heaven-stepping phantom step. Yuan Kong's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief filled his gaze. Fast. Too fast. What kind of terrifying speed was this? When had Shen Mo acquired such a terrifying movement technique? He had investigated Shen Mo thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned. He had ensured he knew everything about his enemy. Why had he never heard of this?
Your trump cards are exhausted. It's time to depart.
Shen Mo looked down at Yuan Kong from above. His entire being surged with energy as a powerful blood aura erupted from his body. In his right palm, a weapon suddenly materialized. Neither bone nor wood, over a zhang long. A spear. Though the spear had never slain a living being, blood endlessly oozed from its tip. If one listened closely, one could hear the wails and anguished cries surrounding it. As if it had once suppressed countless infernal demons. Yuan Kong caught sight of the weapon from the corner of his eye. His pupils shrank in horror.
How do you know my father's technique?
Chapter 317. I had already agreed with you that neither side would intervene. Chapter 317. I had already agreed with you that neither side would intervene. The entire scene fell into absolute silence. Whether human or the remaining demon clans, all stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word.
Dead.
Mei Hei's eyes were vacant with disbelief.
2 demon emperors.
He Tianchu's eyes widened in shock.
The strength more has now far surpasses my imagination.
Murong Yue murmured, a sense of relief on her face. Yet alongside that relief, there was also a trace of anxiety.
I must hurry and practice as well.
Her gaze firmed with determination. In the sky above, with a casual motion, Shen Mo reached out and grabbed, causing 2 lifeless bodies to fall into his palm. They were none other than the corpses of Ao Sheng and Yuan Kong. The body of a demon emperor was an invaluable treasure. There existed certain secret techniques that could refine them into puppets. Though the process would diminish some of their original strength, they would still retain power equivalent to that of an emperor. Furthermore, even if they were not turned into puppets, their bones alone could be extracted and refined into various spiritual artifacts. After all, the bodies of demon emperors had undergone countless refinements through the tempering of their blood essence. Every piece of flesh and bone was incomparably resilient, even superior to minerals and metals in crafting weapons. Just as Shen Mo was about to store both emperor corpses into his storage ring, the surface of the sea suddenly began to boil. It was as if an ancient ruler of the ocean had been provoked into a furious rage.
Put down Ao Sheng's corpse.
The body of any flood dragon must return to the sea.
A cold voice pierced through the layers of seawater, rumbling like thunder as it exploded in the air. A chilling premonition surged through Shen Mo's heart. In an instant, 2 evergreen trees manifested, shielding his body. Yet before the voice had even completely faded, the two trees were instantly shattered into oblivion. Shen Mo's expression turned incomparably cold. To possess such terrifying power with just a mere sentence.
That voice,
Murong Yue's face turned pale. He Tianchu muttered under his breath.
it really might be.
Mei Hei's face was filled with fear.
What do we do now? Will the Eastern Sea King attack the young sect master?
He Tianchu whispered.
The Eastern Sea King seems to follow certain rules. If the young sect master is willing to return Ao Sheng's corpse, he may retreat.
Murong Yue shook her head.
Moore is not someone who submits, and the Eastern Sea King definitely won't settle for just that.
Shen Mo gazed at the vast ocean, his voice cold and unyielding.
I don't care about your Flood Dragon Palace's rules. I only know that this is my spoils of war.
The sea suddenly fell completely still. Even as strong winds howled, the surface of the ocean did not stir in the slightest. It was as if the entire sea had died. That eerie silence lasted for only 5 heartbeats. Then, like a volcanic eruption, the ocean roared to life. It was as if an ancient beast had awakened, unleashing its boundless fury.
Impudent brat! Do you even know who you are speaking to?
A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the sea. The sound was earth-shattering. Tidal waves dozens of meters high surged forth, crashing violently toward the shore. Murong Yue and the others turned pale. They quickly activated their defensive techniques to resist the unrelenting tsunami. But it was not over yet. In the next moment, a monstrous wave, 100 meters tall, emerged from the distant sea. Like a towering giant of the ocean, it loomed over Shen Mo, ready to swallow him whole.
You deserve death.
The enraged voice thundered. Yet Shen Mo stood firm, completely unshaken. He knew someone would intervene. Sure enough, in the next instant, a sigh echoed from within Jade Sea City. A streak of sword energy shot forth like a comet. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura rapidly expanded, swelling to a height of 100 zhang. A bone-chilling cold radiated from the sword aura. In an instant, it traversed the short distance and struck the towering wave. SHHH. The massive wave immediately began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took only 10 breaths. The wave was completely frozen, as if time itself had been halted. This sudden burst of icy sword energy left the people of Jade Sea City utterly shocked. When had such a powerful cultivator appeared in Jade Sea City? Whoosh! A white-robed elder soared into the air, standing suspended above the sea as he gazed into the vast ocean. His voice was calm and indifferent.
Eastern Sea King, we had already agreed that neither side would intervene. Why have you broken our agreement?
A furious roar came from the depths of the ocean.
He killed Ao Sheng. That was Ao Sheng's own failure, and I have nothing more to say. But he intends to take Ao Sheng's corpse away. That I will not accept.
The white-robed elder sighed softly and turned to Shen Mo.
Shen Mo, my young friend, why not return Ao Sheng's corpse to the Eastern Sea King? Both sides can take a step back. What do you think?
The human cultivators of Jade Sea City all turned to Shen Mo. Their expressions were fascinating to behold. This white-robed elder's identity was unknown, but his strength was unfathomable. He was clearly a powerful divine transformation cultivator. Yet even he treated Shen Mo with courtesy. He even addressed Shen Mo as young friend. Clearly, he valued Shen Mo greatly. Shen Mo shook his head firmly.
Impossible.
If he were to surrender his spoils of war so easily, what would that make him?
You insolent brat! Today, I will erase both you and Jade Sea City from existence.
The Eastern Sea King roared in fury. The entire sea trembled violently. Countless fish and shrimp perished in an instant. The next moment, an even more terrifying wave manifested from nothing. It soared to a height of 500 zhang. The bodies of countless sea creatures were caught within it. Even shattered ships and deep-sea treasures could be seen tumbling in the raging waters. It was vast enough to blot out the sky and the sun, crushing all thoughts of resistance. In a flash, the white-robed elder moved and positioned himself in front of Shen Mo. He raised his hand, and an unremarkable longsword appeared in his palm. Yet just this seemingly ordinary sword made Shen Mo's eyes feel as if they were being torn apart. A heaven-tier spiritual weapon. Shen Mo was slightly surprised.
I have already warned you. If you insist on interfering, I will act. I wouldn't mind slaughtering some more of your dragon offspring and water demons. I'm sure the Southern Sea King and the Northern Sea King would be quite pleased to see it.
The white-robed elder's tone was calm. The momentum of the 500 Jiang waves suddenly halted. The Eastern Sea King seethed with hatred.
You even brought Tongshan, the national treasure of Jing country.
The white-robed elder replied evenly.
Without the Tongshan sword, how could I deter the Eastern Sea King?
Suppressing his boundless fury, the Eastern Sea King growled.
You can protect him for a moment, but can you protect him for a lifetime? Jai Ping, don't think I don't know your lifespan is running out.
Chapter 318, 10,000 victories for the young sect master, 10,000 victories for Jade Cauldron Sect, 10,000 victories for the human race. Chapter 318, 10,000 victories for the young sect master, 10,000 victories for Jade Cauldron Sect, 10,000 victories for the human race. Jai Ping's expression remained calm.
As far as I know, you still have 10 years left to oversee the Flood Dragon Palace. Next in line to take over will be the Southern Sea King. You and he have never gotten along.
Jai Ping smiled.
You were wrong about one thing. I am not protecting Shen Mo, I am merely upholding the promise between us. For the next 10 years I will remain here, watching over this sea.
Beneath the waves, the furious voice gradually fell silent. The 500 Jiang tidal wave slowly shrank. In the end, it vanished completely, returning to nothingness.
Jai Ping, I will be waiting for the day you finally die.
The Eastern Sea King's last words dripped with hatred. Then silence. The human cultivators of Jade Sea City gazed at the white-robed elder with reverence. Shen Mo also cupped his hands slightly in respect. Jai Ping walked up to Shen Mo, his expression filled with appreciation.
I never expected that even I would misjudge someone.
Young friend, I extend a formal invitation to join Jing country and serve the imperial court. What do you say? As long as you agree, everything you've done against the court in the past will be pardoned. For divine transformation cultivators, breaking through to the next stage requires the refining spirit pill. Most sects cannot refine such a pill, but the court can. If you accept, I will personally ensure you receive an ample supply of refining spirit pills, and even greater refining spirit pills.
The moment Jai Ping finished speaking, astonishment filled the faces of those around him. The sword sovereign of Jing country was personally offering to recruit Shen Mo. Not only that, but he also promised to erase any past conflicts with the imperial court. And to top it off, he offered the priceless refining spirit pills and greater refining spirit pills as incentives. For anyone else, refusing such an offer would be nearly impossible. Shen Mo's heart wavered slightly. The conditions were indeed generous, tempting, even. However, the moment he recalled the deeds of the Jing Emperor, a chill ran through his heart. The Eastern Sea King had just revealed that Jai Ping had little time left to live. While Jai Ping was still alive, his status commanded immense respect, forcing even the Jing Emperor to tread carefully. But what would happen once Jai Ping was gone? As someone who had repeatedly obstructed the Jing Emperor's plans, how could he possibly expect to be treated kindly? Moreover, entering the imperial court was akin to shackling himself with invisible chains. For all these reasons, Shen Mo was destined never to serve the court. Meeting Jai Ping's expectant gaze, Shen Mo firmly shook his head.
Apologies, senior, but I have no such intentions.
Gasps of shock rippled through the surrounding crowd. He actually rejected such an offer. Some among them, however, understood Shen Mo's reasoning and fell into deep thought. Jai Ping, however, did not seem too disappointed. He simply sighed.
A pity, a great pity. But my offer still stands. You may seek refuge with the court at any time. Moreover, for the next 10 years, I will remain in Jade Sea City. If the Eastern Sea King ever attempts to attack, I will intervene. Beyond that, I will not interfere.
Shen Mo respectfully cupped his hands.
Many thanks, Sword Sovereign.
Jai Ping gave a slight nod. With a single step, he vanished without a trace. Like a single drop of water dissolving into the vast ocean, he became impossible to find. Murong Yue flew toward Shen Mo, embracing him excitedly.
More, we won. We actually won.
He Tianchu, Mei He, and others rushed forward as well, their faces alight with joy.
Yes, we won. The demon army has been repelled.
From within Jade Sea City, waves of jubilant cries erupted from the human cultivators.
We won 10,000 victories for the young sect master, 10,000 victories for Jade Cauldron Sect, 10,000 victories for the human race. Thank you, young sect master, for your immense grace. I will erect a longevity plaque for the young sect master today.
Countless people knelt in Shen Mo's direction, their faces streaked with tears of joy. A smile surfaced on Shen Mo's lips.
Indeed, we won, but only in part.
Murong Yue was taken aback.
You mean?
Shen Mo gazed toward the west.
If nothing unexpected happened, Upper Purity Sect and Pill River Sect were likely attacked by the demon clans as well. They have probably suffered heavy losses.
Whoosh! A streak of light tore through the sky, rushing toward them. It was the 10th elder, Wan Muchen. Originally, his expression was filled with urgency, as he had hurried over to rescue people. But upon arriving, he saw Jade Sea City erupting in cheers, a scene of joyous celebration, and couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, as his gaze swept over the sea, where blood stained the waves and wreckage floated across the water, his eyes widened further in disbelief. They,
Shen Mo, my young sect master.
From a distance, Wan Muchen spotted Shen Mo embracing Murong Yue as they hovered in the air. His initial worry instantly turned into pure joy, and he rushed forward.
10th elder.
Shen Mo greeted him with a smile. Wan Muchen let out a sigh of relief.
Good, good, as long as you're unharmed. The sect master instructed me to bring you back to the sect immediately, but judging by this.
He gestured toward the slaughtered demon clan members in the sea.
These hundreds of thousands of demons.
Shen Mo simply smiled and nodded. He Tianchu couldn't hold back his excitement.
10th elder, the young sect master has already reached the divine transformation realm. What?
Wan Muchen was utterly stunned. Seeing his disbelief, Shen Mo released his divine transformation aura. As he sensed the vast power emanating from Shen Mo, Wan Muchen's aged eyes filled with joy.
Excellent, truly excellent. You've really reached divine transformation. Incredible.
Shen Mo nodded.
How is the sect doing?
Wan Muchen's smile faded instantly, and he lowered his voice.
This isn't the place to talk about it. Let's return to the sect immediately. We'll discuss on the way.
Murong Yue, He Tianchu, and the other nascent soul cultivators quickly followed. Jade Cauldron Sect Mountain Gate. Inside the sect's grand hall, only a few figures were present. The sect master Li Zhendao, the young sect master Shen Mo, the second elder Yang Ke, the 10th elder Wan Muchen. All the other divine transformation elders had gone to Ironstone Valley, where they had fallen into the chaos of the Blood Fiend Chaos Formation, trapped in endless battle with no way out. Yang Ke, who had been in seclusion reflecting on his mistakes, had fortunately avoided heading to Ironstone Valley. Ironstone Valley is locked within a powerful formation that absorbs killing intent and fiendish energy, affecting all living beings trapped within.
The more bloodlust and fiendish energy it accumulates, the stronger the formation becomes. Now, the valley has become terrifying beyond measure. Even a peak divine transformation cultivator would be unable to rescue those inside. The only way out is for them to rely on their own willpower and break free on their own.
Li Zhendao sighed deeply. Ironstone Valley had drawn in a vast number of cultivators, including many core members of both Jade Cauldron Sect and Upper Purity Sect. The loss was unimaginable.
But at least, Shen Mo, not only did you return safely, but you also slew 2 demon emperors and annihilated hundreds of thousands of demons. That is the best news we could ask for.
Chapter 319. How can the sect prosper among those who only care about profit? Chapter 319. How can the sect prosper among those who only care about profit? At this thought, Yang Kia couldn't help but glance at Shen Mo a few more times. He was well aware that there was a topic all four of them had tacitly avoided mentioning. That was the earth-shattering phenomenon that had occurred when someone recently advanced to the divine transformation realm. Every cultivator at that level could infer that someone had likely formed a heaven-grade nascent soul. However, the true identity of that person had never been revealed. Now even a fool could understand. Shen Mo was the one who had formed a heaven-grade nascent soul. Otherwise, how could he possess such terrifying combat power right after stepping into the divine transformation realm? At this moment, Shen Mo spoke calmly.
The demon clan's forces are likely not limited to the Eastern Army. While attacking our Jade Cauldron Sect, they must have also dispatched armies to assault Supreme Purity Sect and Pill River Sect.
Wan Muchen nodded.
Precisely. Our men risked their lives to bring back Intelligence Supreme Purity Sect and Pill River Sect are already in complete turmoil. Many cities have been ravaged by the demon clan.
They may already be at the sect gates.
Shen Mo nodded.
This is a rare opportunity. Now is the time for us to act. The war the demon clan has ignited in Yuzhou may very well be a chance to reshape the entire region.
Yang Kia's heart trembled.
You mean?
Shen Mo nodded and stated calmly.
Supreme Purity Sect and Pill River Sect will suffer heavy losses. The provincial governor's office, choosing to avoid battle, will lose the people's trust. At this moment, our Jade Cauldron Sect will sweep through Yuzhou, annihilate all demon clans, and take in the scattered cultivators from the other two sects. We will become the sect revered by the masses. When that time comes, Yuzhou will be unified, not under the imperial court, but under our Jade Cauldron Sect.
Hearing this, Li Zhendao and Wan Muchen were both shaken to the core. Indeed. This was an excellent opportunity to reshape the power structure. They had to seize it firmly. Li Zhendao asked.
Then, what do you think our next step should be?
After speaking, he realized he had lost his composure. As the sect master, he was actually asking Shen Mo the young sect master what to do next. Li Zhendao chuckled wryly at himself. But it was no surprise. Shen Mo's overwhelming battle record slaying 2 demon clan sovereigns and hundreds of thousands of demons was simply too astonishing. It was impossible not to respect him. Shen Mo replied calmly.
Head to the sect gates of Pill River Sect and Supreme Purity Sect and rescue the remaining cultivators.
Li Zhendao immediately asked.
You just slew 2 demon sovereigns not long ago. Can your body handle this?
Wan Muchen also nodded.
Yes, what about your energy consumption? Don't push yourself too hard.
Both of them could see that Shen Mo possessed strength far beyond their own. However, no matter how strong he was, he would still need time to recover. Shen Mo smiled and shook his head.
It's fine. Slaying 2 demon sovereigns and hundreds of thousands of demons didn't consume much. It only required one technique.
He had just entered the divine transformation realm, while Ao Sheng and Yuan Kong were newly ascended demon sovereigns. On the surface, the gap didn't seem large. But ever since embarking on the path of cultivation, every breakthrough Shen Mo achieved was the most perfect possible. Moreover, after mastering the divine elephant prison-suppressing strength, his blood energy had already approached the level of a demon sovereign. With his spiritual power and blood energy layered together, combined with the enhancement of his nascent soul domain, which amplified his power 5-fold, he could easily crush even those who had reached the mid-stage of the divine transformation realm and silver-crowned demon sovereigns. Fighting multiple opponents at once wasn't an issue. Unless he encountered a peak divine transformation expert or an extremely powerful demon sovereign like Gu Ming, he was in little danger.
All right, if you say so, I'm reassured.
Li Zhendao said, his face full of relief.
The closest sect to us is Pill River Sect. Let's move immediately.
Wan Muchen said gravely.
Pill River Sect doesn't have a particularly bad relationship with us. They are a good target to win over.
Precisely.
Shen Mo nodded slightly.
Let's set off now. Sect Master, please guard the sect while I, the second elder and the 10th elder, head to Pill River Sect.
Though Shen Mo disliked Yang Ke, the latter was still a divine transformation cultivator with some strength. If he was willing to repent and work properly, it wouldn't be a bad thing. At the very least, he could handle an enemy or two. But if he still planned to cause trouble in secret, Shen Mo wouldn't mind sending him straight to the underworld himself. Li Zhendao nodded slightly.
All right, take care on the road.
6 days later, at the Pill River Sect's gate. This ancient sect, always shrouded in the rich fragrance of alchemy, was now drowned in blood and fire. Corpses of cultivators lay everywhere. But the surviving disciples had no time to clear the bodies. They were too busy defending the sect. Outside the mountain gate, blood-soaked battle banners rose high, blotting out the sky. Colossal weapons, formed entirely of condensed blood energy, rained down without pause. Each strike caused massive ripples across the sect's protective array, making its light dim with every impact. This relentless assault had lasted 5 days and nights. When one batch of demon commanders exhausted their blood energy, another would take their place. Here is the revised translation without bold font. There was no pause at all. Thankfully, Pill River Sect was extremely wealthy. Years ago, they had spent a fortune to purchase a low-grade heaven-tier formation to guard the sect. Moreover, they had an abundance of supreme-grade spirit stones, enough to sustain the formation's operation. If they had only installed an earth-tier formation, even if it were the highest quality, it wouldn't have lasted long. Under the demon clan's relentless assault, it would have collapsed in no time. At the peak of the sect, Qingxuan stood commanding the defenses, his forehead drenched in sweat. While the divine transformation realm elders of Pill River Sect remained intact, their loyalty was severely lacking. The moment news arrived that the demon army was advancing, half of the 10 divine transformation elders immediately fled. The remaining ones clearly harbored fear as well. It was only a matter of time before they secretly slipped away too. If even divine transformation cultivators acted like this, then nascent soul and core formation cultivators had even less courage. Many had already fled. Over the past few days, more than half of the sect's members had disappeared. Even Xiao Fan, whom Qingxuan had placed high hopes on going so far as to entrust his own daughter to him, had vanished without a trace. Seeing all of this, Qingxuan felt utterly heartbroken. Not long ago, the sect had been thriving and bustling, yet now it had been reduced to this state. It was truly disheartening. Damn it! How could a sect possibly flourish when surrounded by these parasites who only cared about personal gain? At that moment, the endless bombardment outside suddenly stopped. Qingxuan was startled and immediately looked toward the sect's entrance. What he saw made his breath hitch. A colossal elephant demon floated in midair, flanked by 2 demon sovereigns as his guards. The moment this elephant demon appeared, the blood-soaked battle banners in the sky expanded wildly. The demon soldiers suddenly seemed to have found their backbone, letting out frenzied roars and shrieks. Their blood energy surged, and their morale skyrocketed. There was no need for further explanation. Qingxuan instantly knew who this demon was. The most valued prince of demons, Sovereign Gu Ming. The most accomplished among nearly 100 royal heirs. A being blessed with the ancient bloodline of the colossal elephant. The eldest prince of the myriad demon nation Xiangju.
Pill River Sect's humans, I will give you an opportunity. Step out of your mountain gate and surrender immediately. I will allow you to become my human slaves.
Xiangju spoke slowly. His voice was like clashing metal, echoing across heaven and earth. It pierced into the ears of every cultivator. The disciples glanced at each other, swallowing hard. No one could deny the terrifying might of the demon clan at this moment. Even though Pill River Sect had an abundance of supreme-grade spirit stones, they couldn't endlessly sustain the grand defensive formation's energy consumption. The divine transformation elders weren't fully committed and didn't even dare to step forward to resist. At this rate, the outcome was inevitable. The formation would shatter. The sect would be massacred. Rather than meeting a gruesome end with no burial place, wouldn't it be better to surrender now and become so-called human slaves? Chapter 320, Has Jade Cauldron Sect Already Fallen? Chapter 320, Has Jade Cauldron Sect Already Fallen? Hai Kaiyan felt an icy chill spread through his heart upon hearing Xiangju's words. Since Xiangju had said it himself, there were bound to be many who would be tempted. Sure enough, he turned to look at the divine transformation realm elders beside him. They were all visibly wavering. One elder, his hair snow-white and appearance seemingly upright and righteous, suddenly stomped on the ground and shot into the sky the moment Hai Kaiyan looked at him. Then he flew straight toward Xiangju.
Your Highness, I have always admired the 10,000 demons nation and am willing to serve at your command.
His voice rang out impatiently. It was as if he couldn't wait to rush to Xiangju's side and kneel to kiss his hooves. The actions of this divine transformation elder were nothing less than a vicious stab to the hearts of the Pill River Sect cultivators still resisting. We are fighting to the death to defend against the demons. Yet you, a sect elder, are the first to surrender. Hai Kaiyan gritted his teeth. He had always provided these elders with generous treatment. Let them enjoy a life of luxury. And yet this was the result. They discarded the sect like worthless trash. Outside the mountain gate, countless demons erupted into unbridled laughter.
Humans are truly pathetic, willing to become slaves just to save their own lives. Creatures like this deserve to be swallowed by us demons. They deserve to be livestock.
Their laughter rose into the sky, forming an oppressive force that seemed to shake the very air. The Pill River Sect cultivators felt their heads throb as if some strange force was attacking their minds. Xiangju also let out a sinister chuckle. His gaze toward the surrendering divine transformation elder was cold and cruel. He did enjoy keeping human slaves. But only those who resisted fiercely, the more they struggled, the more he enjoyed it. As for those who surrendered on their own,
Your Highness,
the elder shrieked in terror. Xiangju, however, merely said coldly,
the thing I despise most is spineless cowards who surrender without a fight.
You are not worthy to be my human slave.
Your Highness, I have always admired the 10,000 demons nation and am willing to serve at your command. His voice rang out impatiently. It was as if he couldn't wait to rush to Xiangju's side and kneel to kiss his hooves. The actions of this divine transformation elder were nothing less than a vicious stab to the hearts of the Pill River Sect cultivators still resisting. We are fighting to the death to defend against the demons. Yet you, a sect elder, are the first to surrender. Hai Kaiyan gritted his teeth. He had always provided these elders with generous treatment. Let them enjoy a life of luxury. And yet this was the result. They discarded the sect like worthless trash. Outside the mountain gate, countless demons erupted into unbridled laughter. Humans are truly pathetic, willing to become slaves just to save their own lives. Creatures like this deserve to be swallowed by us demons. They deserve to be livestock. Their laughter rose into the sky, forming an oppressive force that seemed to shake the very air. The Pill River Sect cultivators felt their heads throb as if some strange force was attacking their minds. Xiangju also let out a sinister chuckle. His gaze toward the surrendering divine transformation elder was cold and cruel. He did enjoy keeping human slaves. But only those who resisted fiercely, the more they struggled, the more he enjoyed it. As for those who surrendered on their own,
Charge in and slaughter every human.
Xiangju swung his massive trunk and let out a low growl. His words were nothing less than a death sentence for every cultivator of Pill River Sect. The morale of the demon forces soared to its peak. Meanwhile, the morale of the Pill River Sect disciples plummeted into the abyss. Faced with such an overwhelming gap in strength, no one dared to summon the courage to resist Xiangju. They could only await death. Hai Kaiyan also gave up. At that moment, his mind was filled with scattered thoughts.
What about Supreme Purity Sect? They must be completely surrounded by demons as well. But at least Xiangju isn't there. they might be able to hold out for a little longer, not as hopeless as we are. And Qingxuan Sect.
Qingxuan shook his head.
I heard that the Lihuo flood dragon had long fallen into deep slumber and would be unable to fight. Qingxuan Sect has probably been breached by now. What a pity! Shen Mo was truly a once-in-a-generation genius.
Qingxuan sighed deeply, accepting his fate. Beyond the Pill River Sect's mountain gate, deep within the dense forest, a lone figure gazed at the sect, now engulfed in flames of war, his expression filled with emotion.
Good thing, Dan Lao, you sensed something was wrong and told me to leave ahead of time. Otherwise, I would still be inside the sect right now.
Xiao Fan muttered softly, his tone filled with gratitude. A chuckle echoed in his mind Dan Lao's voice.
I merely had a feeling and guessed what the demon sovereign was planning. I told you to leave under the pretense of carrying out a mission, just in case. If the demons really attacked, you wouldn't be trapped inside. And if they didn't, you could simply return unnoticed. But it seems...
After Wu Province, this is the second province to fall. Dan Lao sighed deeply. He never imagined that humans would one day become this weak. Xiao Fan let out a faint smile.
This is the fundamental weakness of Pill River Sect. Qingxuan used precious treasures to lure cultivators into joining, and while that did allow the sect to grow tremendously.
Dan Lao nodded.
Don't linger here, leave now. I can't conceal your presence for long. Eventually, that demon prince will sense you. All right, I'm leaving now. I'll head to Longzhou, the capital of the Jing Kingdom. It should be the safest place.
Xiao Fan nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt something. He turned his gaze toward the sky. There, far in the distance, several figures were rapidly approaching Pill River Sect.
Wait!
Chapter 321. The joke you traveled thousands of miles to tell is indeed hilarious. Chapter 321. The joke you traveled thousands of miles to tell is indeed hilarious. Xiao Fan was shocked.
The people of Qingxuan Sect have gone mad. They are already struggling to fend for themselves, yet they still want to come and help Pill River Sect.
Although he had yet to see who those figures were, he could already sense that they all exuded the aura of divine transformation cultivators. They had clearly come to save someone. Old Dan frowned deeply and suddenly said,
The one in front, doesn't he look a bit familiar?
Xiao Fan was taken aback. He infused spiritual power into his eyes and looked carefully. The three figures were moving at an astonishing speed and had already closed in on Pill River Sect's mountain gate. Only now could Xiao Fan clearly see their faces. The two flanking figures were elderly men, whom Xiao Fan did not recognize. However, it wasn't difficult to guess. They were likely elders of Qingxuan Sect at the divine transformation stage. But the man in the middle, his face was incredibly familiar. So familiar that it had become a psychological shadow, one that he could never forget for the rest of his life. It was Shen Mo.
How could it be him? Why is he being escorted by two divine transformation elders, and why do they even seem to be deferring to him?
Xiao Fan instinctively stepped back. The psychological pressure Shen Mo brought him was overwhelming. Back at Qingxuan Sect, he had been utterly suppressed, barely able to breathe. He had thought that coming to Yuzhou with its vast stage would allow him to break free from that shadow. Yet, time and time again, Shen Mo still loomed over him unexpectedly. Old Dan spoke in a low voice.
He's strong, much stronger than before. Even the aura he unconsciously emits makes me feel a great sense of danger.
Xiao Fan's expression darkened.
Old Dan, could he have?
Old Dan instinctively shook his head.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. How old is he? How could he possibly advance to the divine transformation stage? The young sect master of my 9 revolutions Pill Dao Sect, blessed with unparalleled talent and great fortune, only managed to break through at 40. What qualifications does Shen Mo have? Compared to you, his fortune is far inferior.
Xiao Fan let out a laugh. But his laughter was more miserable than crying.
Old Dan, you always say his fortune is weaker than mine, yet he keeps encountering miraculous opportunities. his fate overflowing with fortune.
Old Dan sighed.
Let's leave, we must not linger here. No matter what realm Shen Mo has reached or what his purpose is, this is no longer something we can interfere with.
Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly shook his head firmly.
No, I want to see this through.
Old Dan sighed again.
All right then, I will stay and watch with you. With me protecting you, at the very least you won't die.
Xiao Fan nodded. Up in the sky, Shen Mo's gaze casually swept over the dense forest and caught sight of a young figure. Though the face was unfamiliar, his life panel instantly revealed the person's true identity. It was Xiao Fan.
Interesting. It seems he sensed the danger and disguised himself early, fleeing the sect's mountain gate in advance.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. As expected of the child of fortune, he always managed to escape peril before it fully descended.
Now that I've reached the divine transformation realm, my personal combat power surpasses the majority of those below the divine transformation peak. Is there a chance to eliminate Xiao Fan and Yi Yan, these so-called children of fortune?
Shen Mo pondered. Back when he slew the 9th prince of the myriad demon nation, he had seized his fortune. His fate had already risen significantly. If he could now eliminate Xiao Fan and Yi Yan, his own fortune might ascend to the level of a child of fortune.
It's worth a try.
Shen Mo smiled calmly and continued flying toward Pill River Sect's mountain gate. Yang Ke gazed ahead, his face involuntarily revealing fear. Especially at the sight of the colossal elephant demon. Though it hovered several thousand meters away, it felt as if it loomed directly over his head, looking down upon him. The oppressive aura alone was suffocating, enough to make someone feel as if they were being crushed to death. Wan Muchen, meanwhile, stared in shock at the shattered grand formation protecting Pill River Sect's mountain gate. He had long heard that Pill River Sect had spent an astronomical sum to purchase a heaven-tier formation from Dragon State. Many cultivators believed that the sect's protective formation was impenetrable, impossible to break by human means. Unexpectedly, it had already been broken today. However, since it was shattered by the demon race, it technically still hadn't been broken by human hands.
Shen Mo, so you actually fled to Pill River Sect. Interesting, are you here to seek their aid? If so, you're going to be disappointed. Not only will you find no reinforcements here, but you'll also lose your life.
Xiang Ju's voice boomed like a great bell, its deep resonance echoing across the heavens and earth. At his words, the cultivators within Pill River Sect froze in shock. What? Shen Mo? Isn't that the young sect master of Jade Cauldron Sect? Why is he here? Hai Qiankun's expression was filled with astonishment. He immediately ascended into the sky, gazing upward.
It really is Shen Mo.
The more Hai Qiankun thought about it, the more baffled he became. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how Shen Mo had escaped the encirclement of the demon race. Hearing this, Shen Mo let out an amused laugh. Seek aid from Pill River Sect. What a ridiculous notion. Shen Mo smiled.
Xiang Ju, it seems you have no idea what happened to the 10,000 demon nations' Eastern Army.
The demon race did have their own methods of long-distance communication, similar to transmission jade slips. They called them blood jade transmitters, which had to be activated using blood energy. However, blood jade transmitters were far more difficult to use and even harder to create. Only demon royalty were qualified to possess them. Back at the Eastern Sea, Shen Mo had slain Yuan Kong and Ao Sheng in a single strike, annihilating hundreds of thousands of demon troops. It was likely that neither of them had even gotten the chance to send out a message. Otherwise, there was no way Xiang Ju wouldn't know what had happened to the Eastern Army. Sure enough, at Shen Mo's words, Xiang Ju frowned. His pitch-black eyes showed a hint of doubt.
Could it be?
Xiang Ju shook his head. He could think of no other possibility. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Then allow me to satisfy your curiosity.
Infusing spiritual energy into his voice, he declared loudly.
The fourth prince of the 10,000 demon nation, Yuan Kong, the second prince of the Flood Dragon Palace, and the eastern army of the 10,000 demon nation. Hundreds of thousands of demon troops have been annihilated by my Jade Cauldron sect.
As soon as these words fell, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Even the demon army ceased their assault. For a long moment the silence stretched. Then suddenly Xiang-ju burst into wild laughter. The two aged demon royals beside him also cackled in eerie amusement. The hundreds of thousands of demon troops on the ground clutched their stomachs, laughing uproariously. Their laughter boomed like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Xiang-ju laughed heartily.
Shen Mo, I must admit, the joke you traveled thousands of miles to tell is truly hilarious. I respect your talent, so I'll give you a chance. If you agree to become my personal slave, I will spare your life. What do you say?
Chapter 322. You guessed wrong, the one thing I don't lack is trump cards. Chapter 322. You guessed wrong, the one thing I don't lack is trump cards. Before Shen Mo could speak, Xiang-ju continued.
You're different from other humans. My father himself praised you as a genius beyond compare. The king of the South Sea also spoke highly of you, hoping the dragons of the South Sea would interact and spar with you. I, the prince, can grant you the privilege of becoming my slave.
Xiang-ju's tone was full of arrogance, dominance, and refusal was not an option. The demon clans on the ground jeered along.
A human genius is only fit to be the prince's slave. Even a peerless genius is only fit to be a dog. Not just any human can become the prince's slave. Just now, a cultivator in the divine transformation stage was rejected by the prince.
Shen Mo listened to these voices, his expression calm. He didn't care in the slightest. Xiang-ju stared at Shen Mo for a while.
Interesting, shouldn't such words be extremely humiliating to your kind? You don't seem angry at all. Indeed, you are truly a peerless genius. Even I, the prince, can't provoke you.
Shen Mo calmly said.
I never get angry with dead people.
Xiang-ju was taken aback, then burst into laughter, his long trunk curling, resembling a giant python dancing wildly in the sky. He laughed a few times, then abruptly stopped. Instead, his eyes turned extremely fierce.
It seems you've decided to reject my kind offer.
Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent.
It should have ended long ago.
Two demon clan emperors beside Xiang-ju sneered.
Prince, there's no need for you to act. We will capture Shen Mo alive for you right now.
With that, they suddenly rushed forward. These two demon clan emperors were elephant demon emperors, the same race as the prince. However, their blood energy was somewhat depleted, indicating their lifespans were nearing an end.
If the three of you attacked together, you might have a slim chance. Now you're just courting death.
Shen Mo shook his head. Within his dantian, his primordial spirit trembled slightly, his soul power rippling out, forming an invisible field 100 feet in size around him. In the next moment, the red lotus flame erupted from his scapula. In an instant, it condensed into magnificent flame wings 50 feet in length. The third move of the Nine Suns' divine phoenix technique, Fire Feather. Shen Mo pointed at the two elephant demon emperors. Endless fire feathers shot out, streaking across 100 feet, rushing madly. The two elephant demon emperors didn't feel much power and immediately sneered coldly.
What peerless genius, that's all. I really don't understand why he came all this way to die.
However, in the next moment, their pupils suddenly shrank. Because they suddenly saw the endless fire feathers start to expand wildly. Initially, they were only the size of a palm. Then, in just a few breaths, they expanded to a foot in length. A foot-long azure fire feather, covering the entire sky, almost blotting out the sun. The two elephant demon emperors were shocked. Hundreds of thousands of demon clans on the ground were shocked. The surviving cultivators of the Dan River sect were even more dazed. My God! What kind of realm could unleash such a terrifying martial technique?
It seems there's an invisible force around Shen Mo.
Hai Kaienkun's eyes widened. Those fire feathers couldn't have expanded without external force. The only possibility was that Shen Mo had an invisible field around him, enhancing the fire feathers. That perfectly matched the divine transformation stage's primordial spirit field. He understood. The person who developed the heaven-grade primordial spirit recently must be Shen Mo.
My God!
Hai Qingxuan murmured to himself, regretting even more why he gave up on Qingxuan Sect, ultimately letting Jade Cauldron Sect reap the benefits. Boom, boom, boom. The endless fire feathers collided violently with the two elephant demon emperors. The two elephant demon emperors had to burst forth their blood energy, using all their strength to resist. However, their blood energy couldn't withstand such massive and numerous fire feathers. They could only endure 9 fire feathers before their blood energy immediately dried up. They had to force out the blood energy hidden in their flesh and bones, fighting desperately. This blood energy soaked in their flesh and bones was the most important power of the demon clans. It was not easily used. Once used, the physical body would weaken. Without decades of hard cultivation, it was hard to replenish it. More fire feathers bypassed the two elephant demon emperors, plummeting straight to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. It was like meteors falling. Or like heavenly fire destroying the world. Every fire feather that fell would completely annihilate the surrounding demon clans within a radius of several feet. Hundreds of fire feathers fell, and in just a brief 10 seconds, the number of demon clans was reduced from hundreds of thousands to a mere 100,000. And this number continued to decrease. Everywhere there were the wails of demon clans. Everywhere there were charred corpses of demon clans.
Die!
Shen Mo pointed at the two elephant demon emperors. More fire feathers converged towards them.
No!
Prince, save me.
The two elephant demon emperors were terrified. They instinctively called out to the prince for help. But the prince remained motionless, as if he hadn't heard anything. Boom! The last fire feather fell. The two elephant demon emperors were directly blasted into the ground. Their charred bodies rolled a few times on the ground, then completely lost their breath. Dignified demon clan emperors in death were no different from dead dogs.
Dead, 2 demon clan emperors just like that. Just like crushing tofu, too easy. What kind of power does Shen Mo have now?
The cultivators of the Dan River sect looked at the sky, dumbfounded. Behind Shen Mo, Yang Ke and Wan Muchen were equally shocked. Although they knew Shen Mo had killed Yuan Kong, Ao Sheng, and hundreds of thousands of demon clans on the coast of the East Sea, they had never seen Shen Mo fight. Seeing it with their own eyes now, they finally understood how powerful Shen Mo had become. Yang Ke now felt only fear. How did Shen Mo surpass me so much in just a few years of reflection? From Shen Mo's move just now, he realized that now, Shen Mo could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. He immediately restrained any thoughts, not daring to act rashly. The prince laughed.
Not bad, this is your strongest move, isn't it? It seems the 4th brother has already died by your hand. Good, you have removed a major threat for me.
Shen Mo smiled.
You do have some brains. No wonder you didn't help those 2 fools, you wanted to use them to wear me down.
The prince laughed again, his 2 dark eyes emitting an increasingly violent gleam.
You guessed right. When you used that fire feather, I realized this move is indeed strong. It must be the 3rd move of the 9 Suns Divine Phoenix technique. Instead of helping them, I'd rather let them exhaust your move. Now, what other trump cards do you have?
The prince sneered, his whole body exuding blood energy, seemingly ready to strike a killing blow. Shen Mo laughed. Laughed happily.
You guessed wrong. The one thing I don't lack is trump cards.
The prince's pupils contracted.
Impossible, what other trump cards do you have? I know, you just used the 3rd move of the 9 Suns Divine Phoenix technique from the Jade Cauldron Sect's library, and you also have the 4th move. But your strange fire is not enough to perform the 4th move.
I also guessed that you have a top-tier heavenly constitution. I also know what cultivation methods and martial techniques you practice.
I know everything about you. You can't possibly have any other trump cards.
Shen Mo smiled.
Who said I only have one strange fire?
Chapter 323, Junior Brother Zio, Long Time No See. Chapter 323, Junior Brother Zio, Long Time No See. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Xiangju but even Yang Ke, Wan Muchen, Hai Kaiankun, and others showed expressions of shock. What? Could it be that Shen Mo had a second eternal flame? Impossible. Eternal flames are divine objects of heaven and earth, extremely proud. Eternal flames are almost incompatible with each other. Even a peerless genius can only tame one eternal flame. If someone tries to forcibly tame two eternal flames, their body will become the battlefield of the two eternal flames. The final outcome would be self-immolation. Xiangju stared intently at Shen Mo, trying to see something in his eyes. Unfortunately, Shen Mo's eyes were calm as water, unfathomable. He couldn't see anything.
I, the prince, am here, waiting for you to show a second eternal flame.
Xiangju gnashed his teeth, roaring.
I, the prince, don't believe anyone can tame two eternal flames. You should know, even my father only tamed one eternal flame.
Shen Mo smiled.
Thank you for telling me.
In our human clan, we value reciprocation, so as a thank you, I will send you on your way.
Shen Mo extended his right hand. A golden flame rose in his palm. Although it was smaller than the red lotus flame, its essence was nobler and more powerful than the red lotus flame. Anyone who saw it would be compelled to worship it, because it was like the sun on earth. During this period, Shen Mo provided the solar essence flame with treasures such as solar essence stone and earthfire millennium marrow. The solar essence flame gradually transformed from a flame to a blazing fire. Now, it was infinitely close to a blazing fire. The power it could unleash already surpassed the red lotus flame. When he used the third move of the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique earlier, Shen Mo had exhausted the red lotus flame's power. The red lotus flame had fallen into slumber. It would take 2 or 3 days to recover. So, Shen Mo needed to use the solar essence flame to perform the fourth move of the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique. Shen Mo's spiritual power surged. His robes fluttered. Within 1,000 feet radius around him, wild winds danced and the temperature suddenly rose. The sky changed color immediately. The scorching sunlight madly illuminated the earth, as if it wanted to burn all living things to ashes. At this moment, a huge ball of light suddenly appeared in the sky. People couldn't help but look up. Their pupils were almost completely occupied by the huge fireball. It was a meteor falling from the sky. Huge. Incomparably huge. The solar essence flame in Shen Mo's hand flew towards the sky and merged with the meteor. In an instant, the meteor became even larger, as if the angry heavens had sent down punishment.
The fourth move of the Nine Suns Divine Phoenix technique, Fire Meteor.
Shen Mo's eyes were cold as he pointed at Xiangju. Xiangju's eyes widened. He immediately used his bloodline technique. A giant elephant of blood energy, roaring at the sky, immediately appeared. It was 100 feet tall, towering and roaring at the stars. But it wasn't enough. Xiangju immediately burst forth his blood energy, not sparing even the blood energy in his flesh and bones. This blood energy quickly condensed into the shape of an ancient underworld. The shadow of the ancient underworld stood with its hands behind its back, coldly looking at the sky.
Damn!
Xiangju panted heavily. His skin was somewhat wrinkled and dry. This was a sign of overusing blood energy.
I must block it. I must escape back to the 10,000 demon nation and tell my father that Shen Mo tamed a second eternal flame.
Xiangju gnashed his teeth. In the next moment, the enormous fire meteor fell from the sky, passed through Shen Mo's primordial spirit field, and struck the giant elephant of blood energy. Boom! The giant elephant of blood energy that was roaring at the stars suddenly let out a wail. In an instant, it shattered into pieces, disintegrating into countless blood energies scattered between heaven and earth. The shadow of the ancient underworld resisted the fire meteor for 5 seconds, but then it too shattered and dissipated without a trace, leaving only a short sigh. With these obstacles gone, the fire meteor continued its slow and steady trajectory towards Xiangju. Xiangju was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his bloodline technique and strongest martial skill couldn't withstand Shen Mo's attack. He, the dignified crown prince, wasn't a match for Shen Mo, a newly ascended divine transformation stage cultivator. Boom! Xiangju's body was slammed hard into the ground. Dust flew and sparks burst. A huge pit appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the pit was the dying, charred body of Xiangju. The body of a demon emperor was incredibly resilient. Even with such terrifying damage, he didn't die instantly but was barely breathing. Shen Mo flashed using the sky step technique and appeared in front of Xiangju in an instant. Xiangju's pupils contracted further.
You.
Shen Mo smiled calmly.
If I don't kill you, your father won't spare me either. Xiangju, your brain is nowhere near Gu Ming's.
That's why you are always just the crown prince, while Gu Ming rose from a lowly bloodline wolf demon to the emperor of emperors.
Shen Mo pointed casually. The yin-yang sword shot out. Gray sword energy burst forth, directly piercing Xiangju's heart. Enveloped in spiritual energy, the heart was instantly extracted without a drop of blood being lost. Shen Mo had long known that Xiangju possessed the bloodline of the ancient giant elephant. The divine elephant-suppressing prison technique he cultivated required awakening the power of the giant elephant from each particle. If he could refine the giant elephant bloodline within Xiangju, he might accelerate his progress and awaken the power of 100 giant elephants. Shen Mo casually collected the bodies of Xiangju and the 2 elephant demon emperors into his storage ring. The bodies of demon emperors were valuable and shouldn't be wasted. After finishing, Shen Mo flew into the air. He looked around, seeing expressions of shock and awe.
High Sect Master, do you expect me to personally kill the remaining demon clans?
Shen Mo smiled slightly. Hai Qingxuan suddenly woke up from his daze.
Yes, yes, Pill River Sect disciples, follow me. Kill all the demon clans and avenge our friends and family.
The disciples of Pill River Sect were greatly motivated.
Avenge, wash away the shame. Kill all the demon clans. March to the 10,000 demon nation and seize the demon emperor's throne.
In the depths of the dense forest, Xiao Fan witnessed the entire scene, utterly shocked. He couldn't believe Shen Mo had tamed a second eternal flame. And from its essence, that eternal flame was clearly more powerful than the red lotus flame. Even more terrifying, Shen Mo instantly killed the crown prince Xiangju, who had used all his trump cards. What kind of strength was this? Absolutely beyond his capability to resist.
He just entered the divine transformation stage and already has such power. If he advances further, even peak divine transformation stage cultivators won't be his match.
Xiao Fan's heart was filled with boundless fear. The shadow named
Shen Mo
almost entirely occupied his mind. Elder Dan exclaimed in shock.
He's flying towards us. Run quickly.
Xiao Fan was startled, almost collapsing. Without hesitation, he started to run. Elder Dan didn't hesitate to consume his soul power to accelerate Xiao Fan's speed. However, they were still too slow. Even with Elder Dan's assistance, their speed couldn't compare to the sky step technique, a top-tier movement skill. By the time Xiao Fan realized, a figure in green stood 100 feet ahead, back facing them, quietly standing.
Junior brother Xiao, long time no see.
Chapter 324, Chapter 324, Xiao Fan, this is my last soul power. Take it, 10 months ago. Chapter 324, Xiao Fan, this is my last soul power. Take it. Chapter 324, Xiao Fan, this is my last soul power. Take it. Xiao Fan couldn't stop trembling all over. Even though he had merged with the memories of a divine transformation realm cultivator from back then. Even though he recalled his days as the hall master of the burning heaven hall, commanding wind and rain. But when he encountered Shen Mo again, when he met this lifelong enemy again, he instinctively felt fear. He even felt that Shen Mo was like a parasitic maggot clinging to him. No matter where he went, Shen Mo would appear there and achieve higher accomplishments than him. Now they met again, and this time Shen Mo possessed an incredibly terrifying power. The gap between his strength and Shen Mo's had reached an unimaginable extent. Even with Elder Dan's help, he was afraid that he couldn't survive this time. Xiao Fan had to force a smile and said,
Shen,
Shen Mo smiled.
where did you go after I killed the old master of the Divine Sword Sect? At that time, only those who abandoned the Qingxuan Sect chose to flee. Why did you leave?
Xiao Fan reluctantly said,
Senior brother Shen, I just went out on a mission but was chased by powerful monsters and had to run for my life. You should understand, right?
Shen Mo chuckled.
Understand. So what are you doing now? I heard that sect master Hai even promised his daughter to you as a Dao companion, and you might become a couple in the future. Why did you leave the sect when the demon army attacked the Pill River sect?
At this moment, Xiao Fan's smile was more difficult than crying. He had already used that excuse once, so he definitely couldn't use it again. But he couldn't think of a good excuse in a short time. He was silent. Whoosh whoosh. A few figures flew to Shen Mo's side. They were Hai Kainkun, Wan Muchen, and Yang Kit. Hai Kainkun was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands to Shen Mo.
Taoist friend Shen, many thanks. If you hadn't arrived in time and killed that Xiang Ju, our Pill River sect might have been flattened. On behalf of all the cultivators of the Pill River sect, I thank you.
After he finished speaking, he directly knelt on both knees and prostrated himself before Shen Mo. Both his actions and tone were filled with respect. It was evident that his gratitude towards Shen Mo came from the bottom of his heart. Shen Mo did not expect Hai Kainkun to perform such a great courtesy. He was a bit surprised and quickly helped him up.
Sect Master Hai, there is no need for such formalities.
Hai Kainkun gratefully stood up. Young people are generally more spirited. Now, Shen Mo's strength had surpassed that of the sect masters of the three sects and most of the divine transformation realm elders. Shen Mo being somewhat overbearing was expected. He did not expect Shen Mo to still be the same as before. For a moment, he felt even more emotional.
Sect Master Hai, here is one of your Pill River sect's cultivators.
Shen Mo said casually. It was only then that Hai Kainkun noticed Xiao Fan beside him. With his divine transformation realm cultivation, he naturally saw through Xiao Fan's disguise at a glance.
Xiao Fan, I promised my daughter to you as a Dao companion, and when the sect needed you, you were nowhere to be found.
Hai Kainkun was furious. He pointed at Xiao Fan's nose and scolded him. Spit was almost flying onto Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan remained silent. He couldn't say a word. His actions could be seen as selfishness in the small sense and betrayal of the sect in the larger sense. In any of the three sects in Yuzhou, such behavior was punishable by only one penalty: death. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and looked around at the few people. These were all divine transformation realm cultivators. Shen Mo had arrived with the momentum of killing the Grand Prince of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, 2 elephant demon emperors, and hundreds of thousands of demon tribes. Even without speaking, it made him tremble. In this situation, can he still survive?
Elder Dan,
Xiao Fan whispered. Elder Dan sighed softly.
I still have one last card to play. Using all my divine soul power to perform the 9 reincarnation technique, preserving a thread of your soul and aiding your rebirth. The 9 reincarnation technique is something I comprehended on my own, aligning with heavenly secrets, but it's not yet perfected.
Where you will ultimately be reborn, and as what is unknown.
Hope suddenly rose within Xiao Fan.
You can save me.
Elder Dan sighed lightly.
After using this technique, my divine soul will be completely shattered. The burden of revitalizing the 9 reincarnation Dan Dao sect will rest solely on you.
I hope that what I am doing today won't be in vain.
Xiao Fan solemnly said.
Rest assured, I, Xiao Fan, am a person of deep emotions and righteousness. I will never forget my promise to you today. I will definitely revive the 9 reincarnation Dan Dao sect. Good.
Elder Dan nodded. At this moment, Wan Muchen casually said,
Since he's a traitor of the Pill River sect, let's leave him to Sect Master Hai for disposal. We are outsiders and it's not convenient for us to interfere.
Hai Kainkun nodded sternly, reaching out to grab Xiao Fan. Shen Mo pondered, actually intending to kill Xiao Fan himself and seize Xiao Fan's fortune. At this moment, he looked at Xiao Fan's life panel. Recent opportunity. Today, trapped by Shen Mo and others, Xiao Fan is about to be captured by Hai Kainkun and judged as a sect traitor. Elder Dan uses all his divine soul power to perform the 9 reincarnation technique, preserving a thread of Xiao Fan's soul for reincarnation. A year later, Xiao Fan is reborn in the demon suppression sea, starting a new life as a demon. Shen Mo pondered. The 9 reincarnation technique seems to be related to the 9 reincarnation Dan Dao canon. But Shen Mo had thoroughly read the 9 reincarnation Dan Dao canon and had never seen this special technique. It must have been created by that old man inside Xiao Fan's body.
Rebirth.
Shen Mo smiled slightly. There were still several opportunities on Xiao Fan. If he hadn't been trapped by them today, he would most likely go to seek those opportunities. Now that Xiao Fan is about to be reborn, those opportunities naturally become ownerless. Shen Mo couldn't stand to see good fortune wasted, so he reluctantly decided to take them.
Xiao Fan, by the name of sect traitor, I will capture you. Come with me.
Hai Kaienkun's eyes were icy, reaching out to grab Xiao Fan's arm. However, at this moment, Xiao Fan was as heavy as a small mountain and could not be moved no matter what. Moments later, an astounding amount of divine soul power burst from around him. Hai Kaienkun's eyes widened.
Divine transformation realm.
Wan Muchen frowned.
No, it's not Xiao Fan's aura. There's a divine soul hidden within his body.
Buzz! A blue phantom suddenly appeared behind Xiao Fan. It was an old face, full of anger and resentment.
You!
Hai Kainkun was stunned, looking at this face and recalling something.
I am the great elder of the 9 reincarnation Dan Dao sect. Xiao Fan is my chosen successor, you cannot kill him. I will use my peak divine transformation realm soul to help him escape. Wait and see, he will definitely revive the 9 reincarnation Dan Dao sect and completely annihilate the 3 sects of Yuzhou.
Chapter 325, Hope your wool is plentiful enough when we meet again. Chapter 325, Hope your wool is plentiful enough when we meet again. Hai Kainkun exclaimed.
What kind of secret technique is that? I didn't even have time to react before that divine light disappeared without a trace.
Yanka waved his hand.
Escaped, then escaped. Even if he reincarnates, he won't amount to anything.
Wan Muchen shook his head.
I didn't expect the remnants of the 9 reincarnation Dan Dao sect to still think about reviving their sect. It's truly laughable.
Hai Kainkun blamed himself.
I didn't expect someone like this to have infiltrated the Pill River sect.
Shen Mo looked thoughtfully in the direction the divine light had fled. A demon of the demon suppression sea. It clearly didn't sound human anymore. In the future, he would probably also go to the demon suppression sea. Maybe he would meet Xiao Fan again.
The child of destiny, if not suppressed by me, would grow very quickly. When we meet again, I hope your wool is plentiful enough.
Shen Mo smiled and silently mouthed towards the east.
Sect Master Hai, it's time to discuss serious matters.
Shen Mo said with a smile. Hai Kainkun sighed lightly. Even if Shen Mo hadn't mentioned it, he had guessed it. The Pill River sect suffered heavy losses, with more than half of the divine transformation realm elders fleeing. The nascent soul realm elders, deacons, and disciples below them suffered countless casualties. Describing it as severely wounded would be an understatement. Now, the Jade Cauldron sect had Shen Mo, a divine transformation realm cultivator with powerful combat abilities. And the slumbering Lee Fire Flood Dragon. Without thinking, he knew what would happen next.
I am willing to merge the Pill River sect into the Jade Cauldron sect, but I still need to discuss it with a few divine transformation realm elders.
Hai Kun gritted his teeth. Shen Mo chuckled.
Those divine transformation realm elders, what are they? Do they even deserve to be part of this discussion? As long as Sect Master Hai is willing to merge, that's enough. Elder Wan, please stay here to discuss the subsequent matters. And by the way, inform Sect Master Li of the situation here and let him arrange it.
Wan Muchen nodded repeatedly.
Okay, I'll handle it right away. Elder Yang, let's go to the Supreme Clarity Sect's mountain gate.
Shen Mo said calmly.
Yes.
Yang Ke dared not have any disobedience, nodding repeatedly like pounding garlic. Hai Kun watched the two fly away, with boundless emotion rising in his eyes. He couldn't help but say,
Elder Wan, how is your Jade Cauldron sect so lucky to have a cultivator like Shen Mo?
Wan Muchen couldn't help but smile, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, he casually said,
Stop sighing, hurry up and clean the battlefield, and heal the disciples.
Hai Kun sighed.
All right.
6 days later, at the Supreme Clarity Sect's mountain gate, the ground was filled with dense formations of demon clans. Several ironclad cloud boats lay powerless on the ground, dim and lifeless. Those were the ironclad cloud boats that had been blasted down by the demon army's gathered blood energy. During this time, the demon army and the Supreme Clarity Sect cultivators had been locked in a long tug-of-war. However, the demon clans were numerous and high-spirited, always having the upper hand, gradually eroding the territory of the Supreme Clarity Sect. After half a month of continuous attacks, they had now broken through 2 of the Supreme Clarity Sect's outer defensive formations. Only the last defensive formation remained unbroken. The bright sky was now almost covered by the blood energy reaching the heavens. In such a scene, the morale of the human cultivators could be imagined. In the distant sky, 3 demon emperors floated calmly. Each demon emperor was immensely huge, over 50 zhang, approximately 165 feet tall. They exuded an overpowering and savage aura. Just meeting their gaze would instill immense fear. They only needed to float in midair to give the Supreme Clarity Sect cultivators immense psychological pressure.
Hold on, King Jing is almost here.
Mo Lingxiao roared, his voice echoing throughout the sect. As if fate had not abandoned them. In the distant sky, 10 massive cloud boats suddenly appeared. The leading cloud boat was luxurious and resplendent, golden all over. It was the Golden Dragon Cloud Boat, a reward from Emperor Jing to King Jing.
King Jing has arrived.
A voice as loud as a great bell resounded in the sky. It immediately greatly boosted morale. Suddenly, the Golden Dragon Cloud Boat began to gather immense energy. The next moment, a dazzling white beam of light shot out, blasting towards the demon clan formations. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose. Many demons were killed in this strike. After the Golden Dragon Cloud Boat's attack, the 9 ironclad cloud boats behind it also began to gather energy, continuously launching attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The beam of light continued to strike the ground. Immediately, it tore huge gaps in the dense demon clan formations. The Supreme Clarity Sect cultivators were instantly invigorated. Mo Lingxiao also showed joy. The cloud boats were indeed powerful. Unfortunately, the ironclad cloud boats of the Supreme Clarity Sect had been severely depleted in the previous 10 days of attacks. Some were heavily damaged. Some had exhausted their energy. They were already unable to fight. If the Supreme Clarity Sect had cultivators skilled in repairing ironclad cloud boats, they might have been able to hold out for another 10 days to half a month. It wouldn't have ended so miserably, with casualties everywhere.
Thank you, King Jing.
Mo Lingxiao cupped his hands towards the sky from afar. However, King Jing only glanced at him from a distance and did not respond. Mo Lingxiao's expression changed several times, and he could only grit his teeth and endure it. He knew that the Supreme Clarity Sect had suffered great losses this time, and their overall strength was at most only 30% of their peak. but the combat power of the state overseer's mansion was intact. As long as the demon army was repelled, it was almost certain that the Supreme Clarity Sect would be incorporated into the state overseer's mansion. King Jing naturally wouldn't give him a good face, nor did he need to show him much respect. The three demon emperors looked at the golden dragon cloud boat and the three ironclad cloud boats and smiled indifferently.
We've been waiting for you. Finally, you've come. Now we can catch you all in one net and complete the task given by His Majesty the Demon Emperor, bringing a golden dragon cloud boat back for research.
The leading lion demon emperor sneered. The other two demon emperors also sneered. The next moment, an astonishing amount of blood energy spurted from the noses and mouths of the three demon emperors. The lion demon emperor suddenly threw out a withered fruit from his bosom. The fruit looked plain and ordinary, withered and lacking water, no different from a green apple. But when it came into contact with the blood energy, it began to swell at an incredible speed. 1 foot 5 feet 1 zhang 10 zhang.
Activate the defensive formations immediately.
Chapter 326, Block it with all your might. Even if you die, you must block it for me. Chapter 326, Block it with all your might. Even if you die, you must block it for me. Mo Lingxiao's pupils contracted, and he shouted sharply.
Quick, get out of the way.
The higher-level cultivators reacted, instinctively dodging. But the lower-level cultivators didn't react at all. They could only watch helplessly as the huge insect crashed down with a bang. Boom! In an instant, soil and wood splattered and rocks crumbled. Countless broken limbs and bodies flew in all directions. It was incredibly terrifying. What's worse, the third defensive formation, which the Qingxuan Sect prided itself on, couldn't withstand the insect's attack. The top-tier Earth-grade defensive formation shattered into fragments of light. Mo Lingxiao's eyes widened. What kind of insect is this? Its physical body is that terrifying. The next moment, the giant insect twisted like a dragon. Its huge mouth opened. Inside were rows upon rows of sharp teeth. With a great inhale, a massive gravitational force suddenly emerged. Countless objects flew towards the huge mouth. The terrified screams of the cultivators followed.
Damn insect!
An elder in the divine transformation stage roared and suddenly launched a giant ice spike into the insect's mouth. However, the ice spike disappeared without a trace, like a mud ox into the sea. The insect growled lowly in annoyance, and its sturdy skin suddenly opened. Many flying insects immediately flew out. These flying insects looked similar to it but had a pair of thin wings. They flew nimbly in the complex environment. In the next moment, they gathered around the divine transformation stage elder. They opened their mouths, emitting layers of suction. The divine transformation stage elder immediately found in horror that his blood and energy were being siphoned away. He had no means of countering it. Even though he killed some of the flying insects, more would come out, sucking his blood and energy. In the blink of an eye, a dignified divine transformation stage cultivator turned into a dry corpse and fell powerlessly. This scene caused an uproar among the Qingxuan Sect cultivators and the state governor's office cultivators. What kind of terrifying demon beast is this? Even the king of Jing's expression changed slightly.
Since when did the 10,000 demon nation have such demon beasts?
At this moment, information flashed through Wu Renyan's mind like lightning. He exclaimed,
It's the heavenly silkworm mother, the legendary terrifying demon beast.
The king of Jing was slightly surprised.
You know this creature?
Wu Renyan nodded.
The state governor.
In the past, during the founding of our Jing kingdom, the first emperor swept across the demon tribes, driving them to the southern part of the continent. During the resistance, the demon tribes used 2 of the fruits, awakening 2 heavenly silkworm mothers. Each time, they caused great damage to our Jing kingdom's cultivators.
I thought the demon Emperor Gu Ming would keep the 3rd fruit as a trump card, but I didn't expect him to use it so decisively here.
Wu Renyan's face was pale. After listening to his description, the king of Jing also turned pale. His attempt to win hearts might have been a mistake. He might even lose his life here.
Damn it!
Mo Lingxia watched as the cultivators around him were devoured by the heavenly silkworm mother, and their blood and energy were siphoned by the flying silkworms, turning them into dry corpses. He was furious. He roared.
King of Jing, attack quickly. I'll give you whatever you want.
The king of Jing steadied his mind.
Order the 10 cloud ships to operate at full power and attack the heavenly silkworm mother. I don't believe it can withstand the full power of 10 cloud ships. Yes.
The cultivators from the state governor's office immediately responded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The formation arrays of the 10 cloud ships operated at full speed, channeling energy to their tips. The tips instantly gathered dazzling energy. They shone like 10 small suns. The energy condensed by the golden dragon cloud ship was even more brilliant. It was like the sun in the human world. The heavenly silkworm mother sensed something unusual and couldn't help but raise its head. It stopped devouring. It seemed to be brewing something in its mouth. The next moment, a terrifying dark green liquid surged in the heavenly silkworm mother's mouth. The three demon kings' expressions changed slightly, and they growled.
All demons, activate your blood energy shields immediately.
The demon kings and commanders reacted quickly, instantly activating their blood energy to protect themselves. As for the lower-level demon soldiers, they had no idea what was happening and stared dumbfoundedly at the giant insect. They had long been intimidated by the heavenly silkworm mother's immense pressure and dared not move. At this moment, the dark green liquid in the heavenly silkworm mother's mouth accumulated to a point and suddenly spewed out. Splash! The dark green liquid poured down like a torrential storm. It covered hundreds of miles around the Supreme Purity Sect's mountain gate. Wherever the green rain passed, whether it was rocky buildings or towering trees, sizzling sounds of burning immediately emerged. Then they were corroded at a terrifying speed. As for the human cultivators who were stained by the green rain, there was no need to elaborate. They screamed in agony. They wished they could chop off the parts that were stained directly. In just 10 breaths' time, many Supreme Purity Sect cultivators died as a result. They fell to the ground, turning into scattered limbs and bodies. Their remaining blood energy was sucked dry by the flying silkworms. The Supreme Purity Sect cultivators suffered heavy casualties. The demon army didn't fare any better. Lower-level demon soldiers almost instantly died. As for the demon commanders, even with blood energy shields, they screamed in pain, and the stained parts were corroded madly. Only the demon kings could completely resist this corrosion. As for most of the dark green liquid, it pressed down on the 10 cloud ships. Even before it fell, the king of Jing and other cultivators could smell the foul stench it emitted. The king of Jing's expression changed dramatically. Too fast. The cloud ship's strongest attacks hadn't even finished gathering. The heavenly silkworm mother's attack had already arrived.
Block it with all your might. Even if you die, you must block it for me.
The king of Jing roared, but his body instinctively retreated. Bang, bang, bang. Huge dark green liquid blobs hit the cloud ship's surfaces and were immediately blocked by the formation shields. But the formation shields dimmed instantly and shook violently after just withstanding the first wave of attacks. The top-grade spirit stones within the formations quickly turned pale and even shattered. Before the cultivators could replace the spirit stones, the second wave of attacks had already arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The formation shields couldn't withstand it. They disintegrated into fragments of light. The state governor's office's cultivators were exposed to the dark green liquid.
Oh!
Chapter 327, A Single Step into the Divine Transformation Realm, the World Shaken in an Instant. Chapter 327, A Single Step into the Divine Transformation Realm, the World Shaken in an Instant. King Jing's expression changed drastically. He deeply regretted his decision. He wished he could immediately steer the Golden Dragon cloud vessel and flee to the ends of the earth. As a noble prince, how could he possibly fall into the hands of the demon race?
What should I do?
King Jing's face was filled with anxiety. He had lived a life of luxury, lacking experience and tempering. Handling ordinary matters was one thing, but when faced with a situation that directly threatened his life, he found himself utterly flustered. Wu Renyan shook his head.
There is no way. Once the devourer silkworm mother is awakened, it will go on a rampage, devouring everything around it until it dies from overconsumption. As far as I know, even the demon race has no means to control it. But judging by the expressions of those three demon sovereigns, they don't seem the least bit worried that the devourer silkworm mother will eventually turn on them.
King Jing gritted his teeth in fury. On the ground, Mo Lingxia was equally desperate. He had never imagined that the golden dragon cloud vessel and the ironclad cloud vessel would be so effortlessly destroyed by the devourer silkworm mother. That so-called culmination of array formations had crumbled like tofu, utterly defenseless. Was the ironclad cloud vessel simply too weak, or was the devourer silkworm mother just too powerful? Mo Lingxiao had no answer. He knew his death was imminent.
If my Supreme Purity Sect has suffered such a devastating assault, then the Pill River Sect and the Jade Cauldron Sect must have fared even worse. The three great sects of Yuzhu, locked in endless disputes, now stand on the brink of annihilation.
Mo Lingxiao looked up to the sky and wept. He hated his own short-sightedness for failing to see through Gu Ming's insidious plot. He hated himself for focusing only on immediate gains, allowing resentment to fester between his sect and the Jade Cauldron Sect. He hated himself for overestimating King Jing's abilities and underestimating Emperor Jing's cold-hearted indifference. If he were given another chance, he would abandon all past grudges, unite the three sects, and fight the demon race together. At that moment, two streaks of light suddenly appeared on the distant horizon, racing toward the Supreme Purity Sect's gates. A mighty divine transformation aura swept out in all directions without pause. The ongoing battle came to a sudden halt as all three warring factions took notice. The three demon sovereigns, Mo Lingxiao, King Jing, and the others instinctively turned their gaze to the sky. There they saw a young figure. Clad in azure robes with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his expression was resolute and unwavering. Amidst the blood-soaked sky, he stood without fear. It was none other than the Jade Cauldron Sect's young sect master Shen Mo.
Him!
Mo Lingxiao was dumbfounded. He never expected Shen Mo to still be alive. His first thought was that Shen Mo had come to seek aid. After all, what other reason could there be? King Jing and Wu Renyan were also stunned. They, too, recognized Shen Mo but could not fathom his presence here. Even sensing the divine transformation aura radiating from him, their immediate reaction remained the same. Was he not simply rushing to his death? The three demon sovereigns also froze at the sight of Shen Mo.
Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect, shouldn't he be holding off the Eastern army led by the fourth prince? Did he break through the encirclement and flee to the Supreme Purity Sect for reinforcements? That's absolutely ridiculous. He's not here for aid, he's here to die.
The three demon sovereigns burst into laughter. If they could capture Shen Mo alive and present him to Gu Ming, that would be a grand achievement. After all, Shen Mo was someone Gu Ming himself had repeatedly praised as a supreme human genius. Even the devourer silkworm mother, which had been greedily feasting, suddenly halted and turned its gaze toward Shen Mo. As if sensing an even more delectable feast. Yang Ke stared at the devourer silkworm mother in horror.
What?
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
The devourer silkworm mother, this should be the last one. I never expected Gu Ming to be so determined to ensure the success of his three-pronged assault. He even unleashed something like this.
He sighed inwardly. Gu Ming had truly planned everything meticulously. His invasion of the Jade Cauldron Sect, the Supreme Purity Sect, and the Pill River Sect, each of the three demon armies had been guaranteed absolute success. However, Gu Ming could never have expected that Shen Mo would become the greatest variable of all. A single step into the divine transformation realm. In an instant, the world was shaken.
Young sect master, that thing looks terrifying.
Yang Ke asked cautiously. Shen Mo did not answer, instead he advanced calmly. Not even the terrifying appearance and massive body of the devourer silkworm mother could instill fear in him. Before the three demon sovereigns could speak, the devourer silkworm mother suddenly abandoned its feast and lunged straight at Shen Mo. But in doing so, the demon army suffered a catastrophic fate. The demon soldiers on the ground had no time to react before the colossal, 200-jang-long body of the devourer silkworm mother barreled forward. Except for the demon kings and a handful of the strongest demon commanders, any demon who stood in its path was instantly crushed into pulp. The demon army had already lost half its forces under the bombardment of 10 cloud ships. Now even more were slaughtered. Only around 20 to 30,000 demons remained. All of them were stricken with terror, unwilling to fight any longer. One by one, they fled toward the forests flanking the battlefield. They were willing to die in combat. They were willing to fight for the 10,000 demons nation. But they were not willing to die so meaninglessly. Even the three demon sovereigns struggled to control their panicked troops, helpless as they scattered in fear.
Good timing.
Shen Mo's expression remained as calm as still water. His primordial spirit domain expanded in an instant. However, before he could even unleash his techniques, the devourer silkworm mother's speed suddenly accelerated to its peak. With its massive jaws wide open, it lunged, and in one gulp swallowed Shen Mo whole. Its razor-sharp teeth nearly grazed Yang Ke's nose as it passed. The overwhelming presence of the monstrous beast left Yang Ke's legs weak with fear.
Shen Mo.
He gasped in disbelief. The three demon sovereigns froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter.
Ha, and here I thought this so-called peerless genius would at least put up some resistance, but he was swallowed in a single bite by the devourer silkworm mother. Absolutely ridiculous, hilarious.
King Jing and Mo Lingxiao had still been holding onto a shred of hope, expecting some kind of miracle. But seeing this, their hearts sank into despair. However, after swallowing Shen Mo, the devourer silkworm mother suddenly showed signs of agony. It was as if something inside was tearing through its flesh. Even through its thick, chitinous hide, faint bursts of light could be seen surging within. A few moments later, a scorching pillar of fire erupted from the devourer silkworm mother's back, blasting straight through its body. Dark green insect fluids splattered in all directions. Massive chunks of flesh rained down from the sky, crushing and poisoning many of the remaining demon soldiers below. And amidst the carnage, a strange figure emerged before the stunned crowd. It was still Shen Mo. However, he was now clad in a half-body suit of crimson armor. His head, chest, and right arm were encased in a seamless layer of fiery red plating. The rest of his body, though not covered in armor, was surrounded by a blazing red glow. A barrier that had shielded him from the corrosive stomach acids of the devourer silkworm mother.
If I had attacked from the outside, it might have taken some effort. But you swallowing me.
Chapter 328. Now we can finally talk normally, King Jing. Chapter 328. Now we can finally talk normally, King Jing. Outside the gates of the Supreme Purity Sect, the wretched screams of the devourer silkworm mother echoed between heaven and earth. Its cry was sharp and piercing. Even with ears covered, it felt like countless needles stabbing into the mind. The weaker disciples clutched their heads in agony, writhing on the ground. Mo Lingxiao and the Supreme Purity Sect cultivators at the Divine Transformation Realm and above had no choice but to unleash their spiritual power to shield their disciples from the sound. The human cultivators could still protect themselves, but the mighty demons had no such mercy for their weaker kin. The greatest strength of the demon race was their sheer numbers and rapid reproduction. If one batch perished, more demon fodder would take their place. The demon kings could barely withstand this mind-piercing sonic assault. But below them, including most of the demon commanders, blood gushed from all 7 orifices of their faces in excruciating pain. As for the lower-ranked demon generals and soldiers, their skulls simply burst apart, their headless corpses crashing heavily to the ground. In this single wave of devastation, the demon army was all but annihilated. Only the 3 demon sovereigns, a dozen demon kings, and a handful of high bloodline, powerful demon commanders remained. All three factions had their gazes locked on the writhing devourer silkworm mother. The three demon sovereigns only knew how to awaken the creature. But now, they had no idea how to deal with this situation. Moreover, the devourer silkworm mother was thrashing violently. With each convulsion, it was like a dragon awakening from slumber. One careless move, and they might get caught in its rampage. None of them dared to approach. As for the cultivators of the Supreme Purity Sect and the state governor's office, their eyes remained fixed on the raging firelight flickering from within the beast's body. Hope blazed within their hearts. A low, droning hum filled the air. Inside the devourer silkworm mother, the firelight gathered madly, growing ever brighter. It was like a miniature sun forming within its body. At its peak, the energy of this small sun reached its absolute limit. Then it exploded. Boom! The devourer silkworm mother was instantly torn apart into countless pieces of flesh and viscera. Dark green insect fluids shot out in all directions, splattering everywhere. The demon kings let out strange cries, scrambling backward. But some were not so lucky. Those struck by the putrid fluids found their bodies corroded on contact, their flesh dissolving into an unsightly mess. Even the three demon sovereigns were drenched in the foul green blood. However, their powerful blood essence surged outward, instantly evaporating the corrosive liquid before it could cause harm. They stared in shock at the sky, where the remnants of the devourer silkworm mother rained down. Where was Shen Mo? Before they could find an answer, a sharp, thunderous sound echoed through the air. And the next moment, a calm voice spoke from right behind them.
Looking for me.
The three demon sovereigns' eyes widened in disbelief. They instinctively turned to strike. But Shen Mo had already launched his attack. His left hand formed a fist, his right hand an open palm. In his left, the heavenly flame of creation blazed fiercely. In his right, the solar essence flame erupted. With ruthless force, he struck forward. The raging otherworldly flames howled through the air. In an instant, the three demon sovereigns were engulfed. Having spent much of their blood essence to awaken the devourer silkworm mother, they had not yet fully recovered. Now, facing such a devastating, point-blank attack, they had no means of countering it. Surrounded by the inferno, their only option was to unleash their bloodline arts in a desperate bid for survival. However, the moment their bloodline arts manifested, forming enormous projections of blood energy, they were instantly incinerated by the raging flames. They had no chance to resist.
Die!
Shen Mo raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The red and golden flames converged rapidly, pulling inward. Three agonized screams pierced the air. Three charred corpses plummeted from the sky, lifeless. The cultivators of the Supreme Purity Sect and the state governor's office were left speechless. Mo Lingxiao, King Jing, and Wu Renayan were utterly shaken. None of them had imagined that Shen Mo had already reached such an overwhelming level of power. First, he had burrowed into the devourer silkworm mother and obliterated it from within. And with a single strike, he slew the three demon sovereigns. Did he possess limitless spiritual power? How could he withstand such an overwhelming expenditure of energy? Whoosh! With a flicker, Shen Mo appeared atop the golden dragon cloud vessel.
King Jing, it's been a while.
Shen Mo's expression was calm. The aura of a divine transformation cultivator radiated from him without restraint, surging in all directions. Moreover, he had just slain the devourer silkworm mother and three demon sovereigns. His presence alone carried lingering dominance. Even if he wasn't actively unleashing his divine transformation aura, it was enough to make people's legs go weak with fear. King Jing's face turned deathly pale. What was happening? One moment, this man had been hundreds of zhang away. The next, he was standing right before him. Did this not mean that killing him would take no more than a flick of a finger? Wu Renayan's face was just as bloodless. Yet he still fulfilled his duty as a bodyguard. Gripping his weapon tightly, he stepped in front of King Jing.
Please step back.
Wu Renayan gritted his teeth, bearing the full force of Shen Mo's unrestrained divine transformation aura. The pressure Shen Mo exuded was like a waterfall weighing thousands of tons, relentlessly crashing down on his body. As though it sought to strip the flesh and skin from his bones, to reduce him to nothing but a stark white skeleton.
A full realm of difference in power, yet you still dare to stand and protect your lord. Admirable courage.
Shen Mo's voice remained indifferent as he casually waved his hand. Wu Renayan was sent flying like a ragdoll. He was nothing more than a flimsy puppet in Shen Mo's grasp. He was flung hundreds of zhang away, crashing into the dense forest below. Whoosh whoosh. Two divine transformation cultivators instantly positioned themselves beside King Jing, gritting their teeth as they glared at Shen Mo. These were King Jing's most powerful guards. They normally remained hidden, only revealing themselves in dire situations.
Two mid-stage divine transformation cultivators. You are no match for me.
Shen Mo shook his head. The divine transformation cultivator on the left clenched his jaw.
What kind of monster are you? You just stepped into the divine transformation realm, yet you wield such terrifying strength. Have you been possessed by a demon?
Shen Mo chuckled.
With your limited knowledge, I suppose possession is the only explanation you can think of. Attack together, we can't let him harm King Jing.
The right side divine transformation cultivator roared. Both of them lunged at the same time. Their primordial spirit domains unfolded simultaneously. The cultivator on the left summoned a domain of flowing water, transforming all incoming attacks into water-based constructs that surged toward Shen Mo. The cultivator on the right enveloped the golden dragon cloud vessel in a thick black mist. His own figure dissolved into the haze, vanishing without a trace.
This is the first time I've seen the primordial spirit domains of other divine transformation cultivators. Interesting.
Looking for me. The three demon sovereigns' eyes widened in disbelief. They instinctively turned to strike. But Shen Mo had already launched his attack. His left hand formed a fist, his right hand an open palm. In his left, the heavenly flame of creation blazed fiercely. In his right, the solar essence flame erupted. With ruthless force, he struck forward. The raging otherworldly flames howled through the air. In an instant, the three demon sovereigns were engulfed. Having spent much of their blood essence to awaken the devourer silkworm mother, they had not yet fully recovered. Now, facing such a devastating, point-blank attack, they had no means of countering it. Surrounded by the inferno, their only option was to unleash their bloodline arts in a desperate bid for survival. However, the moment their bloodline arts manifested, forming enormous projections of blood energy, they were instantly incinerated by the raging flames. They had no chance to resist. Die! Shen Mo raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The red and golden flames converged rapidly, pulling inward.
Ugh!
Three agonized screams pierced the air. Three charred corpses plummeted from the sky, lifeless. The cultivators of the Supreme Purity Sect and the state governor's office were left speechless. Mo Lingxiao, King Jing, and Wu Renayan were utterly shaken. None of them had imagined that Shen Mo had already reached such an overwhelming level of power. First, he had burrowed into the devourer silkworm mother and obliterated it from within. And with a single strike, he slew the three demon sovereigns. Did he possess limitless spiritual power? How could he withstand such an overwhelming expenditure of energy? Whoosh! With a flicker, Shen Mo appeared atop the golden dragon cloud vessel. King Jing, it's been a while. Shen Mo's expression was calm. The aura of a divine transformation cultivator radiated from him without restraint, surging in all directions. Moreover, he had just slain the devourer silkworm mother and three demon sovereigns. His presence alone carried lingering dominance. Even if he wasn't actively unleashing his divine transformation aura, it was enough to make people's legs go weak with fear. King Jing's face turned deathly pale. What was happening? One moment, this man had been hundreds of zhang away. The next, he was standing right before him. Did this not mean that killing him would take no more than a flick of a finger? Wu Renayan's face was just as bloodless. Yet he still fulfilled his duty as a bodyguard. Gripping his weapon tightly, he stepped in front of King Jing. "Please step back," Wu Renyan gritted his teeth, bearing the full force of Shen Mo's unrestrained divine transformation aura. The pressure Shen Mo exuded was like a waterfall weighing thousands of tons, relentlessly crashing down on his body. As though it sought to strip the flesh and skin from his bones, to reduce him to nothing but a stark white skeleton. A full realm of difference in power, yet you still dare to stand and protect your lord. Admirable courage. Shen Mo's voice remained indifferent as he casually waved his hand. Wu Renyan was sent flying like a ragdoll. He was nothing more than a flimsy puppet in Shen Mo's grasp. He was flung hundreds of zhang away, crashing into the dense forest below. Whoosh whoosh. Two divine transformation cultivators instantly positioned themselves beside King Jing, gritting their teeth as they glared at Shen Mo. These were King Jing's most powerful guards. They normally remained hidden, only revealing themselves in dire situations. Two mid-stage divine transformation cultivators, you are no match for me, Shen Mo shook his head. The divine transformation cultivator on the left clenched his jaw. What kind of monster are you? You just stepped into the divine transformation realm, yet you wield such terrifying strength. Have you been possessed by a demon? Shen Mo chuckled. With your limited knowledge, I suppose possession is the only explanation you can think of. Attack together, we can't let him harm King Jing, the right side divine transformation cultivator roared. Both of them lunged at the same time. Their primordial spirit domains unfolded simultaneously. The cultivator on the left summoned a domain of flowing water, transforming all incoming attacks into water-based constructs that surged toward Shen Mo. The cultivator on the right enveloped the golden dragon cloud vessel in a thick black mist. His own figure dissolved into the haze, vanishing without a trace. This is the first time I've seen the primordial spirit domains of other divine transformation cultivators. Interesting, but completely useless. Shen Mo shook his head. Against absolute power, all flashy techniques were nothing more than meaningless displays. He too unfolded his primordial spirit domain. His twin extremities soared into the air, unleashing a torrential surge of gray sword energy, covering all directions. A pain scream echoed. The black mist instantly dissipated. The right side divine transformation cultivator was flung backward, a long, deep gash carved into his chest, nearly exposing his internal organs. Shen Mo raised his fist and struck again. The red lotus flame erupted in an overwhelming surge. The water constructs within the left side cultivator's domain instantly evaporated into steam, dispersing into the sky. The left side divine transformation cultivator's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, the red lotus flame struck him in the chest. His entire front was instantly charred black, his injuries horrific and irreversible. Clearly, he was no longer fit to fight. Watching the two divine transformation cultivators collapse in mere moments. The other cultivators from the state governor's office didn't even dare to step forward. Overcome with fear, they dropped to their knees, trembling. Shen Mo took a step forward, his gaze settling upon the young prince.
Now we can finally have a proper conversation, King Jing.
Chapter 329, Don't say you dare not refuse me, even the emperor doesn't dare. Chapter 329, Don't say you dare not refuse me, even the emperor doesn't dare. King Jing wanted to laugh, but his smile was uglier than crying.
Shen Mo.
His voice carried forced authority, but there was fear beneath it. Shen Mo chuckled.
I don't like being threatened, you'd best not try that. Besides, you're not even qualified to be my enemy. As for your claim that opposing you means opposing the entire Jing kingdom.
King Jing clenched his teeth but said nothing more. Shen Mo turned toward the gates of Supreme Purity Sect and called out loudly.
Sect Master Mo, no need to keep watching. Come up and speak.
In an instant, countless eyes turned toward Mo Lingxiao. Mo Lingxiao sighed softly before stepping onto the golden dragon cloud vessel, standing face to face with Shen Mo. He already had a vague idea of what Shen Mo was going to say. Shen Mo spoke calmly.
I'll make it simple.
Shen Mo.
Completely annihilated.
They exchanged bewildered glances. This was beyond belief. Shen Mo remained indifferent.
I'm just here to inform you.
Shen Mo.
Shen Mo, do you even understand what you're saying? My imperial brother has spent 20 years carefully planning to bring the kingdom's sects under complete control. The first step is to eliminate the fragmented rule of sects in Yuzhou and bring the entire province under the imperial court.
But now, you say that Jade Cauldron Sect will absorb Supreme Purity Sect and Pill River Sect, and you tell me to leave.
What exactly are you trying to do?
His eyes locked onto Shen Mo, searching for an answer. He didn't dare agree. He had no idea how the emperor would react if he accepted this. Shen Mo replied nonchalantly.
Jing Kingdom consists of 9 provinces. Except for Wu Province, which lacks sects, the other 7 provinces already have a dominant major sect. What those 7 sects are doing, I am doing the same.
From Emperor Jiang's perspective, he wanted all sects to bow before him and rule the kingdom unchallenged. That was natural. From Shen Mo's perspective, he needed to ensure his own security. Thus, he had to unite the 3 sects and solidify Yuzhou, making Jade Cauldron Sect an equal power to those 7 great sects, and, in turn, stand against the emperor. Neither side was right or wrong. It all depended on perspective.
What if I refuse?
King Jing's voice was tight, his jaw clenched. Even his breath carried a chill. Shen Mo's eyes grew cold.
When the demon nation launched its invasion, why did the Yuzhou governor's office fail to immediately send reinforcements? Why did they allow Yuzhou's people to suffer? Why did they wait until Supreme Purity Sect was on the brink of destruction before showing up at a leisurely pace? Do you and Emperor Jiang think I can't see your intentions? Do you think the people of Yuzhou are blind? Meanwhile, Jade Cauldron Sect and I personally stood against the demons. We are the heroes, the ones who saved this land. Don't say you don't dare refuse me.
Shen Mo. King Jing stared deeply at Shen Mo before speaking. Shen Mo smiled. The killing intent vanished instantly, as if it had never been there.
Sect Master Mo, you may disembark. The king is leaving.
Shen Mo said with a light-hearted chuckle.
Oh!
Mo Lingxiao could only nod along. As soon as the two disembarked, the Golden Dragon cloud vessel sped away at its fastest possible speed. As if Shen Mo were some kind of peerless beast. Of course, the vessel was already riddled with holes. Even though it was pushing itself to its absolute limit, it was still painfully slow. On the ground, Mo Lingxiao cupped his hands toward Shen Mo and bowed deeply.
Taoist Shen, from today onward, Supreme Purity Sect will be merged into Jade Cauldron Sect. I, Mo Lingxiao, swear upon my nascent soul that I will remain loyal and harbor no treachery.
Shen Mo gave a slight nod. Swearing upon one's nascent soul was a solemn and binding oath. Breaking such an oath would halt one's cultivation entirely. Though there were secret methods to bypass it, they were exceedingly difficult to practice and would significantly shorten one's lifespan. No one would take such risks unless absolutely desperate. Clearly, Mo Lingxiao had seen the vast difference in power between them and dared not harbor any disloyalty.
Elder Yang, you will remain here to help Supreme Purity Sect clean up the battlefield and handle the sect's integration matters.
Shen Mo spoke calmly.
Yes, of course.
Yang Ke nodded so vigorously that it looked like he was pounding garlic, afraid that any delay might anger Shen Mo.
Sect Master Mo, come with me.
Shen Mo said.
Where are we going?
Mo Lingxiao felt a tightness in his chest. His strength was clearly inferior to Shen Mo's. Hearing such words, immense pressure instantly settled upon him. Shen Mo replied.
To Ironstone Valley.
There are still quite a few nascent soul cultivators from both sects trapped there.
After such a great battle, Yuzhou is already in ruins. There is no need for further bloodshed. Besides, I have no patience for long-winded explanations.
Mo Lingxiao let out a sigh of relief. So it was just that. Nearly scared me to death. But deep down, he couldn't help muttering to himself. You have no patience to explain, so you want me to do it. I am still a sect master, you know.
You may return. If anything comes up, find Li Zhentao at Jade Cauldron Sect.
Shen Mo said to Mo Lingxiao, his tone indifferent. Mo Lingxiao nodded quickly.
Yes, yes, I understand.
The cultivators who had gradually regained control over their minds watched in shock. The mighty sect master of Supreme Purity Sect, standing before Shen Mo, was acting so humble. Anyone who didn't know better would think Shen Mo was a legendary divine palace realm expert. As Shen Mo and the Jade Cauldron Sect cultivators disappeared into the horizon, Mo Lingxiao let out a bitter laugh.
Let's go. Once we return, I'll explain everything.
Even if you don't believe it.
In the dense forest outside Supreme Purity Sect, Wu Renayan struggled to stand. He gazed at the empty sky and let out a self-mocking laugh.
Loyalty and devotion, yet my lord abandoned me. Instead of wasting my life serving the court, I might as well head to Wu province. Perhaps I can save a few more innocent lives.
Chapter 330, Why didn't you die in Yuzhou? Why did you return alive? Jade Cauldron Sect Grand Hall. Li Zhendao sat at the head of the hall, with the Grand Elder, Third Elder, and Eighth Elder occupying their respective seats. Aside from Li Zhendao, the other three were covered in injuries, but despite this, their conversation was filled with joy. The Third Elder sighed deeply.
You're not alone. Even I feel like I'm dreaming.
Li Zhendao chuckled at himself.
A dream of uniting Yuzhou.
The Grand Elder laughed.
As of now, our sect is undoubtedly the strongest force in Yuzhou.
The Eighth Elder nodded repeatedly.
The 10th Elder has already sent Wordpill River Sect has only High Kainkun and 2 Divine Transformation Elders left.
The Second Elder also sent New Supreme Purity Sect has only Mo Lingxiao and 3 Divine Transformation Elders remaining. Li Zhendao's eyes gleamed with excitement.
Meanwhile, our Jade Cauldron Sect still has 5 Divine Transformation Cultivators. Not only do we have the young Sect Master, who possesses unparalleled strength despite just stepping into Divine Transformation, but we also have our Guardian's hidden trump card.
The Grand Elder, Third Elder, and Eighth Elder were all thrilled. The 3 major sects of Yuzhou had been entangled for far too long. Sometimes they fought. Sometimes they cooperated. But never before had there been such an overwhelming disparity in power. Now, for the first time in 1,000 years, Yuzhou was on the verge of unification. Each of them shared the same thought. All of this was possible because of Shen Mo. Teb. Footsteps echoed through the hall. Shen Mo strode in with a confident, steady pace. He smiled.
Apologies for being late.
After rescuing the Third Elder, Eighth Elder, and the other Jade Cauldron Sect disciples from Ironstone Valley, Shen Mo had immediately returned to the sect, but he had taken a brief moment to assess his gains before arriving. That had delayed him slightly.
No worries at all. Waiting for you is only natural.
Li Zhendao laughed heartily.
Exactly. You're the one who did all the work, while we barely lifted a finger.
The Grand Elder looked at the young Shen Mo with deep admiration. Shen Mo nodded.
In that case, let's discuss the next steps. I won't be giving opinions, speak freely.
With that, he took his seat. Li Zhendao and the other 3 elders nodded vigorously. Shen Mo had originally not planned to attend this meeting. But Li Zhendao and the elders insisted on his presence. Even if he didn't contribute to the discussion, he had to listen from start to finish. This wasn't like the passive observation of the past. Shen Mo's status had completely changed. At this point, even if Shen Mo wanted to take the position of sect master, Li Zhendao would step down without hesitation. Yuzhou's current situation was almost entirely Shen Mo's doing. With so many crucial topics at hand, the merging of the 3 sects, diplomacy with the 7 great sects, resistance against Jing Kingdom, and dealing with the Demon Nation, they needed Shen Mo to be present. Only then could they discuss matters without worry. If Shen Mo disagreed with any decision they made, it could spell disaster for them. That was a risk they could not afford. The heated discussion began. When Divine Transformation cultivators spoke at full speed, their communication was incredibly fast. Glances, words, gestures everything blurred into a rapid exchange of ideas. If a nascent soul cultivator were here, they wouldn't even be able to keep up with the conversation, let alone participate. Shen Mo sat calmly to the side, effortlessly splitting his focus, listening to their debate while continuing to examine his recent spoils. His storage ring was already filled with all kinds of treasures. First and foremost were the corpses of various demon clan sovereigns. There were now 10 such bodies in total. Whether for forging spiritual weapons or using secret arts to refine puppets, they were top-tier materials. Next was a fragment of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, found within Crown Prince Xiangju's storage shell. This fragment contained the method for cultivating the fourth layer. Then there was the ancient giant elephant's blood within Xiangju's body. There was only a small vial, but it should be enough for Shen Mo to awaken the strength of 100 giant elephants and master the immovable Saint King's physique. Finally, there was an assortment of rare spiritual treasures. Xiangju, Yuan Kong, and Ao Sheng, each of them had amassed vast collections of heavenly materials within their storage shells. Though the individual quality of these materials was mediocre, their sheer quantity was staggering, piling up like mountains. For example, blood god flowers, which only grew deep within the demon nation, were known for accelerating the refinement of blood energy. Xiangju's storage shell contained 3,000 of them. As for blood god wine, brewed from these flowers and refined to the highest grade of earth tier, there were 3 full vats. These were likely Xiangju's private reserve. Now they belonged to Shen Mo. Another rare material, coral gold, only found in the deepest parts of the ocean, could greatly enhance the growth of aquatic demon beasts. Ao Sheng's storage shell contained 2,000 jin of it. Of course, this was of no use to Shen Mo, but it could fetch a high price in trade. There were plenty of cultivators willing to pay handsomely to use it for nurturing their own spirit beasts. Besides these, Shen Mo had also memorized the hidden fortunes left behind by Xiangju, Yuan Kong, Ao Sheng, and Xiao Fan. There were 6 in total. Each of these opportunities was concealed somewhere in Yuzhou, Huazhou, the Eastern Seas, or the Demon Nation, waiting for a fated person to discover them. But as someone who adhered to the philosophy of diligence and frugality, Shen Mo couldn't let such treasures go to waste. Thus, he could only reluctantly accept them one by one. However, because these fortunes were spread out over vast distances, some of them would only manifest at specific times. It was impossible to claim them all at once. He would have to collect them gradually. That wasn't a concern, though. With his current strength, unless ancient beings like Gu Ming or the Sword Sovereign personally intervened, no one could stand in his way.
First, I'll refine the ancient giant elephant's blood and awaken the strength of 100 elephants.
After issuing orders that he was entering seclusion, Shen Mo immediately retreated into an underground cavern beneath Dragon Snake Mountain, where he began a long period of cultivation. Longzhou, Jing Kingdom's imperial capital. This city was the grandest and most ancient within Jing Kingdom. It was from this very place that the first human emperor of Jing Kingdom had set forth, sweeping across the demon clans and establishing the realm of mankind. The suffering and devastation in Yuzhuit's lands, drenched in blood and littered with corpses, did not disturb the capital's endless festivities. Even the looming invasion of the demon nation, 1,000,000 miles away, did not interrupt the hedonistic pleasures of the nobles. The decay of Jing Kingdom flowed quietly through the alleys of the capital, hidden behind laughter and indulgence, corroding more souls with each passing moment. At the heart of the capital stood a magnificent imperial palace. From its highest point, one could overlook the entire city, as well as the mountains and rivers beyond. At this moment, 2 figures stood atop this highest platform. Their appearances bore a striking resemblance. However, the man at the front stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, his sharp gaze filled with imperial dominance. The man behind him kept his head lowered, dressed in a python robe, his heart filled with fear. King Jing did not dare to lift his head, because he had no idea what his elder brother, Emperor Jing, was thinking. The more calm the emperor seemed, the more it meant that his rage had already reached its peak. After a long silence, Emperor Jing finally spoke, his voice icy and slow.
Why didn't you die in Yuzhou? If you had died for the nation, I would have enshrined your spirit in the grand ancestral temple, granting you eternal reverence from our royal lineage. Why then have you returned alive?
Chapter 331, Shen Mo, it's time for you to compromise with me. Chapter 331, Shen Mo, it's time for you to compromise with me. Upon hearing these words, King Jing shuddered. He was terrified. Emperor Jing's words were certainly not meant as a kindness. He had never been someone who faced death fearlessly. The higher his status, the greater his fear of death. The more he had, the less willing he was to let it go.
Royal brother,
King Jing whispered. Emperor Jing turned around, revealing an icy expression. His appearance was not particularly striking. But his eyes seemed to pierce straight into one's heart, seeing through to the deepest layers of fear within King Jing. King Jing had just started to lift his head, but the moment he met Emperor Jing's gaze, he instantly lowered it again. Even his neck instinctively shrank back.
so cowardly. How could I have a younger brother like you? From this day forward, you are stripped of your princely stipend for 10 years. Go to the Sutra repository and reflect upon your mistakes for a decade.
Emperor Jing's voice remained cold. Yet upon hearing these words, King Jing let out a long sigh of relief. After all, they were brothers of the same father and mother. Emperor Jing would not kill him.
Yes, I will strictly follow royal brother's orders.
King Jing nodded repeatedly, hastily taking small steps to retreat. Once King Jing had left, Emperor Jing turned back, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued gazing over the prosperous capital. Beneath its surface prosperity, how much corruption and hidden turbulence lay in wait only he knew. The 10,000 Demons Nation, the Flood Dragon Palace, and
How is the situation in Yuzhou?
Emperor Jing asked calmly. The shadow responded in an emotionless voice.
The Jade Cauldron Sect has begun absorbing the remnants of the Qingxuan Sect, Pill River Sect, and the governor's forces to restore order.
Shen Mo's feat of annihilating the 3 invading armies of the 10,000 Demons Nation has spread far and wide across Yuzhou. Both the common folk and mages in Yuzhou hold great reverence for Shen Mo and the Jade Cauldron Sect.
What of the 7 great sects?
Emperor Jing asked again. The shadow replied.
The Qingxuan Sect of Qingzhou and the Poseidon Island of Heizhou have both sent delegations to Yuzhou to offer their regards.
As for the Great Snow Palace of Hanzhou, the Holy Spirit Sect of Kangzhou, the Tianhe Sect of Jiangzhou, the Frenzied Blade Alliance of Mazhou, and the Shadowless Pavilion of Longzhou, there has been no response.
What about the 4 Seas Flood Dragons?
Emperor Jing continued. The shadow answered.
The Eastern Sea Flood Dragons and their kin are enraged, eager to take revenge on land, but they dare not act due to the Sword Sovereign's deterrence.
The Northern Sea Flood Dragons, as always, remain aloof and indifferent.
The Western Sea Flood Dragons, deeply connected with the 10,000 Demons Nation, appear to be mobilizing forces to attack Mazhou and Qingzhou. The Southern Sea Flood Dragons, who harbor deep enmity toward the 10,000 Demons Nation, were delighted to hear that Ao Sheng of the Eastern Sea had aided the demons. They used this opportunity to invade the 10,000 Demons Nation's heartland, wiping out several smaller tribes and seizing a significant amount of resources.
Emperor Jing nodded slightly and posed his final question.
What of the suppressing Demon Sea?
The shadow hesitated momentarily.
No changes. The long-distance transmissions from the suppressing Demon Sea remain normal.
Emperor Jing nodded.
Go carry out your tasks. Yes.
The shadow nodded and vanished in an instant. Frowning in contemplation, Emperor Jing muttered to himself.
The 10,000 Demons Nation's crown prince and 4th prince are both dead. A 1,000,000-strong army of demons has been obliterated. When Gu Ming emerges from the Blood God's vault, he will undoubtedly be furious. That will be the truly terrifying moment.
At that time, I may have no choice but to compromise with the sects.
But even in compromise, there are choices. who to yield to, who to win over, and who to suppress under the guise of leniency.
Emperor Jing leaned against the railing, gazing southward and spoke calmly.
Shen Mo, it's time for you to compromise with me.
3 months later at the Qingxuan Sect, Dragon Snake Mountain. Several figures soared through the air. Leading the group was Wan Muchen, an elder of the Jade Cauldron Sect. The 4 individuals accompanying him, however, were unfamiliar faces. To Wan Muchen's left were an elderly man with white hair and a vigorous spirit, and a delicate-looking young man. To his right were a stern-faced old woman and a youth who walked with the commanding presence of a dragon and tiger.
So this is Dragon Snake Mountain? It doesn't seem to be a particularly blessed land of nature and spirit energy. Why would your sect's young sect master choose to train here?
The elderly man on the left asked in puzzlement. Wan Muchen chuckled.
The young sect master rose to prominence in this place and has grown accustomed to training here.
After speaking, he suddenly recalled something and added.
By the way, the 4 of you should remember to protect your ears, or you might be startled. The young sect master is practicing a technique that causes a primordial beast's roar to erupt from within him every few days. It is quite awe-inspiring. If you aren't mentally prepared, it could easily shake your spirit.
As soon as Wan Muchen finished speaking, the 4 visitors chuckled. The young man laughed heartily.
Elder Wan, Shi Jingshan, have fought against sea beasts and water demons in the ocean since childhood, relying only on my physical strength. What kind of beast's roar could possibly frighten me?
The other youth said nothing, but a hint of disdain flashed across his face. The elderly man and old woman exchanged smiles.
Rest assured, Elder Wan, these 2 are our chosen successors. Their talents are in no way inferior to your sect's young sect master. A mere beastly roar won't startle them.
Wan Muchen smiled helplessly.
All right then, follow me.
Inwardly, he muttered, I've already warned you. If you get scared, you can't blame me. The 5 quickly descended near the dwellings on the mountainside of Dragon Snake Mountain. Mei He and the others noticed their arrival and hurried forward.
Elder Wan, these guests are.
He asked in confusion. Though they were unfamiliar faces, each one exuded an astonishing presence. Wan Muchen smiled.
These 4 are honored guests from the Qingxuan Sect of Qingju and Poseidon Island of Heiju. They have come specifically to meet our young sect master. Steward Mei, is the young sect master still training?
Mei He nodded.
He's in the wasteland, I dare not approach. Elder Wan, you should take our esteemed guests there.
Wan Muchen nodded with a smile.
All right.
Chapter 332, Shen Mo, am I impressive or what? Chapter 332, Shen Mo, am I impressive or what? Wan Muchen chuckled and said.
Don't worry, listen a few more times and you'll get used to it.
The stewards and disciples of Dragon Snake Mountain hear this every few days, so it's nothing unusual to them.
Look, they barely react at all.
The 4 of them turned to observe the cultivators of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Sure enough, these people acted as if nothing had happened and continued with their tasks as usual. The young man felt deeply ashamed. He was the dignified young master of Poseidon Island, possessing peak nascent soul cultivation, on the verge of breaking through to divine transformation at any time. Yet he had been outperformed by these low-level core formation and foundation establishment cultivators. The young man beside him also looked a little embarrassed. As the esteemed young sect master of the Qingxuan Sect, a once-in-a-generation genius expected to reach divine transformation before the age of 50, it was rare for him to lose composure like this.
Please follow me.
Wan Muchen said with a laugh, his mood evidently lifted. The 4 quickly curbed their arrogance and hurried after him. On the wasteland of Dragon Snake Mountain, Shen Mo stood bare-chested, his muscular physique fully revealed. Sweat poured from his body, soaking his pants and boots. Even the surrounding sand and soil had become unusually damp. Within his body, the roars of ancient beasts were growing wilder and more intense. It was as if a terrifying primordial beast was about to break free from his flesh and manifest in this world. Every time such a roar echoed, all the demon beasts of dragon, snake, mountain, whether in the air, on land, or in water, would instantly fall silent, not daring to make a single move. 100 meters away, a woman in elegant palace attire stood quietly, watching him with a calm gaze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep affection. Before long, an exceptionally loud beastly roar erupted from within Shen Mo. It was as if a newborn creature had broken through its shell. Shen Mo's eyes snapped open, his heart surging with boundless joy. He did it! He had successfully refined the blood of the eldest imperial prince's ancient giant elephant, awakening the power of 100 colossal elephants. With this, he had reached the second stage of the divine elephant suppressing prison technique. A strange flow of information naturally surfaced in his mind. It was the method for cultivating the immovable sacred king body. Murong Yue's eyes shimmered as she gracefully stepped forward, taking out a towel to wipe the sweat from his face and chest. Although powerful cultivators could instantly evaporate their sweat using spiritual energy, keeping themselves impeccably clean at all times, Shen Mo chose not to. Instead, he let Murong Yue wipe him down, just as a wife would care for her husband. After all, if spiritual energy was used for everything, wouldn't life lose much of its enjoyment? Just as Shen Mo was about to test the strength of his immovable sacred king body, he suddenly sensed 5 approaching presences. 4 of them were unfamiliar, though their strength was mediocre. At most, he could eliminate them in 2 moves. However, unfamiliar presences appearing in Dragon Snake Mountain was never a good sign. Shen Mo immediately turned toward the direction of the incoming group. His spiritual energy and blood essence tensed, ready to unleash a strike at any moment. But before he could make a move, Wan Muchen hurriedly called out from afar.
Shen Mo, young sect master. No, don't attack. They are guests from Qingxuan Sect and Poseidon Island.
Upon hearing this, Shen Mo finally relaxed his guard slightly. 2 months ago, Li Zhendao had already informed him about this. The Qingxuan Sect from Qingzhou and Poseidon Island from Heizhou had heard about what happened in Yuzhou. They had sent messages from tens of thousands of miles away, expressing their intention to visit and offer resources to help rebuild Yuzhou. Regardless of their true motives, the fact that they were offering supplies for free deserved some recognition. As for their visit to Dragon Snake Mountain, they were likely here to assess his potential and strength as the future sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. And, of course, to witness firsthand the man who had annihilated 2 imperial princes of the myriad demon nation and a 1,000,000-strong demon army. In front of the 5 visitors, Shen Mo casually took a long blue robe from Murong Yue's hands and draped it over himself.
Welcome, I am Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect, and this is my master Murong Yue.
Shen Mo cupped his hands slightly toward them in greeting. The elderly man and woman exchanged glances, their eyes moving between Shen Mo and Murong Yue. With their vast experience, they immediately understood the nature of the relationship between the two and couldn't help but smile knowingly. A romantic bond between master and disciple wasn't uncommon. At their level of cultivation, the concept of age difference became almost meaningless. After all, who wasn't just a 500-year-old young fairy? And who wasn't a 900-year-old fresh-faced youth? A cultivator's appearance was nothing more than an illusion, only revealing signs of age when their lifespan neared its end and their spiritual energy was exhausted. But if one was fortunate enough to ascend to a higher realm, they could extend their lifespan once again, instantly transforming from a decrepit elder into a figure brimming with vitality. The 4 visitors then introduced themselves one by one. Through this, Shen Mo learned their names and identities. The white-haired elder Yang Lang, the 4th island master of Poseidon Island. The passionate young Manchi Jingxin, the young master of Poseidon Island. The strict elderly woman Tong Yuan, the 3rd elder of Qingxuan Sect. The cold and aloof youth Du Kanking, the young sect master of Qingxuan Sect. Shi Jingxin's eyes burned with excitement.
Shen Mo, what technique do you practice? I can sense that, like me, you also cultivate a blood energy technique. Am I right? I guessed correctly, didn't I?
At his words, Aoyang Lang, Tong Yuan, and Du Kenking all raised their eyebrows slightly. The existence of two primary cultivation paths, spiritual energy cultivation and blood energy cultivation, was common knowledge. However, cultivating both simultaneously required extraordinary talent, immense endurance, vast resources, and ample time. Very few humans or demons could master both. It was said that the ancient demon Emperor Gu Ming was the first and greatest being to successfully cultivate both paths. But those who attempted dual cultivation and succeeded were exceedingly rare. Most practitioners who attempted it would eventually hit a bottleneck, unable to progress further. Either their blood energy would suppress their spiritual energy, or their spiritual energy would overpower their blood energy. In the end, instead of complementing each other, the two forces would become an obstacle to one another. Shen Mo smiled slightly. This young man was rather perceptive. He had instantly recognized the similarity in their energies.
You're right, I practice a blood energy technique.
Shi Jingxuan exclaimed in admiration.
That's incredible. My cultivation technique is the whale devouring the sea art, and I've already reached the peak of the 5th level. Every time I advance, I can hear the call of a giant whale echoing in my body. But I can tell that your technique is even more powerful than mine. The beastly roars erupting from your body are terrifying, even to me.
Shen Mo simply smiled without responding. Ouyang Lang hurriedly covered Shi Jingxuan's mouth and coughed awkwardly.
Apologies, the young master likes to exaggerate. In truth, he hasn't quite reached the peak of the 5th level yet.
Shi Jingxuan made muffled protest sounds, but Aoyang Lang kept his grip firm, rendering him unable to speak. Murong Yue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. This Shi Jingxuan was clearly a walking information leak. Without realizing it, he had revealed the true extent of his strength. Among the 7 great sects, everyone knew each other's general capabilities. By openly stating that he had reached the peak of the 5th level of whale devouring the sea art, other sects could immediately infer the cards he had up his sleeve. That was hardly a good thing. Shen Mo also found himself amused. This young man was quite entertaining.
Enough talking.
Ouyang Lang warned.
Not.
Shi Jingxuan struggled to reply. Only then did Aoyang Lang release him. Shi Jingxuan took a deep breath and then burst out laughing.
Hahaha, actually not only have I reached the peak of the 5th level of whale devouring the sea art, but I've also cultivated the titan overseeing the sea's scroll, a heaven-tier martial art, up to the 3rd level. Shen Mo, am I impressive or what?
Chapter 333. What gives the Qingxuan Sect the right to lead? Chapter 333. What gives the Qingxuan Sect the right to lead? Ouyang Lang once again covered Shi Jingxuan's mouth. Shi Jingxuan struggled desperately, his face turning red, but he was powerless against the restraint of a divine transformation realm cultivator. Ouyang Lang smiled awkwardly.
Apologies, everyone. Our young master is just like this. He enjoys boasting. I hope you'll all understand.
Everyone let out a dry cough. Enough already. Your young master just exposed every single one of his trump cards. At this rate, once he becomes Island Master, Poseidon Island might as well be renamed Leak Island. After a brief moment, Aoyang Lang whispered something into Shi Jingxuan's ear before finally letting go. He then wiped his hand, looking slightly disgusted by the saliva. Strangely enough, just moments ago, Shi Jingxuan had been eager to spill everything. Now, however, he was completely silent. He forcibly swallowed back whatever he had been about to say. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
Elder Aoyang, what did you tell him?
Aoyang Lang chuckled.
Nothing much. I just told him that if he leaks any more of Poseidon Island's secrets, he won't be allowed to set foot in the sea for the next 10 years.
Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Shi Jingxuan had grown up in the ocean, constantly battling sea beasts and water demons. Forbidding him from entering the sea for 10 years, that was probably worse than killing him.
Let's not waste time with small talk. We've already reported the situation to Sect Master Li, but we felt it was necessary to also inform you directly.
Tong Yuan said calmly.
After all, in our eyes, You are the one who is truly suited to be sect master.
Shen Mo smiled.
Go ahead.
Tong Yuan's expression grew serious.
After Wuzhou was conquered by the myriad demon nation, Yuzhou and Qianzhou are now at the front line, directly facing their invasion.
Ouyang Lang continued.
Additionally, Heizhou is located north of Yuzhou, within the attack range of the Eastern Sea flood dragons. When the second prince of the Eastern Sea attacked Yuzhou, the ninth prince led a group of water demons to assault several small islands of Poseidon Island.
The two exchanged glances, their expressions grave.
That's why we believe our three forces need to form an alliance.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. He had already anticipated this response from the two sects. After all, Qianzhou, Yuzhou, and Heizhou, located in the southern part of Jing Kingdom, were the next regions in the myriad demon nation's path of conquest. Anyone with basic intelligence could predict what was coming. Tong Yuan continued.
You killed the eldest and fourth princes of the myriad demon nation, annihilated the second prince of the Eastern Sea, and wiped out a 1,000,000-strong demon army. In 5 years, when the demon Emperor Gu Ming emerges from the blood god's vault, he will undoubtedly be furious and launch a northern invasion. If the 8 great sects and the imperial court remain fragmented and even continue their internal struggles, we will inevitably be defeated by the myriad demon nation one by one. Our only hope of resisting them is for the 8 great sects and the imperial court to unite.
Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. This was simply the natural course of events. Anyone who thought about it for a moment could predict what was going to happen. Tong Yuan looked at Shen Mo and said calmly,
It will take time for the 8 great sects and the imperial court to fully unite. In the meantime, our 3 forces should form an early alliance. But we will need a leader.
Shen Mo smiled. This was the key point. A leader. Sects had sect masters. Holy orders had grandmasters. Islands had island masters. Likewise, an alliance needed a supreme leader. Tong Yuan spoke arrogantly.
Qingxuan Sect has 12 divine transformation realm cultivators. The strongest of them has already reached the peak of divine transformation. This leader should be from Qingxuan Sect.
Ouyang Lang coughed lightly.
I disagree. Poseidon Island has 13 divine transformation cultivators, one more than you. Moreover, Poseidon Island has a good relationship with a peak 6th rank sea beast from the Eastern Sea, which should also count as part of our combat strength. That means the leader should be from Poseidon Island.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
That's not quite right. Qingxuan Sect may have 12 divine transformation cultivators, but they are split between the Qian Sect and the Yuan Sect.
The Qian Sect and the Yuan Sect have been feuding for centuries, constantly in conflict.
If Qingxuan Sect takes the leadership, would it be the Qian Sect leading or the Yuan Sect?
Tong Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Shen Mo turned to Ouyang Lang and continued.
As for Poseidon Island, though you have 13 divine transformation cultivators, the various islands are scattered and lack unity. I've heard that the island farthest from the mainland doesn't fully obey the orders of the Grand Island Master.
If Poseidon Island takes the leadership, which island master will actually be in charge?
Ouyang Lang was stunned into silence. Shi Jingxun and Du Kangqing, on the other hand, looked at Shen Mo in amazement. How did he know so much about Qingxuan Sect and Poseidon Island? Wan Muchen and Murong Yue, however, simply smiled. Shen Mo also smiled lightly. It had been 2 months since the annihilation of the 3 demon armies. During that time, he hadn't focused solely on cultivation. He had ordered a thorough collection of intelligence on every region of Jing Kingdom. Some of the information was outdated, but it still provided a solid understanding of each state's situation. For example, Hanzhou, the northernmost region of Jing Kingdom, was too far from Yuzhou. The most recent intelligence he had on Hanzhou was from 20 years ago. But Qianzhou and Heizhou bordered Yuzhou, so their intelligence was much more up-to-date. That was how he had gained such a deep understanding of Qingxuan Sect and Poseidon Island. Both sects were internally divided due to historical reasons. Much like the old Jade Cauldron sect. Qingxuan Sect, for instance, was originally two separate sects that had merged. Yet the internal rivalry between the two factions had persisted for centuries. Poseidon Island was even more fragmented. It had once been a collection of independent beast-taming sects spread across various islands. They had only united out of necessity to resist invading water demons. Even now, their unity was superficial. Some islands were nominally part of Poseidon Island, but their true allegiance, whether to the Eastern Sea flood dragons or to Jing Kingdom, was questionable. Under such circumstances, appointing either sect as the leader was clearly a poor choice.
Oh, so you're saying the Jade Cauldron sect should lead?
Tong Yuan asked coldly.
A Yuzhu that was nearly reduced to ruins, a sect that suffered great losses. What qualifies you to take this position?
Ouyang Lang pressed. Shen Mo smiled.
Yuzhu may have been devastated, and the Supreme Purity Sect and Pill River Sect may have suffered heavy losses, but the Jade Cauldron Sect has absorbed them both. Rather than weakening, we've become even stronger.
Furthermore, I can tell you with certainty Jade Cauldron sect now has 15 divine transformation cultivators, all of whom follow my command without question.
Tong Yuan and Ouyang Lang were momentarily stunned. They instinctively asked.
Why?
Shen Mo replied calmly.
Because I am stronger than each and every one of them.
The two were left speechless. They couldn't refute that. After all, even the sect master of Qingxuan Sect and the Grand Island master of Poseidon Island had admitted that Shen Mo's strength was unrivaled. He was the strongest cultivator below the divine transformation peak. Shi Jingxuan and Du Kanking both looked at Shen Mo with newfound respect. When he spoke those words, his expression, posture, and tone radiated absolute confidence. It was impossible not to admire him. Tong Yuan and Ouyang Lang exchanged glances before suddenly bursting into laughter.
In truth, before coming here, we had already decided that the Jade Cauldron sect would take the lead. We simply wanted to see whether you were truly worthy of the position. Now it seems that you are.
Chapter 334, Be careful not to poison the fish and shrimp. Chapter 334, Be careful not to poison the fish and shrimp. The four of them had another lively exchange with Shen Mo. Shi Jingxuan and Du Kanking both held great admiration for Shen Mo, a peer whose strength far surpassed theirs. Moreover, Shen Mo possessed many qualities that they could learn from. As a result, they frequently sparred with him, hoping to uncover weaknesses in their own techniques. Shen Mo understood that they bore no ill intent, so he casually exchanged blows with them a few times. Of course, while Shi Jingxuan and Du Kanking were top-tier geniuses, they still fell short by quite a significant margin when facing a true prodigy like Shen Mo. The two challenged Shen Mo 5 times in a row, only to be thoroughly defeated each time. This only deepened their respect for him. Even Du Kanking, who had arrived with a sour expression, left with a broad smile, clearly having gained a lot from their exchanges. As they were about to depart, Ouyang Lang suddenly recalled something and said,
By the way, Sea God Island has already received an official invitation from Emperor Jing. He hopes that we can attend the Sword Sovereign's birthday banquet in 2 years.
Tong Yuan followed up.
Our Qingxuan sect received a similar invitation.
Shen Mo nodded thoughtfully.
Attending the banquet is one thing, but the more important matter is to discuss strategies for dealing with the 10,000 Demon Kingdom.
Ouyang Lang and Tong Yuan both nodded.
We think so as well. At that time, we may even meet young sect master Shen in the capital.
The two clasped their hands in a respectful gesture and smiled. Shen Mo returned the smile.
All right, we shall meet again then.
The four of them transformed into 2 streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon, one heading west to Qingzhou and the other northeast toward Heizhou. Shen Mo pondered for a moment before looking at Wan Muchen.
What gifts did Qingxuan sect and Sea God Island bring?
Wan Muchen chuckled.
These 2 sects were quite generous. They sent a lot of gifts, including some extremely valuable treasures. Qingxuan sect delivered 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, 50 Qingxuan pearls, and 2 top-tier earth-rank formations. See, God Island sent 1,300 supreme-grade spirit stones, 400 caddies of deep-sea blood ginseng, 100 caddies of sea blue pearls, and the skeletal remains of 2 sixth-rank sea beasts.
Shen Mo was slightly surprised. It seemed that these two sects were truly intent on forging ties with the newly rising Qingxuan Sect. Qingxuan pearls were a specialty of Qingxuan Sect, refined through highly advanced artifact crafting techniques. These pearls could replace demon cores when embedded into spiritual weapons. Their effect was simple and direct. Each attack would be infused with a trace of Qingxuan sword qi. Though it might not seem like much in battle, even a single additional thread of sword qi could sometimes alter the course of a fight. As for the deep-sea blood ginseng from Sea God Island, it was an excellent treasure for reinforcing the physical bodies of core formation cultivators and those below. Long-term consumption could also enhance mental clarity, sharpen vision, and nourish the mind. The sea blue pearls were even more valuable. If soaked in the blood of 5th or 6th-rank demon beasts, they could help strengthen the bodies of nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators. Shen Mo could certainly make use of them. As for the 2 6th-rank sea beast skeletons, they were ideal for crafting spiritual weapons or grinding into powder for pill refinement. Shen Mo sighed slightly. Clearly, the higher-ups of Qingxuan Sect and Sea God Island had already realized that if the ancient demon emperor Gu Ming launched a northern invasion, the first regions to bear the brunt of the assault would be Yuzhou, Qianzhou, and Heizhou. As the three most vulnerable states to an attack from the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, it was only natural for them to strengthen their ties and stand united. By contrast, the other 5 major sects had yet to react. After all, they were shielded behind Yuzhou, Qianzhou, and Heizhou. As the saying goes, better them than us. For now, Qingxuan Sect, Qingxuan Sect, and Sea God Island were still holding up just fine, so the others saw no reason to worry.
Elder Wan, have senior sister and senior brother returned yet?
Shen Mo flexed his wrist and asked with a smile. Wan Muchen nodded.
Dongshuan is on his way back. As for Yaelu, she encountered a slight problem. She's searching for the lost inheritance of the Sky Ghost clan, so not only has she not returned, but she has ventured even deeper into the 10,000 Demon Kingdom.
Shen Mo pondered for a moment. Zhao Yaelu was destined to escape 3 life-threatening calamities. Since she hadn't used up all her chances yet, there was no need to worry too much. Just as he was thinking, an excited roar echoed from the horizon.
Little junior brother.
I never expected this year actually this incredible.
Killing the crown prince and 4th prince of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, slaying the 2nd prince of the Eastern Sea, and annihilating a 1,000,000-strong demon army. When I first brought you from Qingzhou Prefecture, I must have used up all the luck I had in my lifetime. Ha ha ha.
Before the hearty laughter had even faded, a rugged, disheveled man landed beside Shen Mo. Putting everything else aside, for a nascent soul cultivator to be covered in filth and pitch-black, grime only Lu Dongshuan could pull that off. Wan Muchen shook his head with a helpless smile.
You brat, you've already returned to the sect, yet you can't even clean yourself up a bit.
Lu Dongshuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of dazzling white teeth against his dark face.
No problem, I'll just jump into a waterfall later and wash it all off quick and easy.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Be careful not to poison the fish and shrimp.
Lu Dongshuan froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, his voice hearty and infectious.
Little junior brother, I feel like I'm about to break through to the divine transformation realm.
But I still feel like I'm missing something. I'm planning to head out and search for an opportunity.
Lu Dongshuan scratched his head. Shen Mo glanced at his life panel and felt a sense of emotion. Lu Dongshuan would indeed find his destined opportunity and forge a heaven-grade primordial spirit. He was also on the verge of awakening memories from his past life.
A reincarnated spear spirit.
Shen Mo patted Lu Dongshuan on the shoulder.
All right, I wish you success, senior brother.
Lu Dongshuan grinned and nodded before charging toward a nearby waterfall. Moments later, the waterfall turned black. Downstream, fish and shrimp flipped belly up, floating lifelessly on the water's surface. Shen Mo, Nangongyun, and Wan Muchen were speechless. In the days that followed, Shen Mo didn't focus on training. Instead, he left the sect and ventured into Mist Province and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom in search of opportunities. Both the Crown Prince and Fourth Prince were top-tier geniuses, and they each had their own fortuitous encounters hidden in Mist Province and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. 10 days later, Shen Mo discovered the demonic armor's left arm within an ancient cavern in Kangaming Valley, Mist Province. A month later, in a tiger demon tribe deep within the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, Shen Mo found the Decapitation Sword Book and Extermination Sword Book. The Tiger Demon King had failed to recognize their value and had simply tossed them into a storage room like worthless junk. When combined with the Grass Sword Book and Root Sword Book he had previously obtained, the four books formed the phrase, "Cut the grass, uproot the roots." The power of this set was already approaching the level of a low-grade heaven-tier spiritual weapon, far surpassing the peak of earth-tier artifacts. Shen Mo speculated that if he could find either the Burning Heaven Sword Book or the Scorching Earth Sword Book and merge them into
Cut the grass, uproot the roots.
Chapter 335, 9 Nether Ice Flame arrives at Boyang City. Chapter 335, 9 Nether Ice Flame arrives at Boyang City. According to Ao Sheng's life panel, he was destined to pass by this location during one of his patrols of the Eastern Sea and discover this stone tablet. But he wouldn't be able to understand it. And then,
9 Nether Ice Flame.
satisfied, Shen Mo stored the stone tablet away. The inscriptions on the tablet were extremely ancient, possibly from an era before the founding of Jing. Even he couldn't read them now. It would take extensive research in ancient texts to decipher them. As soon as Shen Mo returned to Dragon Snake Mountain, he noticed the presence of an unfamiliar guest. Nangongyun was maintaining a calm and composed demeanor while receiving the elegantly dressed visitor.
Who are you?
Shen Mo landed lightly, scrutinizing the man. The visitor gave a slight bow and replied evenly.
An envoy of His Majesty. I have come to deliver an invitation to the Qingxuan Sect. 2 years from now, on the 2nd of August, will be the birthday of the Sword Sovereign. We invite the Qingxuan Sect to attend the banquet. Following the feast, His Majesty the Emperor of Jing will convene a discussion with the 8 sects regarding the joint defense against the 10,000 Demon Kingdom.
Shen Mo took the invitation and nodded slightly. The envoy did not linger. After a brief acknowledgement, he swiftly departed. Nangongyun appeared somewhat worried.
Qingxuan, are you going? Will it be dangerous?
Shen Mo was deep in thought.
The imperial court alone cannot resist the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. He needs the 8 sects to serve his purposes. For that reason alone, he won't dare make a move against me. However, while he may not act against me outright, he will certainly try to suppress me. There's a good chance he will attempt to force my hand into submission.
Shen Mo chuckled. He had thoroughly analyzed the emperor's mindset. Nangongyun sighed softly.
Master, do you want to go?
Shen Mo glanced at her life panel and suddenly asked. Nangongyun nodded.
I've never been to Longzhou, or the capital. I'd like to see it for myself.
Shen Mo smiled.
All right, then you should go. You, Hai Qingxuan and Wan Muchen can ride a beast to the capital together. I'll take another route.
Since the integration of the Shanking Sect and Pill River Sect into the Qingxuan Sect, sect masters Mo Lingxiao and Hai Qingxuan had already become elders of the Qingxuan Sect. Nangongyun was surprised.
Are you planning to travel all the way on foot?
Shen Mo nodded.
There are still 2 full years before the event. I'll advance toward the capital while seeking opportunities and tempering myself along the way. Who knows, I might grow significantly during this journey.
Nangongyun nodded.
That makes sense. You've always been lucky.
Shen Mo laughed.
All right, it's settled then.
After finalizing his plans with Nangongyun, Shen Mo gave orders to gather ancient texts regarding early human civilizations. Though very few of such texts remained, he managed to piece together enough information to deduce the approximate location of the 9 Nether Ice Flame from the stone tablet's map.
Thousands of years of change, land turning into sea and vice versa.
Shen Mo's finger landed on Jiangzhou, located northwest of Yuzhou. Jiangzhou was under the dominion of the Qingxuan Sect, with the vast Kang River running through it, dividing the region into east and west. The land was rich with rivers, lakes, and marshes, making it one of the most spiritually abundant areas in all of the 9 provinces. Water was the most natural medium for gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Because of this, Jiangzhou was known for its exceptional prosperity and dense spiritual energy. It was widely regarded as the most fertile and blessed land in the 9 provinces. Even though Heizhou was adjacent to the Eastern Sea, its large stretches of saline land made it less fertile in comparison.
I've heard that the Tianhe sect maintains close ties with the imperial court. I'll have to be cautious while searching for the exotic flame in their territory.
Shen Mo recalled the intelligence he had gathered on the 7 sects, contemplating his next steps. A few days later, on an otherwise unremarkable morning, Shen Mo silently left the sect and headed northwest. Jiangzhou, a vast land brimming with resources and thriving with life. The scenery was lush and full of vitality, with flourishing landscapes stretching as far as the eye could see. A figure dressed in blue robes walked along the narrow paths between rice fields. His steps appeared slow, yet he covered astonishing distances with each stride. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed endless fields and arrived at a distant city. He looked up. 3 large characters stood boldly over the city gates. Boyang City. The blue-robed figure was none other than Shen Mo. He had crossed the border from Yuzhou into Jiangzhou, following the river upstream to reach Lianshan Prefecture in central Jiangzhou. Boyang City lay in the southern part of Lianshan Prefecture. At this moment, Shen Mo did not carry himself with the aura of a divine transformation cultivator. Instead, he concealed his strength, disguising himself as a low-level qi condensation cultivator. After paying a low-grade spirit stone at the gate, he entered Boyang City. The city was neither too large nor too small, not exactly bustling but not desolate either. Cities like this were countless throughout the Jing Kingdom. The only reason Shen Mo had stopped here was due to a faint pull in his destiny. He sensed that something he was searching for might be here. Without much thought, he found a simple tavern and went straight to the top floor. Selecting a seat by the window, he ordered a few dishes and some wine. He ate at a leisurely pace, casually observing his surroundings. The dishes he ordered were not extravagant stir-fried lamb with scallions, stewed chicken with mushrooms, sauteed lettuce, and a mixed vegetable stir-fry. All common home-cooked dishes. However, the ingredients had been cultivated with spiritual energy-infused water, enriching them with natural essence. For ordinary people, consuming such food could extend their lifespan. For body refining and qi condensation cultivators, it could subtly enhance their cultivation. Shen Mo ate and drank casually while inwardly inspecting his life panel. Name Shen Mo. Realm, Divine Transformation, Entry Level. Fate traits, Son of a Healer, Thousandfold Comprehension, Sword Dao Fanatic, Auspicious Star, Supreme Primordial Body, Temporary Fate's Blessing, Temporary People's Devotion. Ever since he had slain the Crown Prince and Fourth Prince, his
Unbelievable luck.
fate trait had changed, evolving into
Auspicious star.
This meant his fortune had strengthened significantly. Even without actively seeking opportunities, they would present themselves to him unexpectedly. If he encountered danger, his fate would allow him to turn the crisis into fortune. As for people's devotion. Chapter 336, The Demon Sealed by the 9 Nether Resentful Demon Formation. Chapter 336, The Demon Sealed by the 9 Nether Resentful Demon Formation. Shen Mo continued reading. Upcoming opportunity, you will soon rest in Boyang City. 3 days later, Boyang City will be turned into a sacrificial site by the demonic cultivator, Murong Zhen. Sensing something amiss, you will track down Murong Zhen and attempt to kill him. However, Murong Zhen will react quickly and escape using a small teleportation talisman. In the end, you will obtain several Earth-tier treasures meant for the ritual and the 9 Nether Resentful Demon Formation. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, put down his chopsticks, and set aside his wine cup, lost in thought. He hadn't expected that stopping in Boyang City on a whim would lead to such an event.
Murong Zhen.
Shen Mo focused his mind. Having read numerous books and intelligence reports on Jiangzhou and the Tian sect, he had absorbed an immense amount of information. Recalling a single name from that vast sea of knowledge wasn't an easy task. Even a divine transformation cultivator like him had to take a moment to think. For lower realm cultivators, it would probably take them 3 to 5 days to sift through their memories. Just then, he overheard a conversation at a nearby table.
Hey, do you think the fifth elder of the Tian sect will catch Murong Zhen this time? Doubt it, that guy defected 20 years ago and they haven't caught him since. Not only that, but he once sacrificed an entire city of nearly 300,000 people. Absolutely insane. Yeah.
Shen Mo's brows twitched. Like a flash of lightning, memories surged into his mind. He remembered now. Murong Zhen was the former young sect master of the Tian sect. A peerless genius, he was born with a heaven-rank physique and was treasured by the sect as their most valuable disciple. For a time, he overshadowed all others. In just 53 years, he reached the peak of the divine transformation stage and was ready to break through to the next realm. Had he been content with an earth-tier primordial spirit, he would have advanced long ago. But he was obsessed with attaining a heaven-tier primordial spiritan ambition that ultimately led to disaster. 20 years ago, Murong Zhen betrayed the Tian sect. He slaughtered his own Dao companion, the granddaughter of the Tian sect's leader. He also killed several of the sect's most promising young talents. Then, on a rainy night, he fled into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Since then, the Tian sect had lived under the shadow of disgrace. Their carefully nurtured young sect master had gone mad, turning against his loved ones and betraying the sect. No one could have predicted such a turn of events. The common folk assumed Murong Zhen had simply lost his mind. But Shen Mo, as the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron sect, had access to deeper intelligence. Murong Zhen had succumbed to demonic cultivation. At some point, he had obtained a forbidden demonic technique. The technique detailed how to extract life essence through slaughter, refining it into blood energy for cultivation. Through this, he had become something neither fully human nor fully demonic. His slaughter of his Dao companion and comrades had been part of his path into demonic cultivation. After all, the first step into demonic practice required slaying one's beloved. Without killing the one closest to him, how could he truly sever his humanity?
But why is he sacrificing an entire city of 300,000 mortals?
Shen Mo frowned slightly. There were many types of sacrificial rituals. The most common was blood sacrifice. However, extracting life essence from mortals was far less effective than absorbing essence from cultivators. The life energy of 300,000 mortals might not even equal that of 30 divine transformation cultivators. Unless
The 9 Nether Resentful Demon Formation.
Shen Mo repeated the name in his mind, and his eyes gleamed with understanding. 20 years ago, when Murong Zhen defected, he had stolen several formation banners from the Tian sect's treasury. One of them was precisely this 9 Nether Resentful Demon Formation. This formation was a sinister, demonic array. Its effect was to use the resentment, killing intent, and other negative emotions of people to awaken certain sealed demons. However, there had never been a case of demons running rampant on the continent. The 9 Nether Resentful Demon Formation had no real use and was thus carelessly stored away in the sect's treasury, making it easy for Murong Zhen to steal. With this in mind, everything became clear. Murong Zhen clearly intended to use the formation to awaken some sealed demon.
A demon in Jiangzhou.
Shen Mo frowned. That was impossible. There hadn't been any sign of the demonic race for thousands of years. So much time had passed that most people had forgotten the demons had once roamed freely across these lands. How could Jiangzhou possibly have a demon?
Wait!
Shen Mo's eyes flashed with sharp light. He suddenly remembered. Before setting out, he had read some information about the nine nether ice flame. This type of exotic fire rarely appeared, so there wasn't much documentation on it. The few records available only briefly described how the nine nether ice flame was born and how it grew. It was formed in extremely dark and deep underground environments. And it fed on demonic energy. The more demonic energy it devoured, the faster it grew. Most demons were sealed within the demon-suppressing sea, but perhaps one or two managed to escape.
Could it be?
Chapter 337. Their plot to awaken the demon must be crushed. Chapter 337. Their plot to awaken the demon must be crushed. Shen Mo gazed at the extravagant flood dragon horse-drawn carriage and immediately recalled the conversation between the two guests. The fifth elder of Qingxuan Sect. Capturing Murongzhen. Without a doubt, the person inside that carriage must be the fifth elder of Qingxuan Sect. However, such an ostentatious arrival in Boyang City would have surely alerted the lurking Murongzhen long ago. How did they expect to capture him? Shen Mo couldn't help but shake his head. He had no interest in Qingxuan Sect's internal affairs. His only concern was the nine nether ice flame.
In that case, I'll wait for 3 days.
Shen Mo tossed a few low-grade spirit stones to settle his bill and found another inn. He chose the highest room available. From the window of this room, he could overlook most of Boyang City. Of course, if Shen Mo fully extended his nascent soul divine sense as a divine transformation cultivator, he could perceive everything in Boyang City and even hundreds of miles beyond. However, doing so would easily alert other divine transformation cultivators. Shen Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, silently cultivating. Within his sea of spiritual power, the shattered fragments of his nascent soul were rising. Just as golden core fragments could be refined into a
Pill crown.
to enhance a nascent soul cultivator's techniques.
Innkeeper, have there been many troublemakers lately? Where are they being held?
The innkeeper was in the middle of scolding the remaining servants. Hearing Shen Mo's question, his frustration boiled over, and he immediately turned around, ready to curse.
Ask my back. Can't you go see for yourself? Get lost, I'm already.
Before he could finish, Shen Mo suddenly released a surge of his divine transformation aura. The innkeeper instantly felt as if an immense mountain had materialized before him, so heavy that it nearly suffocated him. A cold shiver ran down his spine, and his eyes cleared up in an instant. He stared at Shen Mo in shock and fear, not daring to show the slightest disrespect.
Speak.
Shen Mo said indifferently.
Yes.
The innkeeper quickly responded.
There's been a lot of unrest recently, not just fights but even assassinations. All of these people have been locked up in the prison next to the city lord's manor.
Shen Mo's gaze deepened. Every formation must have a formation core. That prison filled with violent offenders was likely the core of this formation. It was the perfect place to gather resentment and killing intent. Negative emotions like these were the very nourishment for demons.
It seems likely that Murongzhen is near the prison as well.
Without hesitation, Shen Mo stepped out of the inn and headed straight for the tallest building in the city lord's manor. The streets were filled with angry crowds. Among them were both mortals and cultivators. The minor disputes led to shouting matches. The more extreme ones escalated into brutal physical confrontations. Among cultivators, the clashes were even more destructive. Shen Mo had barely walked a short distance before he heard several loud explosions, clear signs of spell clashes that had already reduced parts of the city to rubble. Moving swiftly through the chaos, he seemed to flicker across the streets. One moment he was standing in place, the next he had already appeared dozens of meters ahead. Not a single person could even graze his robes.
This formation is already weakening against golden core cultivators. For nascent soul cultivators, it has almost no effect. But didn't the fifth elder of Qingxuan Sect bring his people into Boyang City? Why haven't they responded yet?
Shen Mo pondered swiftly, his footsteps never faltering. Within a few breaths, he had arrived at the city lord's manor. To the right of the manor stood a low, sinister-looking building. It was Boyang City's prison. Only a small part of it was visible above ground. The greater portion was buried underground. Ordinarily, cultivators would be stationed at the entrance for security. Yet, as Shen Mo approached, he saw two Foundation establishment cultivators lying motionless in pools of blood, their life force completely extinguished. From within the prison, the sounds of intense fighting, screams, and furious roars echoed outward. The entire place was in utter chaos.
The resentment and killing intent here are indeed stronger. Someone is deliberately allowing the prisoners to fight each other to accumulate negative energy.
Shen Mo's brows furrowed slightly. With a surge of spiritual power, he shattered the prison's heavy iron gates and stepped inside. Meanwhile, at the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate,
So that's how it is.
the demon is incredibly difficult to seal and even harder to kill. Once it emerges, Qingxuan Sect will be forced to throw countless lives at it just to contain the threat. Gritting his teeth, the square-faced cultivator growled.
Increase our speed. We must reach Boyang City by any means necessary and crush the conspiracy of Murong Zhen and the fifth elder, Zhang Peng, to awaken the demon. Yes.
Chapter 338, I went through some trouble to keep you from escaping. Chapter 338, I went through some trouble to keep you from escaping. Deep within the Boyang City prison,
Murong Zhen, I have lived for 980 years, and only now do I truly understand demonic cultivation is the one true path. The power of demonic energy surpasses all, and the demon race.
the elderly man's face twisted with frenzied excitement. Murong Zhen let out a strange laugh.
Fifth elder, it's not too late to see the truth. When the resentment and killing intent here erupt and engulf the entire city, we will harvest even more negative energy. In less than an hour, Lord Demon Sovereign will awaken. Then, we can finally discard these frail human bodies and fully embrace our transformation into the demon race.
Qingxuan Sect's fifth elder, Zhang Peng, burst into delighted laughter.
Good, good, good. I've long wanted to cast off this decaying body. If I cannot advance further in my cultivation, I won't live more than 5 more years anyway. The demon race.
The surrounding prison cells echoed with frenzied roars and the sounds of battle. Blood splattered, flesh collided. Yet, despite their injuries, the prisoners continued to fight relentlessly. As if they could no longer feel pain. More and more resentment and killing intent surged from their bodies, pouring into the formation.
Yes, this is it.
Murong Zhen's face lit up with joy. He immediately channeled his spiritual power to manipulate the formation flags. With just a slight adjustment, the immense resentment and killing intent that had been accumulating within the prison suddenly burst outward. From above Boyang City, it would appear as though tangible demons were rampaging through the streets. They infiltrated the mouths and noses of every person, driving them to continue their endless slaughter. Inside the prison,
I don't recognize him. He's not from Qingxuan Sect.
Zhang Peng muttered, shaking his head. Murong Zhen raised an eyebrow.
Must be some meddlesome nascent soul cultivator passing through. Kill him, fifth elder, he's yours.
Zhang Peng let out a sinister laugh.
Perfect. I've been eager to test my strength after absorbing demonic energy.
With that, he swung his fist and charged toward the green-robed figure. He didn't even bother using spiritual energy. The green-robed figure Shen Mo stood motionless. He did not immediately unleash his divine transformation cultivation. Instead, he deliberately suppressed his aura to the peak of the nascent soul stage. In the predetermined fate, he had descended with the cultivation of a divine transformation expert. However, Murong Zhen was highly vigilant. Sensing an aura he could not possibly contend with, he immediately activated a minor teleportation talisman, vanishing to another location. The awakening of the demon was left incomplete. Naturally, the 9 nether ice flame, meant to suppress the demon, never appeared. Since Shen Mo already knew how fate was supposed to unfold, he would not repeat the same mistake. Instead, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation and feigned weakness. This way, Murong Zhen wouldn't flee.
Interesting.
Shen Mo noticed that Zhang Peng's fist had suddenly ignited with a faint black flame. That flame provoked an instinctive unease and revulsion. It did not belong to this world. It was neither a spiritual technique nor a heavenly flame. Clearly, it was demonic energy. Shen Mo extended his own fist, not utilizing spiritual power but instead summoning his blood essence. In an instant, it was as if countless ancient giant elephants had emerged from the primordial wilderness. Their hooves thundered across the earth. Vital energy surged like a tidal wave. At that moment, Shen Mo launched a sudden punch. Boom! Their fists collided. A deafening explosion erupted. The shockwave swept in all directions. Several prison doors were blasted apart, reduced to splinters. Murong Zhen instinctively raised an arm to shield himself from the blast. He frowned in dissatisfaction.
Fifth Elder, don't make such a scene, you.
But before he could finish his sentence, the dust settled. And Murong Zhen choked on his words. He saw that Shen Mo still maintained his punching stance. But Zhang Peng's entire right arm had vanished. Zhang Peng lowered his head in disbelief, only to find a gaping hole where his heart should have been. His opponent's arm was like solid steel, piercing straight through his chest.
Your physique.
Zhang Peng struggled to speak. Shen Mo threw another punch. The strength of 100 ancient elephants exploded forth. Zhang Peng's head was obliterated. His fleeing nascent soul was crushed in the same motion. Zhang Peng had been a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator. He had assumed that Shen Mo was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. With his newly absorbed demonic energy, he had been too overconfident, choosing to fight with raw physical strength rather than spiritual power. His entire body had been left vulnerable. That was why Shen Mo had been able to eliminate him so decisively. Had it been any other divine transformation cultivator, Zhang Peng would have at least been able to hold his own for a few exchanges. Murong Zhen's pupils contracted violently at the sight. His instincts screamed at him to escape. He immediately channeled spiritual power into the minor teleportation talisman hidden in his right sleeve. It was a precaution he always took, keeping a talisman concealed in his sleeve at all times. Thanks to this, he had repeatedly evaded the encirclements of Qingxuan Sect. However, the moment he tried to lift his arm, he suddenly realized. His right arm was gone. His eyes darted down. His arm had been severed cleanly at the root. Only a bloody hole remained in his sleeve. It was only then that searing pain finally struck him like a tidal wave. At that moment, a calm voice drifted into his ears.
You sure are timid. Always so eager to run. I went through some trouble to keep you from escaping.
Chapter 339, Didn't you want to awaken the demon? I'll give you the chance to do it. Chapter 339, Didn't you want to awaken the demon? I'll give you the chance to do it. Murong Zhen staggered backward repeatedly, his face filled with terror.
You!
Shen Mo didn't respond. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the center of the formation. With just one glance, he could tell that the formation within the dungeon was the core of the 9 Nether Wraith Demon formation, containing only 64 formation flags. A large number of additional formation flags had been buried around Boyang City. However, Shen Mo wasn't concerned about these details. His true focus was on the pitch-black demonic energy at the formation's center. To his astonishment, the moment a wisp of black demonic energy appeared, his own being reacted to it. It was as if a beast, long dormant and unfamiliar with the taste of flesh, had suddenly caught the scent of fresh blood and meat. After a brief moment of sensing, Shen Mo realized that the reaction wasn't coming from his body, but from his storage ring. Probing into the ring, he was slightly taken aback.
So it's you.
In the corner of his storage ring, a piece of lightning-struck wood shimmered with brilliance, pulsating with divine lightning. Back when he had forged his heaven-tier nascent soul, he had drawn a trace of divine lightning from this very piece of wood. Afterward, he had simply placed it in a corner of his storage ring. Yet now, it was exhibiting a rare reaction.
Divine lightning was born to suppress the demon race. Even though this piece of lightning-struck wood contains only a single strand of divine lightning, It instinctively responded upon encountering demonic energy.
Shen Mo's face lit up with joy.
You!
Murong Zhen continued to retreat, his expression filled with fear-deep, overwhelming fear. Yet deep within his eyes, a dangerous glint flickered. After retreating a few steps, he suddenly let out a strange laugh and absorbed that wisp of demonic energy into his body.
Another wisp of demonic energy. This is enough, more than enough. I've already reached the pinnacle of the king realm now, I can break through to the emperor realm.
Murong Zhen's skin suddenly turned a deep purple-black, losing all trace of normal coloration. His joints began writhing, and a moment later dense, purple-black scales emerged, covering his joints like armor. All over his body, bulging tumors surfaced, wriggling as if something was crawling beneath them, pulsating frantically while radiating intense heat. At that moment, Murong Zhen's body expanded at an alarming rate. In just a few breaths, he had already surpassed his former limits. His skin split open as his flesh swelled. A larger, more terrifying form emerged before Shen Mo. He now stood over 20 feet tall, like a towering purple-black giant. Yet his entire body was an eerie fusion of scales and tumors, an abomination that defied nature.
Infinite!
Murong Zhen threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to revel in the absolute peak of strength, as if he had touched the limits of heaven and earth. After his laughter subsided, he lowered his gaze toward Shen Mo. But now, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Only contempt remained. As if he were looking at an insignificant insect, a mere ant.
Killing you now would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Your biggest mistake was not killing me the moment you had the chance.
Murong Zhen pointed at Shen Mo, his voice hoarse but filled with twisted satisfaction. Shen Mo merely smiled faintly.
I didn't kill you, because I was waiting for something more important.
As for you,
Murong Zhen's gaze turned frigid. Shen Mo's calm and indifferent expression had clearly infuriated him. He had become so powerful, he had ascended to the demon emperor realm. Killing a nascent soul cultivator should be as easy as crushing an insect. Yet the human cultivator before him showed not a hint of fear. If that was the case, then he would make him understand what it meant to face the terror of a demon emperor.
die!
Murong Zhen extended his massive hand. Demonic energy surged wildly. It was as if countless wailing spirits and vengeful ghosts had been unleashed, lunging toward Shen Mo with overwhelming malice. Even the corpse of Zhang Peng, lying on the ground, was instantly consumed by the demonic energy. His blood and life force were devoured in a heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to a gruesome, shriveled husk.
What spirit energy, what blood energy, they're all inferior forces. Demonic energy is the strongest power in the world.
Murong Zhen's crazed laughter echoed as he envisioned Shen Mo's inevitable demise. Shen Mo grew interested. Although he had never encountered demonic energy before, he could already sense its immense power from the current scene. But was it truly as Murong Zhen claimed? That spiritual energy and blood energy were inferior to demonic energy. Shen Mo decided to test it. He unsheathed the yin-yang sword and suddenly slashed out a wave of gray yin-yang sword energy. The sword energy surged forward like a tidal wave. Such an attack was enough to instantly kill an early-stage nascent soul cultivator on the spot. However, when it struck the mass of raging demonic energy, it was as if oil had been poured onto a raging inferno. In an instant, the demonic energy grew even thicker, wilder, and more menacing. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. He then activated his blood energy, condensing it into a warblade and slashing down fiercely. Just like before, the blood energy weapon was swiftly devoured by the demonic energy and dispersed into nothingness.
Futile struggles. I already told you before, demonic energy, spiritual energy and blood energy are nothing but trash, inferior forces. Still, I must admit being able to cultivate both spiritual and blood energy techniques while reaching the nascent soul stage means you must be an exceptional genius from another province. To die at the hands of a demon emperor is your greatest honor.
Murong Zhen laughed heartily, his face full of arrogance and pleasure. Shen Mo pondered. He had just conducted a simple experiment. When spiritual energy techniques struck the demonic energy, half of their power was absorbed. Blood energy techniques were even more severely suppressed, with nearly 70% of their power being nullified. However, this did not mean that demonic energy was unbreakable. As long as one's spiritual energy and blood energy were abundant, the remaining power of an attack could still overwhelm and destroy the opposing force.
Stranger, it's time for you to die.
Murong Zhen let out a twisted laugh and lunged forward. The vengeful spirits and wraiths formed by demonic energy shrieked as they rushed straight toward Shen Mo's mind, as if aiming to shred his consciousness into countless fragments.
Divine lightning.
Shen Mo flipped his palm, revealing a blackened tree branch about the length of a forearm. Golden lightning crackled violently across its surface. Crackle! Each time the golden lightning flickered, the very space around it trembled. It was as if this world could barely contain the wrath of divine judgment. The moment the divine lightning appeared, Murong Zhen's eyes widened in shock. He did not know what it was. But from that tiny, thinner-than-a-strand of hair golden lightning, he could feel an immense, suffocating pressure. Somewhere deep inside him, a voice screamed in warning. Stay away, stay away. You are no match for it. It is our mortal enemy.
The one who should be on his way is you.
Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he raised the lightning-struck wood high and charged forward, accelerating toward Murong Zhen instead. Boom! Wherever he passed, the demonic energy was instantly obliterated by divine lightning. In the blink of an eye, Shen Mo appeared directly before Murong Zhen. The golden lightning pierced straight through Murong Zhen's heart. Murong Zhen's expression froze. In the next moment, his entire body exploded like an overripe watermelon. Countless pieces of purple-black flesh splattered across the dungeon, scattering everywhere. His dark, corrupted blood sprayed in all directions, corroding the ground into a shattered mess. Thud! Murong Zhen's severed head rolled away from his disintegrated body, only to be caught in Shen Mo's single-handed grip.
Why?
Murong Zhen struggled to speak, his voice weak, his thoughts in turmoil. He couldn't understand. His opponent had deliberately twisted off his head, saving him from being annihilated by divine lightning.
You wanted to awaken the demon, didn't you? I'll give you the chance. Go ahead and wake it up.
Chapter 340: Who can save Boyang City? Who can stop the expansion of the demon lands? Chapter 340: Who can save Boyang City? Who can stop the expansion of the demon lands? Murong was utterly shocked. He had seen reckless people before, but never had he seen someone this reckless. I was merely a human who absorbed demonic energy and underwent transformation, becoming a sovereign. To be precise, I am just a demon sovereign. Yet beneath Boyang City, there lies a true demon lord. That is a genuine sovereign of the demon race. Murong Zhen had no idea what this young genius was thinking. All he knew was that, at this moment, the other party must have lost his mind to give him such an opportunity.
I don't know what you are plotting, but awakening the demon race has been my lifelong wish. You've actually given me this chance. I hope you won't regret it when you're about to die.
Murong Zhen burst into maniacal laughter and activated the formation flags with his will. In the next instant, all the resentment and killing intent in the city surged toward Boyang City's dungeon. It was as if countless vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts had formed a black tsunami. As the resentment and killing intent left their bodies, people, whether they had been roaring in anger or entangled in combat, suddenly collapsed as if drained of all strength. Their pupils turned dull, their minds empty and hollow. It was as if something vital had been stripped away. Far away, several streaks of light rapidly approached. They were cultivators of the Qingxuan Sect. The square-faced cultivator at the front saw the scene unfolding above Boyang City from a distance, and his pupils constricted.
All the negative emotions are converging toward the city center.
The square-faced cultivator clenched his fists in anguish. The nascent soul cultivators beside him hesitated, their expressions uncertain.
Senior Elder, should we still go forward? If the demon lord breaks free, we won't stand a chance against it, will we? Yes, Senior Elder, perhaps you shouldn't go either.
They tried to persuade him anxiously. At that moment, a thick pillar of purple-black light shot into the sky. Everything within 100 meters of its center was instantly obliterated. Grass, trees, earth, stone, houses, pigs, dogs, living humans.
Retreat, retreat now. Senior Elder, we must leave. We must return to the sect for reinforcements. This place is beyond our ability to handle.
They instinctively backed away, their expressions a mixture of shock and anger. If even nascent soul cultivators had such reactions, the fate of those still within the city was obvious. The square-faced cultivator took several deep breaths, then firmly shook his head.
You must retreat at once and use the sound transmission jade to request reinforcements. I will stay here and delay the spread of the demon lands as much as possible.
The nascent soul cultivators felt as if they had been granted a reprieve.
Yes, yes.
The square-faced cultivator resolutely flew toward Boyang City. The moment he entered the boundaries of the demon lands, he felt as if his legs were weighed down by lead, his speed slowing to a crawl. Instinctively, he tried to channel his spiritual energy, only to realize that the demon lands had completely repelled the world's spiritual energy. The air within the demon lands was unbearably thin of it. For a cultivator, this was akin to a fish being deprived of water. Even worse, in such an environment, spiritual energy would slowly seep out of one's body. With no external spiritual energy to replenish himself and his own power gradually escaping, it meant that every ounce of spiritual energy was precious. Within the demon lands, he couldn't afford to waste a single bit. If he used his energy merely to resist the demonic corruption, he might collapse from exhaustion before even reaching his target. Realizing this, the square-faced cultivator decisively abandoned the idea of using spiritual energy and instead relied on his physical body to endure. Fortunately, he had tempered his body over the years and could barely withstand the corrosive influence of the demon lands.
There must be where the demon lord is sealed. I just hope he doesn't immediately set his sights on another city.
The square-faced cultivator quickened his pace and charged toward the purple-black pillar of light. Yet before he could get close, the pillar suddenly expanded. A surge of purple-black demonic energy erupted outward. Boom! The cultivator's pupils shrank as he sensed the terrifying force of the attack. He immediately used his spiritual energy to defend himself. Bang! The instant the purple-black shockwave struck, his expression changed drastically. He had never imagined that even as a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator, his spiritual energy would be so utterly powerless against this attack. In that fleeting moment, part of his spiritual energy was devoured by the demonic wave. Boom! The blast sent him flying nearly 100 meters, crashing through several buildings before he finally came to a stop. Craig! The square-faced cultivator struggled to rise from the rubble, looking down at his chest. His skin had turned a deep shade of purple-black. Even more horrifying, writhing from his wound were numerous tiny, sinister tentacles of the same purple-black hue, creeping toward the depths of his body. The square-faced cultivator had no choice but to ignite his spiritual energy in an attempt to resist the invading corruption. Yet compared to these monstrous things, his spiritual energy was pitifully weak. It took 7 or 8 times his normal output just to resist a single one of those tiny tendrils. At this rate, he would undoubtedly perish within Boyang City.
Damn it!
A flicker of despair flashed through his eyes.
Who can save Boyang City? Who can stop the expansion of the demon lands?
Chapter 341, Stop fighting, stop fighting. If you want to fight, go outside. Chapter 341, Stop fighting, stop fighting. If you want to fight, go outside. The square-faced cultivator widened his eyes in shock. What just happened? What was that golden light? It could actually destroy demonic energy. Clang! Another burst of golden light erupted. A dark purple-black barrier was instantly torn open. The oppressive dark shroud over Boyang City was suddenly ripped apart, revealing a massive gap. and that gap was growing larger and larger. Cracks began to appear in the corrupted land. The spiritual energy of the outside world surged in immediately. Like a tug of war, it continuously shrank the territory of the corrupted land. As the spiritual energy flooded in, the square-faced cultivator was finally able to absorb and refine it again, replenishing his spiritual power and resisting the corrosion of the demonic land. At this moment, he felt like a fish that had returned to water. However, he had no idea who had helped him.
Who?
Countless deep, trembling voices echoed in the air, filled with both fear and disbelief. The response was an even more powerful, majestic, and solemn golden thunder. Boom! Like the divine punishment of the heavens, it cleansed all evil and filth. In an instant, the dark purple-black demonic energy burned away like oil meeting fire, vanishing without a trace. The entire Boyang city was purified. Once again, it returned to a land of clear waters and lush mountains. The cattle, sheep, pigs, and dogs that had been tainted by demonic energy gradually regained clarity in their eyes, returning to their normal state. The people who had been frenzied and fighting stopped, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, completely unaware of what they had just been doing. The square-faced cultivator was dumbfounded. What had just happened? Was the demon dead? He looked up at the sky. There, a figure dressed in azure robes slowly emerged. Golden light still lingered around the figure, making him appear even more imposing and otherworldly, as though a divine being had descended upon the mortal realm.
Senior, please wait.
The square-faced cultivator instinctively called out in a loud voice. The azure-robed figure paused for a moment, and then, with a flicker, appeared before him. The square-faced cultivator was overwhelmed with excitement.
I am Zhou Minji, the 10th elder of Qingxuan Sect. I greet Senior.
Shen Mo sized him up and down.
So you are Zhou Minji. You certainly live up to your reputation.
Zhou Minji was taken aback.
Senior,
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
I've heard of you. You are someone who found success later in life and have inspired many disciples of Qingxuan Sect. Moreover, you often risk your life to save others, even ordinary mortals. For that alone, you are worth remembering.
Zhou Minji's expression was filled with emotion. He even felt a little shy.
Senior overpraises me. I am just an ordinary cultivator. I don't deserve such high praise from you. May I ask Senior's name? Would you be willing to visit Qingxuan Sect as a guest?
Zhou Minji couldn't help but ask. Shen Mo smiled slightly.
There is one thing I need to correct. You should not call me Senior.
Huh?
Zhou Minji was stunned. Someone this powerful, who had just slain a demon, wasn't his senior. He quickly waved his hands.
Impossible, impossible. Senior, please don't be so modest. Senior, you have thwarted the evil cultivator's conspiracy, slain the demon, and completely eradicated this hidden threat in Jiangzhou. I sincerely invite you to Qingxuan Sect as our honored guest.
After speaking, he bowed deeply to Shen Mo, his sincerity beyond doubt. Shen Mo chuckled helplessly. He hadn't planned on visiting Qingxuan Sect. But since Zhou Minji was so insistent, making a trip there wouldn't hurt. He could treat it as a chance to experience the customs of Jiangzhou.
Senior, how should I address you?
Zhou Minji asked respectfully.
My surname is Shen, and my courtesy name is Mo.
Zhou Minji silently repeated the name to himself, feeling that it sounded oddly familiar. Yet at that moment, he just couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Zhou Minji immediately nodded.
All right, then I'll call you Senior Shen.
He respectfully said.
Senior Shen, please take a rest for now. I'll go assist the common people and help them restore order. At most, within a day or two, the cultivators from Qingxuan Sect will arrive. When that time comes, we can head to the sect together.
Shen Mo gave a slight nod and casually waved his hand, dispersing the dust around him. Then he sat cross-legged and hovered in midair.
This Zhou Minji.
Shen Mo recalled the information he had seen on his life panel and smiled slightly. Zhou Minji's fate carried the trait of late bloomer. In his early years, he was unremarkable, completely ordinary. Each time he advanced in cultivation, he was always the slowest among his peers. But the older he got, the faster he improved. Now, at 200 years old, he had already reached the early stage of the divine transformation realm. Moreover, he was rich in battle experience, not the kind of sheltered cultivator who possessed high cultivation but lacked real combat strength. Even among divine transformation realm cultivators, his strength and potential were among the best. Most importantly, Zhou Minji was a thoroughly good person. A lifetime spent doing good deeds, willing to risk his life for his friends. In this world, people like him were as rare as clean stones in an outhouse. Shen Mo stopped thinking about it and instead turned his focus inward, examining his own gains. The battle in the underground prison earlier had not been particularly intense. Murong Zhen had fully activated the 9 Nether Wraith Demon Array, gathering the resentment and killing intent of tens of thousands of people in the city, successfully awakening the demon. However, the demon had only just awakened. It was outwardly imposing but hollow inside. Though it possessed a monarch-level cultivation realm, its actual strength was not formidable. Shen Mo had not even used any of his own abilities. He had merely relied on the divine thunder contained in his thunderstruck wood to instantly slay the demon on the spot. Its entire body of demonic energy had been burned away. Only a single heart-like object, formed from condensed demonic energy, remained and fell to the ground. Originally, it too was about to be obliterated by the divine thunder. But Shen Mo reacted quickly and retrieved it. At that moment, a faint pain suddenly emanated from his dantian. He immediately focused his spiritual vision inward. In his vast and boundless sea of spiritual energy, his grand and stable Tao platform floated silently. Atop the Tao platform, a 9-layered lotus bloomed and spun slowly. Sitting atop the lotus platform was Shen Mo's primordial spirit, clad in a green infant robe. Between the Tao platform and the lotus platform was the domain where his exotic flames resided. Originally, only the solar essence flame and the red lotus flame had existed here. After so much time, the solar essence flame had grown immensely, nearing its peak state. At first, when it was just a small flicker, the red lotus flame had been able to suppress it. Now, the red lotus flame had been pushed to the very edge of the Tao platform. If it were sentient enough, it would probably regret not having given that little solar essence flame a good thrashing when it had the chance. At this moment, however, the solar essence flame and the red lotus flame had actually teamed up to gang up on the new arrival, the 9 Nether Ice Flame. The awakening of the demon had also brought the 9 Nether Ice Flame into existence. However, the 9 Nether Ice Flame was now utterly exhausted, on the verge of extinction. Shen Mo could tell at a glance it had become a decaying flame. If it continued to deteriorate, it would eventually extinguish completely, leaving behind nothing more than a dull fire crystal. Because of this, the solar essence flame and the red lotus flame had joined forces to bully the weakened 9 Nether Ice Flame.
Stop fighting, stop fighting. If you want to fight, take it outside.
Shen Mo sent forth a thought, quickly trying to mediate the situation. If they fought in his dantian, weren't they trying to kill him? The solar essence flame reluctantly backed away. The red lotus flame, however, was enjoying the brawl and was ready to charge again. Shen Mo immediately activated his grand wilderness flame control art. Only then did he manage to suppress the restless red lotus flame.
Sigh, these two troublemakers. The 9 Nether Ice Flame is in no condition to survive. If it can't hold its ground against the solar essence flame and the red lotus flame, it'll inevitably wither away. That demonic heart might be able to help it recover.
Chapter 342, So You Are That Shen Mo. Chapter 342, So You Are That Shen Mo. It was quite strange. As soon as the demonic heart was taken out, the 9 Nether Ice Flame reacted like a hungry wolf spotting a defenseless lamb. With a whoosh, it flared up violently. The Sun Essence Flame and the Red Lotus Flame trembled in response, as if saying, "What's up with this old guy? Is he about to rise up again?" Shen Mo found the situation amusing and reached out to touch the demonic heart. Immediately, the 9 Nether Ice Flame surged forth, engulfing the heart. In the next moment, it was like a giant python swallowing its prey in one gulp. Satisfied, it settled inside his dantian and began refining the heart. In just the blink of an eye, the previously dim and weakened nether ice flame had significantly improved. Even its very nature seemed to be changing, like an old man suddenly regaining his youth. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Well now, this really is one experienced old flame. Seeing this, the sun essence flame and the red lotus flame quickly withdrew their fire tongues, adopting a more subdued and obedient demeanor. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Even exotic flames bully the weak and fear the strong.
The nether ice flame is merely residing in my body temporarily for now. When I have time later, I'll try to tame it properly.
He let out a slow breath, regaining his composure. Just then, Zhou Minji flew over from the city lord's mansion, drenched in sweat. Seeing Shen Mo open his eyes, he was overjoyed.
Senior Shen, have you finished cultivating?
Shen Mo gave a slight nod.
How many days have passed?
Zhou Minji chuckled.
Just a day and a half.
He was about to say more when several streaks of light appeared on the horizon. Excited, he exclaimed.
Senior Shen, our Tian's sect members have arrived.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures landed abruptly. There were 4 of them, all elderly men with graying hair and beards. Each wore the Tian sect's signature blue robes. The leading elder, upon seeing Zhou Minji safe and sound, let out a breath of relief.
Xiao Zhou, I'm glad you're unharmed.
Behind him, another elder at the divine transformation stage asked in surprise.
Xiao Zhou, where is the demonic land? Where's the demon leader? Did you slay it?
All 4 elders collectively drew in sharp breaths. Before coming, they had brought numerous precious artifacts, even some long-forgotten anti-demon treasures from the sect's treasury. They had mentally prepared for at least 1 or 2 casualties. Yet here was Zhou Minji, completely unscathed, and Boyang City looked perfectly intact. There was no sign of the devastation described in ancient records about the demonic land. The great elder, misunderstanding the situation, grabbed Zhou Minji's hand with admiration.
Xiao Zhou, you've matured late, but even though you're only at the early divine transformation stage, many who have reached completion in this realm might not be your match. But you have one flaw: you're too modest. Don't downplay your achievements. When you've done something great, you should claim credit for it. Everyone will only feel proud of you.
The other elders nodded in agreement, looking at Zhou Minji with great satisfaction. Decades ago, Zhou Minji had still been their disciple. Now he was standing beside them as an equal. And not just that, he had supposedly slain a demon leader and destroyed a demonic land. Once this news spread to other regions and sects, their Tianhe sect would gain immense prestige. Zhou Minji's face turned red with frustration. In the end, he had no choice but to raise his voice and shout.
It was Senior Shen, not me.
The elders froze for a moment before shifting their gaze to the nearby young man, who was smiling faintly. The great elder studied Shen Mo with a puzzled expression. His face looked so young. A deep, unfathomable aura emanated from his body, as vast and boundless as the ocean itself. The great elder cautiously cupped his fists in greeting.
Fellow Taoist, you are.
Shen Mo returned the gesture.
Shen Mo, just passing through Boyang City.
The great elder let out a casual "oh," then suddenly froze.
Shen Mo.
His murky old eyes widened in shock as he stared at the young man before him. The 3 elders behind him also stiffened, then immediately looked at Shen Mo as if they had just laid eyes on an invaluable treasure.
You!
The great elder scrutinized Shen Mo again, unable to hold back his astonishment. Shen Mo shook his head.
3 million demons? Those 3 armies combined barely reached 1 million. Your information is incorrect.
The 4 elders exchanged glances and instinctively muttered.
Oh!
At this moment, Zhou Minji also suddenly came to his senses. The battle against the 10,000 demon kingdom in Yu province had long since spread to Jiang province. The name Shen Mo had been passed from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, until it became widely known. Many people deeply admired the young vice-sect master of the Jade Cauldron sect. He had only just stepped into the divine transformation stage, yet his strength was already this terrifying. Zhou Minji had always wanted to meet Shen Mo and see for himself what this legendary genius looked like. He had even planned to introduce himself at the Sword Sovereign's birthday banquet 2 years later. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine they would meet in such an unceremonious manner.
Shen!
Zhou Minji scratched his head awkwardly. Shen Mo chuckled.
Elder Zhou, I've already told you, I am not your senior.
Zhou Minji smiled sheepishly. His cultivation level was slightly higher than Shen Mo's, and his age was significantly greater. Addressing Shen Mo as
Senior!
was indeed inappropriate.
Elders, the demonic leader here was slain by Taoist Shen, and the demonic land was purified by him. As for the traitors Murong Zhen and Zhang Peng, Taoist Shen also took care of them. I had nothing to do with it.
Zhou Minji quickly clarified. The great elder looked at Shen Mo in shock.
I never expected Taoist Shen to possess such astonishing strength. You have rid Jiang province of such a terrible scourge. As the hosts, we must hold a feast in your honor. Would you be willing to visit our Tian Sect's mountain gate?
Shen Mo gave a slight nod.
That sounds good. I'd like to see what Tian Sect is like.
The great elder was overjoyed.
Excellent, excellent. Let's not delay, let's go now.
The group transformed into streaks of light and swiftly made their way toward the sect. Half a month later, at the Tian Sect mountain gate, more than a dozen elders of the Tian Sect, all at the divine transformation stage, had gathered. At the forefront stood a figure dressed in azure robes, Shen Mo. The atmosphere was amicable, and the discussions were smooth and harmonious. Over the past few days, Shen Mo had gotten along quite well with the cultivators of Tian Sect. Although the sect was closely tied to the imperial family of Jing Kingdom, they were, at their core, businessmen. Now that Shen Mo had demonstrated his strength and eliminated a major threat to Jiang province, he had immediately won their collective approval and admiration. At that moment, an elderly man with snow-white hair stepped forward and approached Shen Mo. He was none other than the current sect master of Tian Sect. With both hands, he respectfully presented a storage ring to Shen Mo.
Taoist Shen, this is a token of our Tian Sect's gratitude. Please do not refuse.
Shen Mo gave a slight nod and accepted the gift without hesitation.
Gentlemen, until we meet again.
Shen Mo cupped his hands and smiled. The sect master, the great elder, Zhou Minji, and the others all returned the gesture, smiling as well.
Taoist Shen, until we meet again.
Shen Mo ascended into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. The sect master of Tian Sect let out a deep sigh.
I had heard about the situation in Yu province, but I never imagined Shen Mo would be such a once-in-a-generation talent.
Chapter 343, Reaching the National Capital. Chapter 343, Reaching the National Capital at the early divine transformation stage. The great elder also sighed.
Indeed, the Jade Cauldron sect in Yu province has been repeatedly suppressed by the imperial court, yet they still managed to produce such a peerless genius. That sect truly stumbled upon a priceless treasure.
Zhou Minji showed no trace of envy on his face. Instead, his admiration was clear.
Taoist Shen is truly a role model for all of us.
However, 2 years from now, at the Sword Sovereign's birthday banquet, the Jing Emperor will likely ally with several sects to target the Jade Cauldron sect. I wonder if Shen Mo will be able to overcome that hurdle, the great elder sighed. The Tian sect master pondered for a moment before speaking with a firm tone.
For what Shen Mo has done for Jiang province and our Tian sect today, we must stand by his side. Tian sect is not a sect that betrays its allies.
Zhou Minji and the others felt a tremor in their hearts and immediately responded in unison.
Yes.
Northern Jiang province. Shen Mo flew through the air while inspecting the contents of the storage ring.
So much.
When he saw what was inside, his eyes widened in surprise. It was filled to the brim with all kinds of rare treasures. There were 12 soul-consolidating fruits alone. As for supreme-grade spirit stones, there were over 1,000.
No wonder the Tian sect is so wealthy. This is absurdly extravagant. I recall that the 9 Cycles Alchemy Canon contains a recipe for the Great Refining Divine Pill. With the soul consolidating fruit as the main ingredient, I can refine it myself. I'll try to reach the early stage of the divine transformation realm before arriving at the capital.
After leaving Qingxuan Sect, Shen Mo found a secluded cave in northern Jiang province, set up an array, and began refining pills. The materials required for the great refining divine pill were extensive. Fortunately, Shen Mo always carried a large stock of medicinal herbs. Even the few missing ingredients could be substituted with herbs of similar properties. After taking inventory, he confirmed that he had enough materials to refine 6 batches of the Great Refining Divine Pill.
The Great Refining Divine Pill is already a heaven-grade low-tier pill, and refining it is quite difficult. I just hope I can minimize the loss of materials.
After making thorough preparations, he took out the myriad beast cauldron and started refining. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 6 months later, Shen Mo put away the myriad beast cauldron and looked at the 4 round pills before him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Out of 6 attempts, he had failed twice but succeeded 4 times. Not bad at all. After all, this was a heaven-grade low-tier pill. Even in the Pill River sect, where many divine transformation stage elders specialized in alchemy, few could achieve such a success rate. Across the entire Jing kingdom, only the imperial family seemed capable of gathering the finest alchemists to mass-produce the great refining divine pill in the capital. This was how the imperial court managed to win the allegiance of divine transformation stage cultivators throughout the land.
Time to refine it.
Shen Mo swallowed one of the great refining divine pills and began the process of absorption. Under the guidance of his spiritual power, the pill dissolved into an overwhelming surge of medicinal energy, rushing into his dantian and merging with his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit's form gradually expanded. Though the increase was subtle, its internal strength grew at a perceptible rate. 2 months later, Shen Mo had fully refined the effects of the pill. His primordial spirit had grown from 1 inch to 3 inches tall. A 1-inch primordial spirit signified entry into the divine transformation realm. A 3-inch primordial spirit marked the early stage of the divine transformation realm. Buzz! An invisible force of primordial spirit energy spread out in all directions. For a moment, the vast mountain range fell into a hushed silence. Within a 100-mile radius, beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, while birds plummeted in terror. Even insects dared not make a sound. In an instant, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Without opening his eyes, Shen Mo merely willed his mind outward and could hear, over 120 miles away, an underground mole gleefully devouring an earthworm. Shen Mo willed his mind outward once more and saw a fish in the lake spitting out a jet of water, knocking an insect off a blade of grass before swallowing it whole. Everything from the skies above to the depths of the earth, from towering trees to tiny insects, was now completely within his perception. A satisfied expression appeared on his face. The great refining divine pill was indeed far more potent than ordinary refining pills. Coupled with the foundation he had been accumulating for a long time, just a single pill had allowed him to smoothly step into the early stage of the divine transformation realm.
It's time to set off for Long Province.
With a single leap, Shen Mo emerged from the cave, landing atop a mountain peak. He gazed at the vast world beneath the golden sunlight, a smile appearing on his lips. He moved swiftly, leaping into the vast wilderness like an agile ape. At times, he flitted through treetops like a bird. At other moments, he soared over deep ravines like a hunting leopard. Though traveling this way was far slower than flying with spiritual energy, it brought him an unparalleled sense of joy. Roaming freely, embracing the mountains and rivers, indulging in the pleasures of the world, this was the true essence of cultivation. If one only knew how to seclude themselves in bitter training, what was the point of coming into this world at all? 1 year later, Long Province, the imperial capital. The most prosperous city in Jing Kingdom, stood tall on an endless plain. It had no natural barriers for defense. Yet, no Jing emperor had ever considered relocating the capital. After all, as long as their strength remained unmatched, who would dare lay siege to the imperial city? Furthermore, 4 massive military camps were stationed in the 4 cardinal directions around the capital. The soldiers within were no ordinary troops, they were carefully selected cultivators. Their lowest cultivation level was the Foundation Establishment realm. The 3 generals in command of the camps had all reached the peak of the nascent Soul realm. Their equipment was also of the highest quality. There were 12 ironclad cloudships alone. Without the Emperor's decree, not a single soldier from these 4 great camps could be mobilized. Anyone entering or leaving the imperial capital could glimpse these formidable encampments, witnessing their grandeur. However, they could only see the surface. The 4 great formations protecting the camps ensured that no outsider could spy on what lay within. Among the many travelers entering the city, a figure in blue robes blended into the crowd, moving through the gates along with everyone else. He had taken note of the military camps as well, and indeed they were powerful and well-equipped. Beyond the ironclad cloudships, there were also many newly developed weapons, likely the result of the imperial cultivators' ingenuity. At the city gates, the guards were carefully registering each entrant one by one. When it was the blue-robed figure's turn, a soldier routinely asked,
Name: Qingxuan.
cultivation level,
Core formation.
purpose of visit to Qingxuan City.
To participate in the Tian Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy Conference.
After a brief interrogation, the blue-robed figure was permitted entry into the capital. The city was more bustling than ever. In a few months, the most powerful cultivator of Jing Kingdom, the Sword Sovereign, would be celebrating his birthday. Countless cultivators from across the kingdom had already flocked to the capital to pay their respects. Additionally, another major event was about to take place. The Tianhe Chamber of Commerce was hosting an alchemy conference, inviting alchemists from all over to exchange insights on the art of pill refinement. The final prize for the competition was extraordinarily generous. As a result, alchemists from every region were arriving in droves. The Tian Chamber of Commerce was the trade network established by the Qingxuan Sect across the kingdom. In 8 of the 9 provinces of Jing Kingdom excluding Mist Province there was a branch of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, the imperial capital was no exception.
So I've finally arrived.
Chapter 344, My Tian Sect does not lack wealth, we only want the recipe for the heavy water cold extreme pill. Chapter 344, My Tian Sect does not lack wealth, we only want the recipe for the heavy water cold extreme pill. These 2 opportunities are both top-tier choices. The resentful spirit wood core is similar to the drifting soul butterfly and is the best material for refining infant clothes. As for the Millennium Earthfire essence, it can be refined using the solar essence flame. If all goes well, it should allow the solar essence flame to advance into a flourishing flame. Now, he had arrived at the imperial capital for the 3rd opportunity. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual. After arriving in the imperial capital, Xiao Fan participated in an alchemy competition hosted by the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. With Yao Lao's astonishing mastery of alchemy, he secured first place and won many generous rewards. Among them was the Scorching Earth Sword Manual. Of course, Shen Mo would never participate in such an alchemy competition. Given his current level of alchemy mastery, joining such a competition would be like bullying children. So instead, he planned to take the prize directly. At the top floor's prestigious VIP lounge. This was a space reserved exclusively for the most distinguished guests of the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. To enter this lounge, one had to either be a divine transformation realm cultivator or at least a royal prince. Otherwise, entry was not even up for discussion. At this moment, a young man with an arrogant demeanor was pacing back and forth inside the room. From time to time, he glanced at various items or casually touched a few of them. It seemed like he was waiting for someone. Beside him, a beautiful woman was diligently serving tea and offering refreshments. Her eyes had barely left the young man the entire time. She looked like she wanted to cling to him right then and there. Anyone who knew the young man's identity would undoubtedly try to establish a connection with him. After all, his master was none other than Elder Qingmu, the most esteemed alchemy grandmaster of the royal family. Countless people wished to offer gifts to Elder Qingmu but could never find a way in. Many sought to curry favor with him, only to be repeatedly turned away. As the most favored personal disciple of Elder Qingmu, this arrogant young man was also an extraordinary alchemy genius with a bright future ahead. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside. A middle-aged cultivator with a broad, composed face walked into the room. Upon seeing the woman's eager expression, the middle-aged man frowned slightly.
You may leave.
The woman hesitated but reluctantly nodded.
Yes.
She swayed her hips as she left, clearly unwilling to go. The arrogant young man glanced at the newcomer and frowned.
Who are you? Where is Zhou Yang, the president of this place?
The middle-aged cultivator smiled and replied.
Zhou Yang is my uncle. He retired and returned home a month ago. Until the new president takes over, I am serving as the acting president.
He cupped his hands slightly.
I am Zhou Minji.
The young man Bai Tianyuan nodded indifferently.
Never heard of you. But you should know who I am.
Zhou Minji remained unperturbed and nodded.
Yes, you are Bai Tianyuan, Elder Qingmu's most esteemed disciple and the most renowned alchemy genius.
Bai Tianyuan smirked proudly.
Good, at least you're informed. President Zhou, I didn't come here for trivial matters. With my alchemy skills, I have no need to participate in that ridiculous alchemy competition, but I do want one of the first-place prizes. So I am here to trade for it.
Zhou Minji smiled and nodded.
That can certainly be arranged. However, the Tian Chamber of Commerce has always followed the principle of fair exchange.
Bai Tianyuan scoffed, full of disdain.
Is there anything my master doesn't have? I guarantee I can offer something of equal value. Very well, then what does Alchemist Bai desire?
Zhou Minji asked. Bai Tianyuan thought for a moment.
A certain page from a book on it are 2 words, scorching earth.
Zhou Minji pondered briefly before replying.
I understand. Among the prizes, there is indeed such a spiritual artifact.
When activated with spiritual energy, it can unleash powerful fire-attributed sword energy. Our Tian Sect's divine transformation realm elders have speculated that this item is an incomplete spiritual artifact. Bai Tianyuan nodded.
That's the one.
Zhou Minji was puzzled.
Alchemist Bai, as an alchemy prodigy, you have plenty of people willing to protect you and many means of self-preservation. Why do you need this incomplete sword manual?
Bai Tianyuan grew impatient.
You ask too many questions.
Zhou Minji was not offended. He had heard about this alchemy genius's temperament long before arriving in the capital.
This sword manual is a top-grade, earth-tier spiritual artifact. Our Tianhe Chamber of Commerce does not accept spirit stones for it. Alchemist Bai must exchange it for an item of equivalent value.
Bai Tianyuan waved his hand indifferently.
Just name your price, my master has everything. Rest assured, someone will deliver it tomorrow.
Zhou Minji thought for a moment.
I want the recipe for the heavy water cold extreme pill.
Bai Tianyuan sneered.
It's just the heavy water.
His words abruptly stopped.
No, that's the one thing I cannot give you.
Bai Tianyuan's expression stiffened. After all, he had just told Zhou Minji to name his price, but when Zhou Minji asked for one thing, he immediately refused. It was too embarrassing, too hard to maintain composure. Bai Tianyuan knew full well how important this pill was. The Tianhe sect had many disciples, but only those with water attribute spiritual roots could practice its most orthodox and powerful technique, the ninefold heavenly river scroll. However, cultivating the ninefold heavenly river scroll was exceedingly difficult. Talent, comprehension, and time, all 3 were indispensable. As a result, the number of disciples capable of cultivating it dwindled, to the point where its inheritance was nearly severed. Helpless, the Tian sect invited renowned alchemists from all over the country to their sect, seeking to refine a pill that would ease the difficulties of cultivation. Countless alchemists failed. Only Elder Qingmu, who was then unknown, succeeded. Thus, the heavy water cold extreme pill was born. Of course, this pill only accelerated the cultivation of the ninefold heavenly river scroll by a small margin, merely 10 to 20%. At the time, the Tianhe sect sought to purchase the pill's recipe outright. But Elder Qingmu's asking price was too high. Negotiations fell apart. Now, Elder Qingmu was an alchemy grandmaster of unrivaled prestige in Jing Kingdom. Meanwhile, the number of cultivators able to practice the ninefold heavenly river scroll in the Tianhe sect had dwindled even further. Under such circumstances, a pill that could improve cultivation speed by even 10 to 20% naturally became their priority again. The Tianhe sect once more sought out Elder Qingmu, hoping to purchase the pill's recipe at its original price. But Elder Qingmu refused once again. Not only did he refuse, but he also raised the price tenfold. It was clear he still held a grudge and wanted to humiliate the Tianhe sect. And so, the matter was left unresolved. During this time, the Tianhe sect sought intermediaries to mediate, even enlisting Prince Jing. But Elder Qingmu never relented. Until today. Bai Tianyuan understood perfectly. His master adored him. But there was no way he would allow him to exchange the heavy water cold extreme pills recipe for the scorching earth sword manual. This was a matter of his master's pride. At Elder Qingmu's level, he no longer cared about wealth or status-only face. What could be more satisfying than repeatedly refusing a great sect? Future generations would only remember that Elder Qingmu single-handedly defied an entire sect and never gave the Tianhe sect any leeway. They would admire and praise him. Bai Tianyuan shook his head.
Anything but the heavy water cold extreme pills recipe. Pick something else.
Zhou Minji shook his head as well.
Apologies, my Tian sect does not lack wealth. We only want the recipe for the heavy water cold extreme pill.
Bai Tianyuan wanted to argue further, but Zhou Minji had already assumed a stance to see him out. Gritting his teeth, Bai Tianyuan stormed toward the door and growled.
Just you wait, I will enter the alchemy competition, take first place, and claim the Scorching Earth Sword manual myself.
Chapter 345. If successfully refined, my Tianhe sect will offer great rewards. Chapter 345. If successfully refined, my Tianhe sect will offer great rewards. At that moment, a knock came from outside.
Elder Zhou, a guest claiming to be an esteemed visitor of the Tianhe sect, wishes to see you. Who is it? He didn't give his name, only mentioned 3 words, Boyang City.
Zhou Minji was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up.
Quickly, invite him in.
Moments later, a young man in a blue robe stepped inside. Zhou Minji's gaze brightened with recognition.
Fellow Taoist Shen, it really is you.
Shen Mo smiled and cupped his hands, slightly surprised.
I didn't expect the president of the Tian Chamber of Commerce in the capital to be you.
Zhou Minji laughed heartily.
It was supposed to be my uncle, Zhou Yang, but he was no longer up to the task and retired. So, the sect appointed me as the interim president and tasked me with preparing a gift for Swordmaster's birthday banquet.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. That made sense. A major sect like the Tianhe sect couldn't attend the Swordmaster's banquet without presenting an appropriate gift. If they arrived empty-handed, it would be a disgrace in front of the entire cultivation world.
You seem a little troubled.
Shen Mo observed Zhou Minji's expression and inquired. Zhou Minji waved his hand.
Sai, it's nothing good, better not mention it. But you, fellow Taoist Shen, since you've made a special trip to the Tian Chamber of Commerce, I assume you have a request.
Zhou Minji smiled.
You eliminated that demon and even executed 2 traitors of my Tian sect. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost to provide it.
His tone was sincere. Clearly, this was no empty courtesy. He genuinely wished to do something for Shen Mo. Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
I heard the Tian Chamber of Commerce is hosting an alchemy competition.
That's right. I need one of the first-place prizes. Which one?
The Scorching Earth Sword manual.
Zhou Minji was immediately taken aback.
You want the Scorching Earth Sword Manual too?
Shen Mo was puzzled.
Someone else wants it.
Zhou Minji let out a helpless chuckle and proceeded to recount Bai Tianyuan's request in detail. He also explained the long-standing conflict between the Tian sect and Elder Qingmu. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh.
I see. Now I understand why the Tian Chamber of Commerce is hosting this alchemy competition.
Zhou Minji smiled wryly.
Fellow Taoist Shen, you are indeed perceptive. You figured it out immediately. That's right. The goal is to gather alchemists from all over and develop a pill suitable for cultivating the ninefold heavenly river scroll.
After speaking, he added,
However, since it is you who needs the Scorching Earth Sword Manual, there is nothing more to discuss. I will send it to you immediately.
He clapped his hands. A robust cultivator promptly entered, awaiting instructions. Zhou Minji ordered.
This is an esteemed guest of the Tianhe sect. Serve him tea and refreshments at once.
Then turning to Shen Mo, he said,
Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the sword manual from the warehouse.
Shen Mo nodded. Zhou Minji quickly departed. Waiting was never particularly enjoyable. Shen Mo began to wander around the VIP room, observing the various furnishings. He had to admit, the Tian sect was extraordinarily wealthy. Even this VIP lounge of the Tian Chamber of Commerce was more luxurious than the main halls of some smaller sects. The ceiling, walls, and floors were all constructed from cloud-white stone, which was both sound-absorbing and remarkably sturdy. The tables, chairs, and folding screens were made from thousand-year sandalwood, its fragrance lingering in the air. Additionally, many antique calligraphy scrolls and paintings adorned the space, each with a history of at least 1,000 years.
Oh, what is this?
Shen Mo's gaze fell upon a small bronze cauldron resting on the table. The cauldron was exquisitely crafted, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of vast landscapes, soaring birds, and fierce beasts, all appearing strikingly lifelike. Based on Shen Mo's keen eye, this small cauldron was at least a mid-grade Earth-tier spiritual artifact. However, what truly caught his attention was not the cauldron itself. It was the light blue powder inside. It seemed to be the residue of a failed alchemy attempt. Shen Mo used his spiritual power to extract a small portion of the residue from a distance. With just a light sniff, over 100 different medicinal ingredients instantly surfaced in his mind. Shen Mo casually commented, with his current level of alchemy mastery, identifying this type of pill was no challenge. After all, he could successfully refine even the great refining spirit pill, and with a success rate exceeding 60%. Throughout the entire Jing Kingdom, alchemists capable of refining the great refining spirit pill with such a high success rate were extremely rare. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind him. It was Zhou Minji, returning to the VIP lounge from the warehouse.
Fellow Taoist Shen, you.
He noticed Shen Mo standing before the small cauldron, examining the light blue residue with his spiritual power. Zhou Minji let out a helpless chuckle.
I've made a fool of myself in front of you.
Shen Mo smiled.
This was an attempt by one of your sect's elders to develop a pill that aids in cultivating the ninefold heavenly river scroll.
Zhou Minji sighed.
Yes, but it wasn't just one elder. All of our Tianhe sect's alchemy proficient elders collaborated on it. Since that elder Qingmu refuses to sell the pill formula, we had no choice but to rely on ourselves. Unfortunately, even with all our alchemy elders combined, we still couldn't match Elder Qingmu.
Zhou Minji let out a long sigh.
After the failure, our sect master distributed the residue to various chamber branches as a reminder of this lesson.
Additionally, it was also meant to attract skilled alchemists who might pinpoint the mistakes in the formula. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle.
The mistakes are quite obvious. No one noticed.
Zhou Minji was stunned for a moment before his expression turned to shock.
Wait!
Shen Mo gave a slight nod.
I know a little.
The strongest pill he could refine was merely a low-grade heaven-tier pill. Calling himself an alchemy grandmaster would be too arrogant. Alchemy was a lifelong pursuit with no end. Saying he knew a little was quite reasonable. Zhou Minji was visibly excited.
Then fellow Taoist Shen, please tell me what went wrong.
Shen Mo smiled.
First, there was too much heavy water essence. It should be reduced by at least a third. Second, the flame was too weak, preventing the medicinal liquid from properly condensing into a pill.
Zhou Minji's eyes lit up. Many alchemists had examined it for a long time yet failed to deduce anything meaningful. But Shen Mo had effortlessly pointed out two critical mistakes. Though Zhou Minji himself was not an expert in alchemy, Shen Mo's casual confidence alone was enough to convince him.
The first issue is easy to fix, but the second.
Zhou Minji smiled bitterly. Shen Mo chuckled.
An eternal flame, I have one.
Zhou Minji froze for a moment before slapping his thigh in realization. Of course. Their gathered intelligence had long mentioned that Shen Mo seemingly possessed two eternal flames. Zhou Minji immediately lowered his head in deep respect.
May I ask if fellow Taoist Shen would be willing to refine this pill for my Tian sect? If it succeeds, our sect will reward you greatly.
His words were firm, his tone solemn and serious. It was clear this was not an empty promise. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
I can give it a try.
Zhou Minji was overjoyed.
Good, good. I will inform my senior uncles and sect elders immediately. They should arrive in the capital within a month.
Also, please write down any medicinal ingredients you need. I will have them gathered at once.
Chapter 346. Zhou Minji, you have clearly underestimated the power of a genius alchemist. Chapter 346. Zhou Minji, you have clearly underestimated the power of a genius alchemist.
Good, good, good. I'll have someone prepare it right away.
Zhou Minji was overjoyed. He had immense trust in Shen Mo's abilities. Since Shen Mo was so confident, he naturally had no doubts whatsoever.
Taoist Shen, this is the Scorching Earth Sword Manual. I will now take you to your resting place. As for the pill refinement, there's no rush. We can do it tomorrow.
Zhou Minji spoke happily.
That works as well.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Zhou Minji led Shen Mo through the Tian Merchant Association's premises. Eventually, they arrived at a tranquil courtyard. A small pond lay within the courtyard, where a few golden fish swam leisurely. Surrounding the area were lush green bamboo trees. It seemed as though all the hustle and bustle of the outside world was sealed away from this place. Standing here, one might believe they were deep in the mountains, rather than in the heart of Jing country's bustling capital.
This place is not bad.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Zhou Minji laughed heartily.
Then, Taoist Shen, you may rest here. Rest assured, without my command, no one will disturb you. All right.
After Zhou Minji left, Shen Mo carefully examined the courtyard. There were no signs of danger, nor were there any formations designed to spy on him. Only then did Shen Mo feel at ease. He sat down cross-legged. Then he took out the Scorching Earth Sword Manual. It was an ancient scroll, rolled up like a manuscript. Even without unfolding it, one could feel the fierce, raging flames surging within it. If unfolded and infused with spiritual energy, it would unleash powerful fire-attributed sword energy, capable of cutting down any enemy that approached. Even this Scorching Earth Sword Manual alone was equivalent to a top-tier Earth-rank spiritual weapon, something that would drive divine transformation realm cultivators to fight over it. After all, heaven-rank spiritual weapons were not something one could acquire simply by wanting them. Thus, for most divine transformation cultivators, a top-tier Earth-rank spiritual weapon was already the ultimate pursuit of a lifetime. Shen Mo then took out the Frost Sword Art. As soon as the two sword manuals came into contact, it was as if long-lost brothers had reunited in a foreign land. They immediately clashed violently. Buzz! In an instant, sword energy overflowed, and brilliant light erupted. Shen Mo frowned slightly and swiftly released his spiritual energy, sealing off the surrounding space to prevent any sword energy or light from leaking out. The strange phenomenon lasted for a full half-hour before gradually subsiding. What lay before Shen Mo now was an extraordinarily ancient and heavy sword manual. He extended his hand and slowly unfolded it. The more he unfolded, the more he could feel as if an unimaginably powerful ancient sword was sealed within. Once fully opened, the sword's energy would burst forth, slaying gods and demons alike. This was a heaven-rank spiritual weapon, unmatched in power. Its might was overwhelming. Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement.
As expected of the strongest treasure of the burning heaven hall. Back then, Xiao Fan relied on this sky-slaying sword manual to dominate Jing country. Now that the scorching earth and frost sword art manuals are in my possession, only the burning heaven sword manual remains.
A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. This newly formed sword manual was now the strongest spiritual weapon in his arsenal. With this, he had gained yet another trump card. Outside Tian Merchant Association. At a certain restaurant, Bai Tianyuan sat in the highest room of the restaurant. Leaning against the window, he could see the entrance of the Tianheim Merchant Association. The table before him was filled with exquisite delicacies, yet he had no appetite. Before long, a charming woman approached him. She was the same female cultivator from the Tian sect who had received Bai Tianyuan at the Tianheim Merchant Association.
Alchemist Bai, I have important news for you.
The woman said, her eyes glimmering. Bai Tianyuan smiled slightly.
Speak, if your news is important enough, I can give you whatever you desire.
Greed flashed in the woman's eyes as she hurriedly said.
President Zhou retrieved the Scorching Earth sword manual from the warehouse and gave it to a young man who had just arrived at the association.
Bai Tianyuan's expression immediately darkened.
What? Who is this person?
The woman shook her head.
President Zhou said he is an honored guest of the Tian sect and called him Taoist Shen. Beyond that, I know nothing.
Bai Tianyuan repeated the name to himself.
Taoist Shen.
With a flip of his palm, Bai Tianyuan tossed over 2 pieces of top-grade spirit stones.
This is your reward. Keep monitoring the Tian Merchant Association from within. Find out this Taoist Shen's true identity. If you succeed, I will reward you generously.
The woman's eyes gleamed with excitement. She was merely a core formation cultivator. In her entire life, she had never even seen a top-grade spirit stone. Now, Bai Tianyuan had casually given her 2. That was enough to buy countless pills and replace all her spiritual artifacts with far superior ones.
Yes. I will keep watch and report to you the moment I have more information.
The woman said excitedly. Bai Tianyuan waved his hand, and the woman quickly left. His expression grew colder. Staring at the bustling entrance of the Tian Merchant Association, he muttered.
He would rather give it to someone else than to me. Zhou Minji, you have clearly underestimated the power of a genius alchemist.
Tab. At that moment, footsteps approached. Bai Tianyuan lifted his head and saw a slender figure wrapped in a tight black outfit, walking toward him with graceful steps. His gaze softened instantly.
Zidi, you're here.
As he spoke, he pushed a long jade box toward her.
This is my gift for you.
The black-clad woman sat down before him. A light veil covered the lower half of her face, but from her delicate brows and elegant nose, it was clear that she was an unparalleled beauty. Seeing Bai Tianyuan, she did not display any warmth. She merely nodded slightly and reached for the jade box. Opening it, she found an ancient scroll inside. She frowned slightly, her voice as clear as flowing water.
This is not the Scorching Earth sword manual.
Bai Tianyuan hurriedly explained.
This is a sword manual I specially acquired. It also releases fire-attributed sword energy. It's not much different from the Scorching Earth sword manual.
The woman closed the jade box and pushed it back.
I told you, I only want the Scorching Earth sword manual.
Bai Tianyuan looked troubled.
The Shadow Pavilion is the greatest sect in Longzhou. You can have anything. Why do you insist on this broken top-tier Earth-rank spiritual artifact?
The woman replied indifferently.
You promised me that you would get me the Scorching Earth sword manual.
What's wrong? The personal disciple of Elder Qingmu can't even obtain a single top-tier Earth-rank artifact.
Bai Tianyuan's blood surged with frustration, his face turning red with anger.
Z, it's not that I can't do it. It's that Zhou Minji refuses to yield, no matter what I offer. He insists that I exchange the heavy water frost pill formula for it.
The woman no longer listened. She simply stood up, ready to leave.
Since you can't obtain the Scorching Earth Sword manual, stop bothering me.
I'll take it myself.
Bai Tianyuan quickly stepped forward.
Z, listen to me. I may not have the Scorching Earth Sword manual, but I've discovered some information.
Zhou Minji gave it to a divine transformation cultivator. He called him Taoist Shen. That Taoist Shen is currently staying in a secluded courtyard within the Tianhe Merchant Association.
A sharp glint flashed in the woman's eyes.
This information is somewhat useful.
Bai Tianyuan smiled.
Z, at least I've helped you with this.
The woman nodded slightly.
Not bad. I'll see you when I have time.
Chapter 347. Perhaps, in the eyes of the nine nether ice flame, I am a scoundrel trying to stand on three boats. Chapter 347. Perhaps, in the eyes of the nine nether ice flame, I am a scoundrel trying to stand on three boats. After the woman left, Bai Tianyuan carefully picked up the long jade box. He gently caressed the spot where the woman had touched. Then he lowered his head and took a deep breath.
So fragrant.
She is truly beautiful.
Bai Tianyuan seemed to be intoxicated by the lingering scent that was gradually fading away. Then he looked out the window, gazing toward the entrance of the tavern. The black-clothed woman was swaying her hips as she walked gracefully. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the crowd. Like a drop of water merging into the vast sea.
Zuzi, you are mine. You will definitely be mine.
Bai Tianyuan clenched his fist, as if he had already regarded the woman as his possession. 2 long streets away, a seemingly unremarkable 3-story building stood in place. Its doors were tightly shut, with no guards in sight. The width of this street was no different from the one outside the Tianhe Merchant Guild, yet the foot traffic here was noticeably sparse. Even those who passed by quickened their pace, as if they were afraid of this building. Most of the people living in the capital knew this building housed a branch of the Shadow Pavilion. And the Shadow Pavilion was the strongest sect in Longzhou. The Shadow Pavilion was known for killing without a trace. Experts in stealth, assassination, and poisoning. Rather than calling it a sect, it was more like an assassin organization. It had the fewest members among all the major sects, but was widely recognized as the most mysterious. The Shadow Pavilion had always upheld one principle: as long as the price was right, there was no one they couldn't kill. There were even rumors that the Burning Heaven Hall, the assassin organization that once terrorized Jing country 2,000 years ago, was the predecessor of the Shadow Pavilion. But this was only a rumor, never confirmed. Swoosh! Like a phantom, the black-clothed woman suddenly appeared at the entrance of the building. She did nothing, yet the doors creaked open on their own. A respectful voice came from within.
Welcome, young master.
The black-clothed woman strode into the building. The doors immediately shut behind her. 2 other women, also clad in black with graceful figures, approached her, awaiting orders. Zuzi spoke calmly.
Activate our informants within the Tian Merchant Guild immediately. Investigate the background of their new guild master, Zhou Minji. And the cultivator he calls Taoist Shen, look into him as well.
Understood.
The 2 women nodded. Without revealing any discernible movement technique, they vanished from sight in an instant. Once they had left, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, approached Zuzi.
This old one greets the young master.
Zuzi gave a slight nod.
Elder 9, any leads on the other volumes of the Heaven-Severing Sword Manual?
The old woman lowered her voice.
According to my knowledge, the Sever, Weed, Eradicate, and Root volumes are likely in the hands of Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect.
The Burning Heaven Sword Manual is currently kept by the former sect master of Qingxuan Sect. They plan to present it as a birthday tribute to the Sword Sovereign at his upcoming banquet.
As for the Scorching Earth Sword Manual, young master should already be aware. It is currently stored in the Tianhe Merchant Guild's warehouse, meant to be the grand prize for the alchemy competition.
Zhu Zi waved her hand.
The intelligence has changed. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual has already been given away by the Tian Merchant Guild to a cultivator named Taoist Shen.
Right now, this Taoist Shen is staying at the Tian Merchant Guild's guest manor. The old woman furrowed her brows.
The Scorching Earth Sword Manual is, after all, a top-tier Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Why would the Tian Merchant Guild simply give it away? That's precisely why it needs investigation.
Zhu Zi remained calm.
The Heaven-Severing Sword Manual rightfully belongs to the Shadow Pavilion. It should not fall into the hands of others.
The old woman nodded.
And what about the Qingxuan Sect?
Intercept them midway. Make it look like an attack by the Mad Blade Alliance.
Zhu Zi spoke indifferently. The two women nodded. Without revealing any discernible movement technique, they vanished from sight in an instant. Once they had left, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, approached Zhu Zi. This old one greets the young master. Zhu Zi gave a slight nod. Elder 9, any leads on the other volumes of the Heaven-Severing Sword Manual? The old woman lowered her voice. According to my knowledge, the Sever, Weed, Eradicate, and Root volumes are likely in the hands of Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. The Burning Heaven Sword Manual is currently kept by the former sect master of Qingxuan Sect. They plan to present it as a birthday tribute to the sword's sovereign at his upcoming banquet. As for the Scorching Earth Sword Manual, young master should already be aware. It is currently stored in the Tian Merchant Guild's warehouse, meant to be the grand prize for the alchemy competition. Zhu Zi waved her hand. The intelligence has changed. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual has already been given away by the Tian Merchant Guild to a cultivator named Taoist Shen. Right now, this Taoist Shen is staying at the Tian Merchant Guild's guest manor. The old woman furrowed her brows. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual is, after all, a top-tier Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Why would the Tian Merchant Guild simply give it away? That's precisely why it needs investigation. Zhu Zi remained calm. The Heaven-Severing Sword Manual rightfully belongs to the Shadow Pavilion. It should not fall into the hands of others. The old woman nodded. And what about the Qingxuan Sect? Intercept them midway, make it look like an attack by the Mad Blade Alliance. Zhu Zi spoke indifferently. Those two factions already have deep enmity. Understood.
And what of Shen Mo, the Jade Cauldron Sect's young sect master?
The old woman's tone grew serious.
That man is no easy target. Even the first and fourth princes of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, both monstrous talents of the demon race, met their demise at his hands.
Zhu Zi pondered for a moment. The two women nodded. Without revealing any discernible movement technique, they vanished from sight in an instant. Once they had left, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, approached Zhu Zi. This old one greets the young master. Zhu Zi gave a slight nod. Elder 9, any leads on the other volumes of the Heaven-Severing Sword Manual? The old woman lowered her voice. According to my knowledge, the Sever, Weed, Eradicate, and Root volumes are likely in the hands of Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. The Burning Heaven Sword Manual is currently kept by the former sect master of Qingxuan Sect. They plan to present it as a birthday tribute to the sword's sovereign at his upcoming banquet. As for the Scorching Earth Sword Manual, young master should already be aware. It is currently stored in the Tian Merchant Guild's warehouse, meant to be the grand prize for the alchemy competition. Zhu Zi waved her hand. The intelligence has changed. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual has already been given away by the Tian Merchant Guild to a cultivator named Taoist Shen. Right now, this Taoist Shen is staying at the Tian Merchant Guild's guest manor. The old woman furrowed her brows. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual is, after all, a top-tier Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Why would the Tian Merchant Guild simply give it away? That's precisely why it needs investigation. Zhu Zi remained calm. The Heaven-Severing Sword Manual rightfully belongs to the Shadow Pavilion. It should not fall into the hands of others. The old woman nodded. And what about the Qingxuan Sect? Intercept them midway, make it look like an attack by the Mad Blade Alliance. Zhu Zi spoke indifferently. Those two factions already have deep enmity. Understood. And what of Shen Mo, the Jade Cauldron Sect's young sect master? The old woman's tone grew serious. That man is no easy target. Even the first and fourth princes of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, both monstrous talents of the demon race, met their demise at his hands. Zhu Zi pondered for a moment. His strength is indeed formidable, not easy to deal with. However, we can first follow Emperor Jing's lead and test him out. If we can't obtain the Sever, Weed, Eradicate, and Root Sword manuals for now, we will wait. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to seize them in secret. The old woman nodded respectfully, understood. She hesitated for a moment before adding,
By the way, young master, Elder Qingmu has sent someone requesting the Shadow Pavilion's help in sabotaging the Tian Merchant Guild's alchemy competition.
Zhu Zi's expression turned cold.
I don't want to be entangled with Elder Qingmu any further.
The old woman spoke hesitantly.
But Elder Qingmu has offered the alchemical formula for the 10,000 blood spirit pill.
Zhu Zi's gaze sharpened. The 10,000 blood spirit pill was a unique pill created by Elder Qingmu 50 years ago. Consuming it could strengthen the body, laying a solid foundation for enhancing one's physique. Moreover, the Shadow Pavilion possessed a rare blood-based cultivation technique that required a large quantity of 10,000 blood spirit pills as an auxiliary aid for training. The Shadow Pavilion had long wanted to purchase the pill formula from Elder Qingmu. Unfortunately, he had never agreed to sell it. Yet now, he was actually willing to offer it in exchange for sabotaging the alchemy competition, such a valuable treasure. Zhu Zi suddenly said,
The formula for the 10,000 blood spirit pill is too valuable. Elder Qingmu must have other demands.
The old woman nodded.
Yes, he also wants us to hand over the 2 silver-crested demon kings we captured from Mist Province, so he can use them for research on a new type of pill.
Zhu Zi finally gave a slight nod.
That is a reasonable trade.
She fell silent, her thoughts racing. A moment later, she spoke decisively.
Tomorrow, have our people spread rumors through the gambling dens, black markets, and other channels that Elder Qingmu is looking for disciples. At the same time, publicize the conflict between Elder Qingmu and the Qingxuan Sect. Many alchemists will hesitate to participate in the competition.
If some remain undeterred, track them down one by one and pressure them into withdrawing. Make sure the alchemy competition is completely ruined.
Zhu Zi's gaze turned sharp.
We must acquire the formula for the 10,000 blood spirit pill as soon as possible.
Understood.
The two women nodded. Without revealing any discernible movement technique, they vanished from sight in an instant. Once they had left, an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, approached Zhu Zi. This old one greets the young master. Zhu Zi gave a slight nod. Elder 9, any leads on the other volumes of the Heaven-Severing Sword Manual? The old woman lowered her voice. According to my knowledge, the Sever, Weed, Eradicate, and Root volumes are likely in the hands of Shen Mo, the young sect master of the Jade Cauldron Sect. The Burning Heaven Sword Manual is currently kept by the former sect master of Qingxuan Sect. They plan to present it as a birthday tribute to the sword's sovereign at his upcoming banquet. As for the Scorching Earth Sword Manual, young master should already be aware. It is currently stored in the Tian Merchant Guild's warehouse, meant to be the grand prize for the alchemy competition. Zhu Zi waved her hand. The intelligence has changed. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual has already been given away by the Tian Merchant Guild to a cultivator named Taoist Shen. Right now, this Taoist Shen is staying at the Tian Merchant Guild's guest manor. The old woman furrowed her brows. The Scorching Earth Sword Manual is, after all, a top-tier Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Why would the Tian Merchant Guild simply give it away? That's precisely why it needs investigation. Zhu Zi remained calm. The Heaven-Severing Sword Manual rightfully belongs to the Shadow Pavilion. It should not fall into the hands of others. The old woman nodded. And what about the Qingxuan Sect? Intercept them midway, make it look like an attack by the Mad Blade Alliance. Zhu Zi spoke indifferently. Those two factions already have deep enmity. Understood. And what of Shen Mo, the Jade Cauldron Sect's young sect master? The old woman's tone grew serious. That man is no easy target. Even the first and fourth princes of the 10,000 Beast Kingdom, both monstrous talents of the demon race, met their demise at his hands. Zhu Zi pondered for a moment. His strength is indeed formidable, not easy to deal with. However, we can first follow Emperor Jing's lead and test him out. If we can't obtain the sever, weed, eradicate, and root sword manuals for now, we will wait. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future to seize them in secret. The old woman nodded respectfully, understood. She hesitated for a moment before adding, "By the way, young master, Elder Qingmu has sent someone requesting the Shadow Pavilion's help in sabotaging the Tian Merchant Guild's alchemy competition." Zhu Zi's expression turned cold. "I don't want to be entangled with Elder Qingmu any further." The old woman spoke hesitantly, but Elder Qingmu has offered the alchemical formula for the 10,000 blood spirit pill.
You stubborn thing, it was me who gave you the demon heart to keep you from completely perishing, yet you still resist me this much.
Shen Mo opened his eyes and smiled helplessly. The rejection from the nether ice flame exceeded his expectations. This ancient flame was entirely different from the green lotus core flame and the solar essence fire. The green lotus core flame had willingly submitted to him because he possessed the blazing sun's scorching flame physique, which had a powerful attraction to it. It had entered his body voluntarily, essentially taming itself. As for the solar essence fire, it had been a mere fledgling flame at the time, with almost no sense of self. The moment Shen Mo made contact with it, it had instinctively fused with him, also equating to self-taming. But the nether ice flame was different. It had spent countless years suppressing demonic beings, its consciousness fully developed. Even though Shen Mo had gifted it a demon heart, it still instinctively resisted his control. To make matters worse, his body already housed both the solar essence fire and the green lotus core flame. The arrogance of unique flames made it even more unwilling to submit.
Perhaps, in the eyes of the nether ice flame, I must seem like a scoundrel trying to stand on 3 boats at once.
Chapter 348, 5 portions of ingredients for you, 1 for me enough for alchemy. Chapter 348, 5 portions of ingredients for you, 1 for me enough for alchemy. At that moment, the presence of cultivators could be sensed outside. With a flip of his palm, Shen Mo completely concealed the aura of the exotic flames. His gaze then shifted toward the courtyard gate. There, a familiar figure was striding in quickly. It was none other than Zhou Minji. Zhou Minji clasped his hands with a smile.
I hope I'm not disturbing your cultivation.
Shen Mo waved his hand.
It's fine. I assume the materials are ready.
Zhou Minji nodded repeatedly.
Exactly, everything has been prepared. As long as you have time, we can begin refining at any moment.
As he spoke, he handed over a storage ring. Shen Mo accepted it casually. However, he noticed a hint of worry between Zhou Minji's brows.
Taoist Zhou, is something troubling you? Tell me about it.
He smiled. Zhou Minji let out a helpless laugh.
Nothing escapes Taoist Shen's eyes. Someone has been spreading malicious rumors, claiming that Elder Qingmu is about to break his long-standing rule and accept disciples. They have also been publicizing the conflict between Elder Qingmu and our Tian sect.
After the news spread, many young alchemists gave up on participating in the alchemy competition.
And among those who insisted on competing, nearly all of them were threatened in some way, leading even more to withdraw.
Zhou Minji gritted his teeth.
There's definitely someone behind this. Elder Qingmu has long declared that Bai Tianyuan is his final personal disciple. He has limited energy and will never take in another student. Moreover, alchemists hold a prestigious status. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to threaten them.
Shen Mo nodded.
It seems someone is deliberately trying to sabotage the alchemy competition. There aren't many forces capable of opposing the Tian sect. It's likely Elder Qingmu himself.
Zhou Minji smiled bitterly.
A master alchemist of Elder Qingmu's renown holds immense influence. He alone is enough to challenge an entire sect.
Shen Mo chuckled lightly. That elder Qingmu was indeed rather narrow-minded. For so many years, he had refused the Tianhe sect's request to purchase the heavy water-cold extreme pill formula. That was one thing. But now, he was actively trying to ruin the alchemy competition. It seemed he was determined to sever the heritage of the ninefold Tianhe scroll completely.
Our Tianhe sect's ninth elder has already arrived at the merchant guild. When he heard about this, he was utterly distraught. He was once one of Elder Qingmu's disciples, so this morning, he hurriedly prepared gifts and set out to visit Elder Qingmu in hopes that their past master-disciple relationship might sway him.
Zhou Minji sighed.
But
After saying this, he looked slightly uneasy.
Taoist Shen, the ninth elder, has some strong opinions about you. When he returns later, try not to provoke him. Otherwise, it will strain the relationships between our sect's elders.
Shen Mo smiled indifferently. Back when he had stayed at the Tian sect for a few days, he had easily noticed the factional divides within the sect. One faction, led by the sect master, the Grand Elder, and Zhou Minji, believed in independently researching pills suited for the ninefold Tian scrolls cultivation. The other faction, including the fifth elder and the ninth elder, especially the ninth elder, who had been one of Elder Qingmu's disciples, believed that there was no one money couldn't buy. Moreover, they didn't think anyone in the world could surpass Elder Qingmu in alchemy and create a pill better than the heavy water-cold extreme pill. As long as they persisted and showed enough goodwill, Elder Qingmu would eventually relent and sell them the formula. At that moment, footsteps sounded again from outside the courtyard gate. This time, however, there were two distinct presences. The guards at the gate quickly intervened.
Sirs, our esteemed guest is resting. You cannot enter.
Immediately after, a loud bang echoed. The courtyard gate was violently kicked open. Two figures stormed inside. One was an elderly man with white hair, Tian sect's ninth elder. The other was a proud-looking young man, Elder Qingmu's most favored disciple, Bai Tianyuan. Zhou Minji frowned but still cupped his hands in greeting.
Ninth elder, why did you bring an outsider into the guest manor? What if you disturb Taoist Shen?
The ninth elder snorted coldly.
Outsider, Tianyuan is my junior brother. But the one beside you, he's the real outsider.
His expression was ice cold as he questioned.
Zhou Minji, tell me, why did you hand over the medicinal ingredients I prepared to him? Do you even understand how much effort I put into gathering those herbs? I traveled across Jing country, making countless arrangements to secure them. I even thickened my skin to make an agreement with my master, pleading with him to refine 5 heavy water-cold extreme pills for my grandson. Out of past master-disciple sentiment, he reluctantly agreed. But now, you're handing over the ingredients to this man. Do you realize how great a loss this is for our Tianhe sect?
The more he spoke, the more enraged he became.
My grandson is one of the few within our Tianhe sect who can cultivate the ninefold Tianhe scroll. But he has been stuck at the peak of the core formation realm for 20 years. He cannot wait any longer.
Zhou Minji furrowed his brows. It was true that the ninth elder had contributed most of the 5 portions of medicinal ingredients. However, the expenses had been covered by the sect's funds. In the end, it was all the sect's money. How did it suddenly become the ninth elder's private property just because it passed through his hands? Bai Tianyuan glanced at Shen Mo with a smirk.
Shen Mo, young sect master of the Jade Cauldron sect, is it? A pleasure to meet you. The feats you accomplished in Yuzhou have already reached the capital. Even I have heard a little about them.
Shen Mo gave him a calm glance, his expression unchanged.
But I never expected that you could refine pills.
Bai Tianyuan sneered.
Or are you just deceiving President Zhou, planning to swindle away those 5 precious portions of medicinal ingredients?
Shen Mo smiled indifferently. Swindle. Those 5 portions of medicinal ingredients were indeed invaluable. But they weren't enough to tempt him. Had it not been for the favor Zhou Minji had shown him by gifting the Scorching Earth Sword manual, he wouldn't have agreed to refine this pill for the Tian sect in the first place. Bai Tianyuan's gaze swept over the three of them: Ninth Elder, Zhou Minji, and Shen Mo, before adding fuel to the fire.
I also heard that President Zhou handed over a top-tier, Earth-grade spiritual artifact to this Shen Mo without hesitation. Tusk, a top-tier Earth-grade spiritual artifact isn't some common cabbage. Taoist Zhou, you're only the 10th elder of Tianhe sect, yet you think you can just give away the sect's wealth to outsiders.
Zhou Minji frowned. He was well aware that the Tian Merchant Guild had spies from various factions planted within it. No sect was ever a monolithic entity. However, by Tianyuan learning about it, this quickly was somewhat surprising. The ninth elder was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but then his anger surged even further.
What? A top-tier Earth-grade spiritual artifact, and you just gave it away? Did you even report this to the sect?
Zhou Minji took a deep breath.
Taoist Shen eliminated the demon cultivators in Jiangzhou and slew traitors of the sect. His contributions to our Tianhe sect are immense. I made the decision to give him the Scorching Earth Sword manual, so what of it? If the sect master were here, he would have made the same choice.
The ninth elder was so furious that he laughed.
Good, very good. You think you can do whatever you want just because the sect master favors you. I won't argue anymore. Then return the 5 portions of medicinal ingredients to me.
Shen Mo said calmly.
Out of the 5 portions of medicinal ingredients, I will give you 4. I will keep 1 portion. It's enough for refining the pill.
Chapter 349. How could a mere boy be compared to someone as noble as you? Chapter 349. How could a mere boy be compared to someone as noble as you? As soon as Shen Mo finished speaking, Zhou Minji, Bai Tianyuan, and the ninth elder all froze in shock. Bai Tianyuan immediately burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world.
The heavy water frost pill is a heaven-tier pill. Even if it's only of the lower grade, it's not something an amateur like you can refine so easily.
Pointing at Shen Mo's nose, Bai Tianyuan sneered.
Even my master wouldn't dare claim a 100% success rate. And yet you say you only need a single set of ingredients. Utterly laughable.
The ninth elder also reprimanded him.
You're nothing but an outsider. Giving you a single set of ingredients would be a waste. Besides, I painstakingly gathered all 5 sets of ingredients from various places. There's no way I'm handing even one to you.
Zhou Minji turned to Shen Mo.
Taoist Shen, you.
Shen Mo met his gaze.
Trust me.
Zhou Minji looked into Shen Mo's eyes and saw unwavering confidence. That self-assured gaze seemed to carry an undeniable force. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Minji made his decision.
All right, I trust you.
He then turned to the ninth elder and spoke seriously.
Ninth elder, while it's true that you gathered some of the materials for these 5 sets of ingredients, the cost of acquiring them was covered by the sect's funds. As the 10th elder of the sect, I also have the authority to allocate resources. Moreover, Shen Mo has rendered great service to our Tianhe sect. Even if we were to give him 1 set of ingredients, what harm would it do?
The ninth elder was left speechless. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say,
Fine, I'll give him 1 set. But I'm taking the other 4 and handing them over to my master for refinement.
Shen Mo remained indifferent and simply tossed his storage ring over. The ninth elder retrieved the 4 sets of ingredients, snorted coldly, and left with Bai Tianyuan.
The young lord of the Jade Cauldron Sectai, look forward to hearing of your failure in alchemy.
As he left, Bai Tianyuan cast a mocking glance at Shen Mo, leaving behind a final sneer. It was clear that he didn't believe Shen Mo had any chance of success. Once they departed, the courtyard returned to its usual tranquility. Zhou Minji finally couldn't help but ask,
Taoist Shen, can you really succeed? You have only 1 attempt.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
If you choose to use someone, trust them completely.
Taoist Zhou, do you still have doubts now?
Zhou Minji was at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he nodded resolutely.
All right, I believe in you.
Shen Mo pondered for a moment before saying,
I have 1 more condition.
Please speak.
I want to take a look at the ninefold Tian scroll.
Zhou Minji hesitated and, after a long pause, said,
The ninefold Tianhe scroll is our Tian sect's most powerful and orthodox cultivation technique. It is a heaven-tier technique and cannot be easily shared. However, I have studied it myself and can recite it for you.
Shen Mo nodded.
That will suffice.
With his level of comprehension, he could grasp the essence of the technique just by hearing Zhou Minji's recitation. For a full hour, Zhou Minji carefully recited the entire ninefold Tian scroll. Shen Mo listened attentively, lost in thought. Finally, Zhou Minji cupped his fists and declared,
From this moment on, I will personally stand guard outside this courtyard. No one will be allowed to interfere with your alchemy.
Shen Mo smiled.
Good, that is the greatest support you can offer me.
After Zhou Minji left, Shen Mo began inspecting the ingredients within his storage ring.
Not bad, all the necessary materials are here.
These ingredients are indeed rare. They were gathered from all across the land, and even a wealthy sect like Tianhe sect took over a decade to collect 5 full sets. Shen Mo nodded slightly and began making preparations for alchemy. These ingredients had been reverse-engineered from the remnants of Elder Qingmu's past refinements. However, after listening to Zhou Minji's recitation of the ninefold Tianhe scroll and combining it with his own understanding of the ninefold alchemy codex, Shen Mo had developed some new ideas. The heavy water frost pill, refined by Elder Qingmu, only accelerated cultivation speed by 10 to 20% at most. Back then, Tianhe sect had dismissed it as too insignificant to invest in, which was why they hadn't immediately purchased the pill formula. But now, an entirely new pill was taking shape in Shen Mo's mind. Preliminary estimates suggested that it could enhance cultivation speed by 30 to 40%. A significant improvement. Another day passed. By then, Shen Mo had already simulated the alchemical process over 100 times in his mind. Only then did he open his eyes and officially begin refining the pill. He chose to use solar essence fire instead of the red lotus flame. This was because the primary ingredient for this pill was the essence of heavy water. This heavenly material required an extremely high temperature to melt. Moreover, the more thoroughly it was melted, the more its medicinal potency could be activated. With a single motion of Shen Mo's palm, the massive and weighty myriad beast cauldron appeared before him. Under the searing flames of the solar essence fire, the cauldron began heating up. The refinement of the nameless pill had officially begun. At the northernmost part of the capital, crimson walls stood tall, isolating the imperial palace from the outside world. To the east of the palace was an area permeated with the thick scent of medicinal herbs. This place was called the Myriad Herb Garden. It was a residence bestowed upon Elder Qingmu by Emperor Jing. Powerful protective formations shielded Elder Qingmu, his disciples, and the young alchemists serving under him from any threats. An abundant supply of rare medicinal ingredients allowed Elder Qingmu to refine pills at will, showcasing his exceptional mastery in alchemy. Over the centuries, the Myriad Herb Garden had evolved into a sacred ground revered by all alchemists in the entire Jing kingdom. Countless young alchemists traveled from far and wide just for the chance to catch a glimpse of this legendary master. However, Elder Qingmu rarely made public appearances. Thus, many alchemists left disappointed after making the pilgrimage. At this moment, in the highest pavilion of the garden, behind a curtain of pearl beads, sat an old man with a gaunt and withered appearance. He neither spoke nor moved, not even opening his eyes. Yet an invisible pressure spread around him like the tide, making it impossible for anyone to utter a word. Before him, the ninth elder and Bai Tianyuan stood quietly. Especially Bai Tianyuan. The once proud and arrogant young man was now as silent as a caged bird, not daring to act presumptuously. After a long moment, the old man finally spoke in an indifferent tone.
Did you bring the materials?
The ninth elder smiled ingratiatingly.
Master, I have brought them 4 full sets of ingredients.
I humbly ask you to refine the heavy water frost pill for my grandson. Without it, his future will be utterly ruined.
The old man replied.
I expelled you from my tutelage long ago. I have told you many times you are not to call me master again.
The ninth elder forced a sheepish smile.
Forgive me, but I still remember the bond of master and disciple from back then.
Elder Qingmu let out a long sigh.
Indeed.
Before the ninth elder could respond, Bai Tianyuan stepped forward and quickly recounted everything that had happened at the Tian Merchant Association's courtyard. He also took the opportunity to harshly disparage Shen Mo. Elder Qingmu's expression remained utterly impassive. The name Shen Mo was unfamiliar to him. Clearly, this person was no master of alchemy and was therefore unworthy of his attention.
If he wishes to refine a pill with just one set of ingredients, let him. It has nothing to do with me.
Elder Qingmu said, his tone as still as an undisturbed pond. Bai Tianyuan immediately chimed in with flattery.
Yes, yes, someone as noble as you. How could a mere boy ever be compared to you?
Chapter 350. Make sure Shen Mo's arrogant actions spread across the capital. Chapter 350. Make sure Shen Mo's arrogant actions spread across the capital. Elder Qingmu spoke indifferently.
Ignore that boy, just focus on your own tasks. Understood.
Both the ninth elder and Bai Tianyuan nodded repeatedly. After a brief pause, Elder Qingmu continued.
Tianyuan, what's going on between you and that young master of the Shadow Pavilion?
Bai Tianyuan's expression stiffened, and he shrank his neck slightly, offering an awkward smile.
Nothing escapes your discerning eyes, Elder.
Elder Qingmu said flatly.
That Zhu Zi is not someone you should pursue. Give up on her as soon as possible. Don't let yourself be used by her.
Bai Tianyuan hesitated, looking troubled.
But master, I truly like her.
The ninth elder advised.
Junior brother Bai, you are an unparalleled genius. One day you will surely become a great alchemy master like Elder Qingmu. Even if you cannot win her over now, in the future you will undoubtedly claim her hand. You need not worry too much.
Bai Tianyuan nodded repeatedly at these words, feeling deeply grateful to the ninth elder of Qingxuan Sect. Elder Qingmu sighed softly.
Forget it. I am old now and have no desire to meddle in such matters anymore.
Just be cautious around that woman. Don't let her control you in everything. Yes, yes, rest assured, Elder, I am very rational about this.
Bai Tianyuan nodded vigorously. Elder Qingmu weighed the 4 sets of ingredients in his hands.
I will need a month's time. However, it has been years since I last refined the heavy water frost pill. I cannot guarantee how many successful pills I will produce. Be prepared for that outcome.
The ninth elder nodded.
Regardless of the success rate, however many pills we obtain in the end, I will accept it. Good, you may leave now.
Elder Qingmu waved his hand dismissively. The 2 men exited the pavilion.
Senior brother, thank you.
Bai Tianyuan said gratefully. The ninth elder chuckled.
A fine lady is worthy of pursuit. I recall that young master of the Shadow Pavilion, whether in looks or charm, she is indeed among the finest in the world. It's only natural that you are captivated by her.
Bai Tianyuan declared resolutely.
I will make Zhu Zi my wife, no matter what. Good, I look forward to that day.
The ninth elder laughed and waved his hand. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Tianyuan suddenly said.
By the way, senior brother, that Shen Mo is utterly ignorant of his own limitations, actually daring to attempt refining the heavy water frost pill. Why don't we take this opportunity to stir things up and make this matter even bigger? Once word spreads throughout the entire capital, everyone will know that the young lord of the Qingxuan Sect is foolish enough to challenge a grandmaster of alchemy. It will be an absolute joke. And when the final outcome is revealed, Shen Mo's reputation will undoubtedly plummet.
The ninth elder's eyes gleamed.
You are absolutely right.
Bai Tianyuan continued.
I've heard that Emperor Jing already harbors ill will toward the Qingxuan Sect and Shen Mo. If we succeed in orchestrating this, the Emperor will surely strengthen his ties with Qingxuan Sect. In the future, if Emperor Jing decides to use military force to subjugate the 8 great sects, he will undoubtedly reassess his alliances. The Jade Cauldron Sect, which has been openly resisting the imperial court, will inevitably be suppressed by force. But if Tian's sect presents itself as a loyal subject, we may be allowed to negotiate peacefully. In this way, we can avoid the catastrophe of annihilation.
The ninth elder nodded firmly. He knew well that although the 8 great sects possessed immense strength, they were incredibly disunited. Some sects, such as the Qingxuan Sect and the Mad Blade Alliance, had been bitter enemies for over 1,000 years. Expecting the 8 great sects to set aside their grudges and unite against the imperial court was nearly impossible. By contrast, the royal family had long been working strategically. For generations, the emperors of Qing had been sowing discord and infiltrating the 8 great sects. Now, under the current Emperor Qing, these efforts had yielded significant results. The ninth elder could already guess that some sects might have secretly pledged allegiance to the imperial family. They just hadn't openly declared it yet. The power of the royal family was not as weak as the 8 great sects imagined. If the day ever came when Emperor Qing waged war against the 8 great sects, he certainly didn't want Tianhe sect to be caught in the flames of battle. If peaceful submission was an option, it was the best course of action. And the best way to demonstrate loyalty was to suppress the Jade Cauldron Sect and Shen Mo. After all, the first step in Emperor Qing's grand strategy was to consolidate control over Yuzhou. Unfortunately, Shen Mo had emerged in Yuzhou, completely disrupting the emperor's plans. As a result, the subsequent plans could not proceed as expected. Emperor Qing had likely long wished to kill Shen Mo as soon as possible.
Good, however, I cannot directly intervene in this matter. Junior brother, I'll leave this to you. Make sure Shen Mo's arrogant actions spread throughout the capital.
The ninth elder sneered coldly. He harbored resentment toward Shen Mo as well. After all, it had taken more than a decade to gather 5 sets of ingredients, and yet Shen Mo had taken one of them. Naturally, he was filled with bitterness.
Don't worry, I'll leave this to the Shadow Pavilion. This is their area of expertise.
Bai Tianyuan chuckled. Over the next half-month, a rumor spread through the capital like a plague. From bustling streets to tea houses and taverns, in every corner of the city, people were all discussing the same thing. The young lord of the Jade Cauldron Sect, Shen Mo, was actually trying to challenge Elder Qingmu, attempting to refine the heavy water frost pill using only a single set of ingredients. Shen Mo's name had long been known in the capital. His achievements slaying the 1st and 4th princes of the 10,000 demon kingdom and leading the annihilation of a 1,000,000-strong demon army were already legendary. Many young people even regarded him as an idol. However, with this rumor spreading, fueled by those with ulterior motives, Shen Mo quickly became a laughingstock.
That Shen Mo seems to be an incredible fighter, but isn't he just an outsider when it comes to alchemy? Exactly, Elder Qingmu is a recognized grandmaster of alchemy in the entire Qing kingdom. How could Shen Mo possibly compare to him? I heard Shen Mo even claimed he could refine the heavy water frost pill with just a single set of ingredients. My alchemist friends say that's utterly ridiculous. No alchemist can guarantee success with just one attempt. Indeed, he's far too arrogant. Just because he's a genius in cultivation, does he think he's also a genius in alchemy?
Such remarks flooded the city. Shen Mo's image was quickly twisted into that of a conceited fool who overestimated himself. Even his past, earth-shattering feats against the demon race seemed to be overshadowed. The Imperial Palace. Emperor Qing's favorite pastime was standing atop the highest tower of the palace, gazing southward. Like his ancestors before him, he was an ambitious ruler with aspirations to unify all lands. The 10,000 demon kingdom in the south was the greatest obstacle standing before Qing kingdom. He intended not only to destroy the demon kingdom, but also to use the impending war as an opportunity to fully absorb the 8 great sects into the imperial fold. It was a delicate balance. If handled well, he would reap immense rewards. But if mishandled, everything could come crashing down. A faint white mist rose from Emperor Qing's head. This was the result of his mind operating at extreme speed. After a long while, he finally stopped and massaged his temples in exhaustion. His index finger idly tapped against the jade pendant at his waist. The soft tapping sound had barely faded when a shadowy figure silently appeared in the corner of the room.
Any major developments recently?
Emperor Jing asked casually. The shadow replied respectfully.
The alchemy tournament hosted by the Tianhe Merchant Association was disrupted. Most alchemists have already withdrawn. Our sources confirm that it was done under Elder Qingmu's orders, carried out by the Shadow Pavilion.
Emperor Jing gave a slight nod, showing no concern.
Continue.